Belgium. Bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing. Also, Tony of round number 2, 3, 4, and 5 of qualifying. Round 1 took place last night. Ollie Payne took both the stock and the modified categories, if you didn't have a chance to catch us yesterday. So great effort from Ollie there. First sort of big meeting with a new chassis after a split from his previous chassis sponsor. It's 2 rounds from 5 to count, so that could get quite entertaining later on. So Ollie already halfway to, potentially halfway to TQ. Obviously, with 2 from 5 to count, you're actually going to need to win 4 to seal it. So it won't be till fairly late on in the day that we can actually confirm TQ. May be all the way on at about 8:30 our time tonight that we're able to finally confirm that. So very, very long day of action that we're going to have here at the track. A few little gaps in throughout the day. They're sort of 10-15 minute gaps at the end of every round, but we will endeavour to bring you live coverage all day. And then, of course, we've got finals day tomorrow. So we'll see where everything ends up and pans out in qualifying. We've got 4 minutes of this remaining. This GT 17.5 Invitational class.
Good morning.
Good morning, Matt.
That was a fun little start to the day for us. Sorry if it's been a bit jerky for you, but we had a bit of an outage just as we went on air, and then we had a crash, and then I think we're all right now. So we're here. We're good.
That's good.
We're set up, but the organisers were frantically plugging and replugging things in underneath the driver's stand. But we seem to be fine.
You seem to be fine. That must be quite disconcerting as a driver, having someone ferreting about underneath you whilst you're there driving.
Yeah. I was thinking, do we want to hear from Ollie? Anyone who had tuned out early last night might not have heard from Ollie, who pulled off quite a feat.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's hear from Ollie. Okay, so with Ollie Payne, 2 overnight TQs.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say.
Well, I mean, that looked. They were kind of 2 different things. I mean, you pulled away in both of them, but what ones are you finding one harder than the other?
I find stock a little bit harder at the moment, just because if I lean on it a little bit too hard, it kind of wants to bite back. Whereas mod seems to be more forgiving, which I know seems backwards, but yeah, the mod car is a lot more forgiving. So I'm going to work on the stock car overnight and see if I can get that a bit better.
Yeah, it looked like, I mean, at the start, Max got you on the split for, looked like the first minute or so, and then you managed to pull away, whereas Mod, you were just gone from the start.
Yeah, it's very odd. It seems a little bit too easy to slide the rear with the stock car. They're basically the same setup, but it's just, I don't know if it's the speed thing or just because you're loading the rear tyre so much harder or what, but I need to get that stability back so I can lean on it just a bit harder.
Possibly a bit more sort of almost drag braking effect from the stronger rotor in the stock motor?
Yeah, it's a similar thing. When you back off, it dumps all the weight on the nose, whereas the mod car, I know it's going to make it a bit easier to drive. Maybe take out some front casters so I can just lean on it a bit harder.
Okay, well, well done, and thanks for the insight, and have a good night.
Thank you.
There we go then. Just caught up with Ollie at the end of qualifying yesterday. We've got about 1.5 minutes left of this GT class, and then we start the day proper. All these drivers have had 1 4-minute run each of practice this morning, so good opportunities to have a bit of a think overnight, bit of an idea of what they might want to change, what they might want to have a look at on the car, how to tweak the setup of the car, maybe try a different tyre compound potentially, just get a bit of an idea, a bit of a feel for what's going on, and possible changes they can make throughout the day, or whether they want to stick or twist effectively, stick with the car they have, or how they might want to change it to deal with track involvement. It's really the only chance they're going to get to experiment during qualifying day. Just under 30 seconds left of this GT class. Looks like Lewis Mobers from Mika Mobers. So Marcus, proud father watching them, won't know quite which one to look at. Timing has expired for GT. So that is GT done. GT is done then. We are getting set for the first heat of the Spec 13.5 class. Welcome to you if you have just joined us in the last 10 minutes or so. We're RC Racing TV and we are bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium in association with Hobbywing. And we'll be hearing something from Sultan later. Had a little chat with him earlier on as well. So a little bit of a slightly more techie feature about some of the support that he's offering and products that they're using. Also bringing you the coverage in conjunction with Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Drivers taking part in this, we've got Chris House, Winston Barnett, Lee Moss, Eric Gorgeau, Dennis Marchalot, Eric Roll, and Patrick Room. Chris House going to lead away with the number 1 car. He is the white front, orange rear car. One of the two kind of white front, orange rear cars, but he's the forward of the two. Chris House sets off and is away and running. Down the bottom end of the circuit, out onto the main straight. Let's run with Chris for a couple of laps. See what he can manage. He looks like he's got a decent jump at the start already. Through the top end of the circuit, a little bit deep there. Through the sweep, just keeping away from some of these barriers. These solid white barriers, they are actually, they're steel barriers rather than the more commonly used plastic barriers. So they're pretty robust when you do hit them. Chris already up and making his way through some traffic. He's being followed by Winston Barnett and Lee Moss. Just gonna see if we can spot those. Winston is the all orange coloured car. He's 2 cars back from Chris. There we go. He's just going past that white car now. So there we go. That is the second place runner of Winston Barnett, although Lee Moss has just jumped him. Lee Moss is the white front, green rear car that's just in the middle of shot now. So these two, Lee Moss and Winston Barnett, running in, it's currently actually 3rd and 4th, because Dennis Marchalot has got himself somewhere in the mix with them. So let's see if they can, in fact Lee Moss has now got himself back up into 2nd position. Let's continue running with Lee for a little bit. Lee looking like he's got a slightly loose rear end this morning. Car a little bit hesitant to turn initially. but then hooks up and goes round. Onto the main straight. There's two similar looking cars. He's off the end of the main straight now. There we go. That is the number 2 car, currently running in 3rd position, of Dennis Marshalow. Chris House, meanwhile, is streaking away at the front of the field. Off the end of the straight through the chicane. These drivers finding the track. It's pretty fast, open, flowing track, and whilst quite easy to drive, it's difficult to find places to gain and lose time on. Just looks like Dennis making time, who we're running with at the moment, by just really keeping it in the middle of the circuit, keeping well away from any of the barriers, not necessarily troubling too many apices. But car looks nice, car looks quite balanced. We've got Lee Moss now has hit the front. Let's see if we can find Lee's car again. He is on the main straight, so the white front, green rear, just about to come under the driver's stand. Picked him back up now. So this is now our leader, Lee Moss. He's got himself in front of Chris House by around 6 seconds. And best lap time from Lee is a 13.5. Dennis Marshalow has managed to pop in somewhere a 13.0. Chris House with a 13.1. So Lee really getting to the front by stealth. Could do with a little bit of assistance getting past some traffic. So we've got 5 minutes in, 3 minutes left. These 8-minute races for these drivers. Lee Moss still leading this one. Slightly attritional run. We're down to 6 cars circulating out there. Chris House up into 2nd. In fact, Dennis Marshalow has got himself back up into 2nd position with the 2 car. Just wait and see when he crosses the loop what his gap is. It's about 2.5 seconds behind this car here that we're running with of Lee Moss. Lee up at the top end of the circuit, just going to start closing in on some traffic. Like we said, he's not necessarily the fastest over a single lap, but he is just pumping in those laps consistently and managing to find his way in and through the traffic down the inside of the number, I think that was number 7 car of Eric Raoul that Lee has just passed. So now 1.5 minutes left for Lee, just cutting his way through some traffic nicely. His lead, let's just check. His lead's up to best part of 5 seconds. So run for home for Lee Moss. This is round by round qualifying, remember, so it's not just the drivers on track you're racing with. You'll get graded in with all of the drivers from this round at the end, and then everybody will get put into a list with the top driver getting 155 points, 153 for second, etc. Moving all the way down the list. No disrespect to any of these drivers, but pretty sure they won't be up at that end of the list by the end of it, unless anything massively catastrophic happens.
30 seconds left on the clock, guys.
15 seconds left. Lee just needs to bring it home now. His lead pretty comfortable still around that 5-second mark. He's made it through for the split. I think Dennis Marshall should also make the split. Chris House has finished, so Lee Moss has definitely beaten him. There we go. Dennis has just made the split by about 3/10. Lee Moss down the main straight for the last time. And has finished, brings it in at the end of that run. There we go, that is heat number 3, the first heat of the 13.5 Spec class. Done. And out the way for round number 2 of qualifying. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on this Saturday morning here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you live coverage all day of the EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. Brought to you in association with Hobbywing and also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Track is open for group number 4, just a warm-up lap round to the line. We're going to have Rob Jackson lead away from Stefan Kalbrecht, Jaco Humarcelo, Arthur Hoffman, Jukka Hakemies, Matthias Hermans, Gunnar Blumendahl, Thomas Steinhager, and Mario Neri. Not sure we'll see Mario Neri on track. His transponder hasn't triggered yet to show that he's out there, and I believe he didn't run yesterday. I think Mario was attempting to run 2 classes, so has potentially thought better of that and decided that one car, focusing on one car is the better approach.
9, 2, 7, 6 in the front row. The other guys behind, good. Car number 6 for the next race. Be sure you got the numbers on the right spot.
Rob Jackson going to lead away with the 9 car, then the white front, red rear. So Rob a bit keen to get going there by the looks of it, going on the sound of the tone rather than going on his number being called. So just being called in for a stop-go for a jump start, then being called straight out into traffic, which hasn't done anybody a lot of favours. Let's run with Rob as he tries to escape, get himself back to the front. Obviously that stop-go won't have helped him, but he just needs to build a gap of more than a second to the following cars. So there we go, Rob to the top, and he'll drop down the order, give it another couple of laps though, and he should have pulled the necessary split out of everybody. Rob had some pretty decent pace in his car yesterday. The car that's travelling quickly out there at the moment is actually the number 6 car. We'll see if we can pick him up. Still running with Rob Jackson at the moment. Just trying to grab the 6 car. 6 car is the white car just coming out onto the main straight now. Down off the end of the main straight. There we go. That is the 6 car crossing the line of Arthur Hoffman. In terms of lap time, Arthur, his best time is a 13.1. Rob's is a 12.6. So expecting Rob to recover from that penalty and get away. But Arthur has managed to pull his way through the group. Let's just continue watching with Arthur at the moment. He is leading by around 4 tenths. Gap now 2 tenths, so expecting Rob Jackson to take the lead back for good on either this lap or the next one. Let's have a look as Arthur crosses the line. And he does stay in second. So Rob Jackson now leading this one by a couple of tenths. Let's have a look for third place man, the number 5 car of Yuka Hakamis. The 5 car is the yellow coloured car heading up towards the top of the circuit now through the chicane. He's just got out of the way of that green car. So this is the third place man, Yuka Hakamis. That Gunnar Blumendal's just jumped him, but will run for a little bit as he hits the chicane. He's not really enjoying having the camera on him by the looks of things. That was Yuka Hakamis just dropping himself a little bit down the order. Rob Jackson's now got his lead up to about 9 tenths of a second, so let's see if we can pick him up again. The white front, red rear. He's up at the top end of the circuit now through the chicane and out onto the main straight. There we go. He is chasing down the, I believe that's the number 2 car of Stefan Kalbrecht. But it will be probably peeling out of Rob's way. There we go. So Stefan jumps out of Rob's way.
Next up, group number 5. Hope you guys are ready. Group 5. You're on next. Group number 5. Up next.
Lovely clear track in front of Rob Jackson now. Quite nice to see as a driver. Sometimes it's quite nice to have a clear track in front of you just to attack it. Other times it's nice to have just a car in the distance, single car, just that you can focus on, drive up the back of, let them get out of the way. It just helps to keep you focused. You can zone out a little bit when you're just circulating by yourself, especially as is the case with Rob, where his best lap is over 4 tenths quicker than anybody else. His fastest lap of the run. He's the only driver to have gone sub 13 seconds within this run, and his best lap is actually a 12.65. So next best lap coming up is Gunnar Blumendal with a 13.025. So best part of 4 tenths advantage in his pocket for Rob there. Under 2 minutes to go now for Rob, predicting a 37 lap run. So looking at a 37.808 effectively coming up for Rob. So a bit of a tough day yesterday for Rob, certainly in seeding. managed to pull it together for qualifying. First round of qualifying, had a decent first run. Obviously started out first. Going to be a little bit annoyed with himself with the penalty for the jump start. It's not cost him in terms of position in the heat. It just dropped him, cost him the couple of seconds that his car was stopped. Plus, it dropped him back into the pack, so he just had to work his way through everybody.
Coming into the last minute, 7 minutes and 1 minute to go. Group number 5, looks like the guys are ready down there. 7 minutes and 1 to go. 1 minute.
35 seconds left now for Rob Jackson. Just closing up on some traffic that will be compelled to get out of his way, and does so with 20 seconds left. It's unlikely to catch that white car that is in front of him. Rob's going to complete this lap and have one more to do. Fortunately, that one car in front of him is the car of Arthur Hoffman, who has been going pretty well himself. Arthur Hoffman does jump out of the way right on the end. That's very generous of him. But really cost Arthur quite a lot of time there to do that and get out of the way just at the finish. Here we go, Rob Jackson taking that then with a 37 lap run from Gunnar Blumendahl in second position. Cars heading out on the track now for heat number 5. Julian Kryuzek will lead this one away from Emmanuel Ferrero, Cedric Gills, Sasha Lennartz, Thomas Cavell, Eero Hakamies, Tony Wade, and Sene Optebeek. Cars forming up on the line. So thank you again. If you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, we're bringing you live coverage.
8, 9, 7 in the front, 4, 6, 3, 5 in the back. 2, 8, 9, 7. Yeah.
So we've got live coverage coming up of heat number 5, bringing you coverage in conjunction with Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Julian Kryuzek leads away, running his yellow body shell with a white roof. I'm pretty certain as well he's forgotten his window masks. He doesn't have a clear... That looks like he's painted the window, the cockpit window of the car. Kryuzek leading away. He's had a really good start, actually. He's already pulled about 6/10 on the second place man, Sasha Lennartz. So nice big gap behind him, and he's already going to be catching some traffic. So you've got Tony Wade circulating at the rear. Tony opens up and lets him slip through. Krajicek still leading this one from Sasha Lennertz. He's got a gap of about 1.6 seconds now. Let's see if we can find Sasha with the 7 car. His is the yellow front, blue rear car. He is just up in the chicane at the top of the track now, coming out onto the main straight. There we go. He is just trying to close in on that car in front of him. I think that's the 8 car of Emmanuel Ferrero that's just in front of him. So actually fairly close on times. Just started behind on the split. Sasha Lennertz just holding off the attentions of Thomas Gavell, running in 3rd position. Thomas Gavell going pretty quick with the number 4 car. I'll see if I can pick him up. I believe he's the pink car just coming off the end of the main straight now. No, that's not him. The 4 car is the green front, blue rear car, just coming out onto the main straight now. There we go, the Thomas Gavell car we're running with at the minute. It looks like a Chase Mackman tribute shell. Get him around quite nicely through the chicane. Lovely clear track in front of him now. Running in 3rd position currently. You see him drop down the order and then he'll lift himself back up. And can see slightly scruffy lap for the leader, but his best lap is a 12.7. So actually none of these guys managing a faster lap time than Rob Jackson did in the previous heat. Rob doing a 12.6. He won't be necessarily aware of their lap times as he's stood out there marshalling. It's always a bit of a strange thing that you're out there marshalling and you're wondering, you know, you're watching the cars go around and you think, man, these guys are flying around and I must be nowhere near those lap times. And it comes off and it turns out you are. So it's always pretty impressive. Just over 3 minutes left now. Julian Krajicek still leading this one, has led from the flag, although he's just had another coming together with a back marker. Let's pick him up again. He is the yellow car, just past us now and going up through the sweep up into the chicane at the top end of the circuit. We've got him now. He goes down the main straight once more. Again, as we bring you this live coverage on RC Racing TV of qualifying day for the 112th European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. Bringing you coverage in association with event sponsors Hobbywing and also supported by Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Decent lead for Julian Krajicek, who we're running with. German driver ran a little bit deep off the end of the main straight there. Won't be too injurious. Might pick up a little bit of dirt on his front tyres, give him a little bit of understeer for the next lap or so while it cleans up. If you are just joining us on YouTube, have any questions, feel free to drop them in the live chat. We'll do our best to keep up with any questions that you might have over the course of the day as we start building towards the pointy end of qualifying. The top heats are heat number 11 for the Spec class and heat number 15 for the modified class. So news from yesterday was that Ollie Payne TQ'd both the Spec and the modified. With 2 from 5 to count. That puts him in a pretty good position to get himself locked into the front row if he wins either of the classes this round. He will be starting on the front row for sure.
40 seconds.
Ivo Gersdorf says, thanks for the coverage. It's our pleasure, Ivo. Good to be bringing it to you. 30 seconds left for Julian Kryuzek. Just to try and roll this one home. Into his final 10 now. Heading for a time about 6 seconds up on that of Thomas Gavell. So Julian has now finished. They'll be bringing that into the pit line. Now, if you're going to make a mistake during a run, that's the time to do it when it doesn't matter. So mistake there right at the death for Julian Kryuzek. The only mistake that he made during the run, but didn't cost him anything. His time had already expired. Magnus Berglund says he's looking forward to this race, and we're giving good coverage as usual. It's good to hear, Magnus. Doing what we can. Who do we have next then for heat number 6? We've got Andy Thompson, Niels Mers, Eric Sotorayu, Ole Thomas Bryn, Magnus Hellmark, Mark Payne, Tim Janssen, Esteban Fontaine, and Alfie Hart. Andy Thompson going to lead away then with the purple coloured car on the front row, the number 8 car. Andy Thompson leads away. Car looks already a bit of a handful off the line. Just wanting to settle into it. They have already had a practice run each, the drivers this morning. But not the hottest opening lap from Andy, but he's done what he needs to and got away out in front. He's not being directly pressured from behind yet. Car looking a little bit edgy for Andy. Might come good later on in the run, but still relatively hard work at the moment. Let's just watch him as he starts making his way up into traffic. Car pivoting and rotating quite nicely. Let's see who the car is following. It's the 3 car of Niels Mers. Let's move our focus back then to the minty green coloured car, 1 car behind. He is running in front of Andy on the split at the moment, but the top 4 separated by around 0.3 of a second, so absolutely nothing in it. Niels Mers was leading last lap round. He's now dropped down to 3rd position, so really, really tight here. And small mistake there. That's dropped him, definitely dropped him back down the order. Let's see who has picked up the lead. I think it is Ole Thomas Bryn. He is the white and red coloured car through the chicane and out onto the main straight now. Little barrier slap for one of the cars out there. In fact, that's the 7 car that we're running with, so that is Eric Sotorayu. He is running 2nd currently. Lead car is the 6 car, so that's 1 car back. The white front, green rear car. Pick him up. So these 3, they started out 1, 2, 3, and you can just about see them all in shot. Andy Thompson's the purple car. Eric is the white and red coloured car. Ole Thomas Bryn is the white and green coloured car. And he is just looking to try and catch that car in front of him. Started out 1 second in front of him. 4 minutes 30 to go. Order changes every time round, but we have got a lead of, what is it? About 0.4 of a second. So Ole Thomas Bryn now 0.3 of a second up. And I suspect actually that we might see Eric to the top. No, but the gap, it's still 0.3 of a second. Fastest lap 12.5 for Ole Thomas Bryn. 12.7 for Eric Sotorayu. 12.7 for Andy Thompson. It shows, remember, Rob Jackson did a 12.6 2 heats ago. So small coming together there between those 2 leaders. That might give actually Andy Thompson a sniff of getting back out in front. And he's got about the length of the straight lead over these 2 that we're running with. So Andy hits the top, and let's have a look. Andy Thompson inserts himself in between these 2 cars that we are watching heading around the track at the moment. So super close battle at the front of this one. And the car that we are running with, in fact, he's got about a second lead at the minute, so kind of comfortable. So he'll be charging now after Andy Thompson's car, trying to catch and pass him on the circuit. So this car we're running with of Ole Thomas Bryn down the main straight. You will see in some of the lower speed stuff a purple car just disappearing out of shot. That is the car of Andy Thompson. Started out in front. Gap between them now about 1.5 seconds on the split. So Ole just looking to catch Andy. He is already in front of him on the clock. The gap visibly coming down on the track. Gap now around 2 seconds. Small mistake there from Andy as well. So we've got the 2 lead cars just about appearing in shot. Certainly in some of the higher speed stuff, we're running with the lead car at the moment with less than 2 minutes to go. Gets a little bit balked through the chicane, does kind of the right thing, backs out of it. It's cost him maybe a couple of tenths doing that, but it is 0 risk. Ole Thomas Bryn focusing on the rear of Andy Thompson's car as he tries to drive towards him. Ole running the white and green coloured car that we have in the centre of our focus at the moment. Andy Thompson's the purple car just disappearing out of shot. Andy started out a couple of seconds in front, so his clock is running on a different schedule to this car that we're following. So very, very close now into the final minute. Mistake there from Andy. That solves that particular conundrum. And a very scruffy lap from Andy. That's going to drop him down the field. That's really the worst time to do it as well, just when you've done all the hard work. But 40 seconds now remaining. 3.3 second lead for Ole Thomas Bryn now. So just crushing consistently. Pumping in consistent laps all the time. That's the way to get a time done. Looks like any of the top 4 kind of had the pace to put this run together. But Ole Thomas Bryn, slightly nicer car to drive, slightly easier. And he has managed to string it together. So he's heading for a 37 lap run in 8 minutes dead. There we go. Misses the 38 lap run by 0.6 of a second. Everybody done. Ole Thomas Bryn taking that one relatively comfortably in the end, although it looked quite close early on. But welcome again to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. I'd like to give a shout out to our event sponsors, Hobbywing, and also the supporters, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line for helping to provide us with this coverage. There we go, Simon Lauter, European champion.
Yeah, in the end it paid off. I'm happy.
Cuts back through, so change for third position there, Mark Reinhardt. Michael Orlowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
Yeah, it's good to have it back after last year.
So there we go, hearing or seeing some action from Sicily last year. Let's see if we can pick up the lead car, Dennis Meether. He is, I believe, the orange front, blue rear car, just through the chicane and out down the main straight now. We'll just confirm. He is indeed the 9 car. Dennis Meether leading this one from Rick van der Akker. So already a couple of laps in. His lead is around a 10th, but super fast lap, relatively speaking, a 12.1. We were seeing lap times down in the sort of sub-12s for the top heats yesterday. We were seeing some sort of 11.7s, something like that for stock. Just watching Dennis Meether closing in on the rear of, I think that's Mark Jordan actually. Yep, it is Mark Jordan that's just got out of his way. So slightly scruffy weekend for Mark. He's not particularly worked out for him so far. It's obviously early days yet. There's still plenty of time to recover it with 2 rounds of qualifying from 5 to count. We can, at various points later in the day, have plenty of people tying on round scores. Who else is travelling quick out there? Jan Dietmar looks like he is moving relatively quickly. Jan Dietmar is the number 1 car, so let's try and locate the 1. The 1 is the all-white coloured car. He is just heading up into the top end of the circuit and through the chicane, out down the main straight now. So pretty close, actually. Dennis Meether has kind of checked out at the front of this one and is heading for a time sort of 4 or 5 seconds quicker than anybody else, but looking relatively decent for Jan Dietmar. He's heading for a 38 in 4.7 if he keeps this pace up. Jan Dietmar will drop down the order, then he'll pop back up into second position as he crosses the line. So his lead is currently about 0.8 of a second from Øyvind Studsdal. Janne Koivisto's got himself somewhere in the mix as well. His is the yellow and blue coloured car, just entering the main straight now. Let's see if we can pick him up off the end of the main straight and down underneath us. There we go. That is the 3rd place man, potentially 2nd place man, Janne Koivisto. And yeah, Jan Dietmar's actually made a mistake. Jan Dietmar now circulating around somewhere at the same pace as Mark Dieterman. So nice clear track in front of Janne Koivisto. Just closing in on Mark Jordan, who gets out of his way very, very nicely. Janne Koivisto running in 2nd position. Let's see if we can pick up the number 2 car of Mark Dieterman, run with him for a bit. He is 4th. He is the green front, white rear coloured car. He's just going round through the top end of the circuit now, out onto the main straight. This Mark Dieterman in the middle of shot. He's currently running in 4th position, 5th position, but he's running very, very close. He's 3/1000ths of a second away from Jan Dietmar. So Dietmar and Dieterman running basically line astern. though they don't necessarily know it. They're in different parts of the track. We've got just under 2.5 minutes left. Let's move our focus back one car onto the leader. This is Dennis Meether, who has stretched away his gap and is now sort of lapping at such a pace. He's closing in on the battle for sort of second, third and fourth to put a lap on them. That's a lap on the split, of course, not actually a complete lap on track. So remember, he'll have started out a few seconds in front of them, so it's not one complete lap that he'll have managed to put in. Less than 2 minutes to go. He'll be maybe a little bit disconcerted by quite how closely packed they are, but he's closing in on the rear of Mark Dieterman's car. So Mark does the right thing and opens up and lets him through. Didn't work out particularly well for Mark. That's going to have cost him a little bit of time, but obviously it's the leader. You're obliged to get out of their way and make space for them. Dennis Meether looking set for a pretty decent time, as is Jano Koivisto. Actually, he's going to be around 4 seconds down. The pair of them heading for 38 lap runs. So into the final 40 seconds. You can see one car in front of him, just a small little bobble over the curbs there. Realised that he got it slightly wrong, did the right thing, backed out of it, did a bit of a course correction. It feels like you have lost an absolute age when you make a mistake by that, but you can barely see it in the lap times. It's 1 or 2 tenths. Dennis Meether now actually lapping at a very similar pace to the other cars around him. It was the first half of the race where he did the damage. His best lap, a 12.193. Next best lap out there was, looks like Rick van der Acker, who managed a 12.443. So time has expired. Dennis Meether has finished the run. Didn't quite get to that car in front of him. There we go. Heat number 7 finished. Heat 8 getting set to go out on the track. I think there's a bit of track repair going on down on the main straight. I think Mark Payne attempted to create a contraflow down the main straight in an earlier heat. Driving into the barrier quite hard, so they're just straightening that out and sorting that one out. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on this live coverage. Qualifying day for the EFRA 112th European Championships. Bringing you coverage in association with Hobbywing and also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Dan Burks leads away with car number 1. Wayne Ash says best of luck to him. Dan going quite nicely out in front, a little bit backwards off the end of the main straight. So car looking a little bit loose initially. That will have caught his attention. A green and gold coloured car of Dan Burks. That was better, Dan. Dan running in second position, just dropped down to third, but we'll give it a couple of laps for him to settle in. Look at his pace. He's done in fact, the 2 fastest drivers out there, Dan Burks and Thomas Stenger, have both done a 12.407. And we've got Philip Lischke somewhere in the mix as well. Let's maybe move back to see if we can pick up Thomas Stenger. Move back 1 car. He is the 9 car. I think that is the all yellow coloured car is Thomas Stenger. So we're watching Thomas Stenger closing in on the rear of Stefan Huyss. Dan Burks doing his best to get away. Not quite made it. A gap between them 0.4 of a second at the moment. So Thomas Stenger still maintaining that gap of around half a second from Dan Burks. Although he's behind Dan on track, Dan started out a few seconds in front of him. So Thomas running half a second in front on his clock. Gap between them now up to about 1 second, and Marcus Andreassen's managed to insert himself in between Dan Burks and Thomas Stenger. And Stefan Huyss now in that mix as well. Stefan Huyss going to drop off that slightly because he's just had to let Thomas Stenger go. So Dan started out first, then we had Stefan Huyss and Thomas Stenger. Thomas has caught and passed Stefan. So we're running with the leader at the moment. His lead is, let's just see as it updates as they cross the line. It's best part of 2 seconds now over Dan Burks. And Dan is immediately in front of Thomas now. So Thomas Stenger just closing in on the rear of Dan Burks. And that was Thomas getting past another yellow coloured car, which made matters very slightly confusing. So everybody has made their way through. We are running with the yellow car at the moment of Thomas Stenger. Just out the front of shot, you can see the car that started out 2 seconds in front of him of Dan Burks. We've got Freddie Parker mounting a bit of a charge as well. He's popped himself up into second place. Let's see if we can find Freddie out there. He is an orange front, white centre, yellow rear. He is just going through the sweep up to the top end of the circuit now. He's in the chicane and down the main straight. There we go. That is Freddie Parker, current second place man. You see him drop down the order. That's because he started out late. He's still in second position. Freddie with a fastest lap of a 12.333. Bit of a slow lap that time round from Freddie, drops him down to 5th position, but going well for Freddie. And we've got 3 minutes remaining. Let's see if we can find Marcus Andreasen with the 3 car. I believe that's the white and orange coloured car up at the top end of the circuit, out onto the main straight. That is indeed the 3 car of Marcus Andreasen. Thomas Stenger quite comfortably out in the lead, but about 1 second covering Stefan Hoist, Dan Burks and Marcus Andreasen. Dan is only 1/10 off the back of Stefan Hoist. Dan has just had to get out of the way for Stenger. Let's see if we can pick up Stefan Hoist. He is the green front, white rear car. Just going through the sweep up into the top end of the circuit now. Out onto the main straight. There we go, just picked him up there in the middle of shot. This is Stefan Hoist running in front of Dan Burks on track. He started out 1 second behind Dan, so is just over 1 second in front. I think Dan lost out a little bit when he let Thomas Stenger go. Wasn't particularly ready for it. Stefan Hoist slid through that gap as well. Thomas Stenger, Stefan Hoist. Marcus Andreasen now gets himself back in front of Dan. Stefan Hoist, who we're running with, looking pretty sorted for second position. Let's move focus forward 1 car onto the yellow car. That's our lead car of Thomas Stenger. Thomas Stenger leading this one, has not led from lights to flag, but he's had generally the strongest pace throughout. He's got like half a tenth in his pocket on a hot lap. Thomas Stenger with just under 40 seconds remaining. Heading for a 39 lap run. I think that's going to be the first 39 lap run we're going to see in qualifying. So just coming in towards the end of this run. Thomas should just make the split. Don't believe anybody else is. I think Stefan's going to miss it by just over a second. Thomas Stenger then did make the split, so he's done the first 39 lap run of the day. Good run there for Thomas Stenger. Thomas Stenger getting that from Stefan Hoist and Marcus Andreasen. Freddie Parker up into 3rd position. That's the end of heat number 8 then, going for heat number 9 now. Remember, heat number 9 of 11, so we're starting to see some of the quick guys out now. Some of the quicker guys, Andrea Torrigiani, Christian Gier, Lucas Larson, Ben Vincent, Jacques Liebar, Rico Clays, Werner Spanbruckner, Stuart Cartwright and Alexander Van Gansen. Andrea Torrigiani going to lead away then with the white coloured car on this coverage, brought to you in association with Hobbywing, also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line.
Yeah, we're going racing, guys.
Andrea Torrigiani leads away from Christian Gear. Let's run with Andrea, the all-white body shell, for a couple of laps just while he gets settled in. Order can jump around a bit for the first couple of laps. So we'll give it a few laps, see who looks fast after they've settled in. Order tends to become a little less chaotic as you start moving up the heat listings. Drivers becoming a bit more consistent in their lappery. Looks like we've got Werner Spanbruckner to the top at the moment with the, let's have a look, the 4 car, which, if I am right, that is the white and pink coloured car on the main straight. Let's just double check that is the 4. That is the 4 car. So let's run with Werner at the moment. He is leading this one by about 0.2 of a second from Ben Vincent. Werner extracting some good pace out of his car. Best lap of a 12.173. Not quite as fast over a single lap as Ben Vincent, but he's got about half a second in his pocket. We're running with Werner at the moment. Andrea's got himself back up into the mix somewhere at the front. Within half a second of the lead. Let's see if we can pick up the car of Ben Vincent. He is the number 5 car, an all yellow coloured car. He is in the chicane up at the top of the circuit now, out onto the main straight. So Ben Vincent somewhere in the mix at the front of this one as well. Started out further down the field. He is currently in 3rd position, but he is 7/10 off of the lead. A couple of tenths off of Andrea. Let's see if Ben can pump in some clear laps. .12.141, the fastest lap from Ben. That's actually the fastest lap of anybody but Christian and Andrea with 12.175, 12.158. They're within a couple of hundredths of what the car we're running with Ben Vincent has managed now. Nice clear track in front of Ben. Andrea gets himself back to the front, but Ben is running it in 3rd position, and they've got Christian Gear somewhere in between them. Let's see if we can have a look at Christian's car. His is the white and sky blue car. He is just coming out onto the main straight now, the last of the cars on the straight. Off the end of the main straight, there we go. That is the car of Christian Gear. Moves to the front by a couple of hundredths from Andrea. This is the lead car at the moment then. Top three covered by around 7/10 of a second. They're not necessarily interested in times at the moment. They're more interested in beating everybody else in the heat. Obviously then times do come into play when they get mixed in with everybody else in the round, but if you're the fastest car in your heat, you know at least that that is another 8 drivers that haven't outscored you for the round. Andrea now back to the front by 2/10 from this car that we are running with of Christian Gear. So it's just ebbing and flowing really as they catch and pass traffic. So Andrea was involved sort of getting through and traffic. So there's now, although there's next to nothing between them on the clock, there's 5 cars in between them. But Andrea doesn't have to clear, and the car that we're running with of Christian does. So expecting Andrea's gap to start building now. 7/10 now in Andrea's favour. So Christian needs this to work for him. He's going to need a little bit of help from the referee just to pick his way through. That's 1 done. 2 more cars to go. There's 1 out of the way. So 1 more car for Christian Gear to clear before he can start trying to hunt down. He looks like he's a little bit down on power as well compared to some of the cars out there. He's obviously doing a quick lap time, but a bit of a tethered goat on the main straight in comparison to some of the other cars, which it's nice to have that power to be able to drive past people. Andrea's lead now growing all the time as Christian has become mired behind, or sort of in that group of traffic that Andrea was able to cut through. Let's see if we can find Andrea. He's the white coloured car on the main straight now. He's just coming underneath our position. There we go, that's Andrea's car in shot. So into the final minute now. Andrea has got this gap out, so Andrea's car not fading towards the end of this run. Not struggling for pace quite so much as Christian did. Christian had lap time to spare at the start, but lapping now in 12.6s. Meanwhile, Andrea's just done a 12.2 right at the end of the run. His best lap was a 12.1, so he's only lost a 10th in lap pace over the course of the run. 20 seconds to go now for Andrea, and he's closing towards the car of Werner Spanbrucker, who would end up some 6 seconds behind him. It's looking like Andrea is going to take this by around 2 seconds from Christian Gear. Time has expired, so Andrea completes a great 39 lap run. So really good run come together for Andrea there. All cars done, all cars finished. Andrea Torrigiani taking that one then. Really good run from Andrea. We're getting up towards the top end. In fact, we've got a couple of guys who did appear in the top 10. So we're going to see Niels de Gruyser and James Hart, who were located in the top 10. Niels de Gruyser, James Hart, and Alex Anderson, actually, and Hupo. all managed to post top 10 times from this heat, as did Nico Saarinen. So a bunch of drivers who managed top 10 times. Seeing information from Hobbywing there on the G4R motor in fairly well, in pretty much every stock car that we're seeing this weekend. It's a spec class. It's not a spec motor, but it's being pretty universally used. Niels de Grijs are going to lead this one away. With the number 2 car, the white and blue coloured car. All set for the sound of the tone. Niels de Grijs leading away. White and blue colour scheme just flicks it through the chicane out and the main straight for the first time. Kind of the first time that they've driven these in anger in this round, because they haven't had any warm-up laps. So Niels de Grijs and James Hart have had a bit of a storming start to this one. Nico Saarinen also filtering up to the front, as is Morgan Williams. Let's stick with Niels for a little bit, just as he tries to stretch away. 5th in round after Q1 yesterday, so he'll be looking to get another solid top 10 in, and really some of these guys will be looking to, a couple of 5th places. You're pretty much in with that. It's going to take something pretty major to shift you out. Let's move our focus back one car from Niels onto the car of James Hart, the orange coloured car out there. Running in 3rd position currently is James, in fact 4th position now. He is less than a second off the lead. He's about 9/10 off the lead, but getting super close, super tight up at the pointy end of this one. So James actually, when we turned up yesterday, he was in heat number 1 and managed to seed himself out of there during the controlled practice and got all the way up to the penultimate heat. So great effort from him in his first Euros. Running with James now. Let's have a look and see who is leading. Nico Saarinen's actually leading this one with, I believe he is the pink coloured car, or what is to all intents and purposes the pink coloured car. No, it's the 4 car. Nico then is the 1 car, must be in front of him. So if we move our focus back 1 car onto the all white coloured car, that is the white car of Nico Saarinen. So this is our current leader, leading this one by around 6/10 from Niels de Grijs. Nico Saarinen 9th in round number 1. So he'll be looking to get himself, if he can get himself somewhere in the middle of the top 10 with this round, then start working to drop the 9. That will be a decent lap. Just been called out of the way, though, of the 4 car of Alexander Andersson. All of the top guys in this heat, though, going sub-12, top 4 guys. So Nico Saarinen, Niels de Grijs, James Hart and Alex Andersson have all gone sub-12 second laps. We're running with Alex Andersson at the moment, the pink coloured car. Down the main straight. Let's have a look where Alex is. He is in 4th position currently. He's about 1.5 seconds off the lead of this heat. So it's kind of Niels de Gruyter and Nico Saarinen. Oh, that's a mistake for that was the 6 car. That was Finley Whitelock. Thought that might have been James Hart there, but no, that was Finley. So just keeping an eye on where everybody is still circulating. Got Nico Saarinen leading from Niels de Gruyter. Nico's got his lead up to around 0.6 of a second. There's about 0.2 between James Hart and this car we're running with of Alex Anderson. Time check, we've got 3 minutes 20 left to run. Nico Saarinen still leading from Niels de Gruyter, from James Hart, from this car we're running with of Alex Anderson. Let's see if we can pick up Niels de Gruyter again, the white and blue coloured car. He is just going into the top end of the circuit, in through the chicane now. Last of the cars out onto the main straight. There we go. That is Niels de Gruyter. Back to the top of the times. Currently circulating about 0.7 of a second on the clock. Behind Nico Saarinen. Predicting 40 lap runs for the top 4 in this heat. Nico Saarinen predicting a 48:08.57. Niels, who we're running with, 48:09.3, so about 0.8 of a second back. Tony Wade saying he'll try better next time. You better, Tony. Still running with Niels de Gruyter. Niels de Gruyter to the front until Nico Saarinen comes round and demotes him down the order again. We're on a gap. It's still around that 0.8 gap. Predicted finishing times now. It's a slow last lap from Nico Saarinen. Nico Saarinen drops into 2nd position, so Niels de Gruyter has taken the lead. This is the car of Niels de Gruyter, current leader that we're running with. Saarinen takes it back. So ebbing and flowing, 0.2 of a second between the top 2. This is the car of de Gruyter we're with. He started out near the front. Saarinen is near the back of the pack. He's got the gap up to 0.4, so Nico Saarinen has found some pace towards the end with 30 seconds to go. We'll stick with this car as we run for home. Niels de Gruyter back to the top. Let's see what Saarinen does as he crosses the line. He goes back to the top, still 0.3 of a second. So this could all come down to nailing the split lap. De Gruyter on to his split lap. Saarinen onto his split lap. Saarinen's got about 0.4 in his pocket. Should be enough if he just drives a clean lap. Saarinen should get this one. De Gruyter has finished. He set the time for Saarinen to drive at, and Saarinen gets that one right at the end. So about 4.5 just at the death. So Nico Saarinen gets that one from Niels de Gruyter. Alex Anderson in 3rd. And James Hart, the last of the 40 lappers, there in 4th position. So pretty good heat, and we're getting ready for the top heats next. All set then for the top heat of the Spec class. Ollie Payne's going to lead away from Max Mackler, Ollie Bultink, Michael Bolt. I'm just watching Frank attempting to open a pack of Stroop waffles without emptying them across the floor. So a bit of a change for this one in Max Mackler running a Mark Reinhard body shell. So bringing you this coverage of the top heat of Spec Q2 in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing, also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Ollie Payne has led away from Max Mackler, who looks like Mark Reinhard. Not many people have said that before. We're running with Ollie Payne. 11.8 from Ollie as his opening lap. Remember, Ollie Payne took round number 1 yesterday. If he can take round number 2, that locks him in on the front row. Means that the worst he can qualify is second position. Front 2 have already made a break for it. Ollie Payne and Max Mackler. Max is about 8 tenths behind at the moment. Adam Mackman's popped up in 3rd position. Let's have a look. Sam Colt also getting himself somewhere in the mix as well. So Ollie's completed 5 laps, as has Max. Gap between them 1.3 seconds. Let's shift back our focus onto Max's car. So here we go. Max running one of Mark Reinhard's body shells because it was a little bit lighter than his own. So Max popping up into 2nd place, but then as other cars cross the line, they may well trump him. No, Max has established himself in 2nd position. Let's have a look though. He is around 1.5 seconds off of Ollie Payne. Sam Colt's got himself up into 2nd position. I was going to say let's pick him up, but he's just stoved it into the barrier as we got near him. Let's have a look at who is running. Adam Mackman's running in 3rd position. His is the yellow front, purple rear coloured car. He's just coming past the, or going up into the top end of the circuit, into the chicane now. There we go. That is Adam Mackman running in 3rd position currently. Down the main straight, we are running with the car of Adam Mackman. Yellow front, purple rear on his car. So already having to get out of the way of Ollie, despite Adam running in 3rd position himself. So really good run coming together for Ollie. An 11.8 as Ollie's best lap. Last time round Ollie was an 11.9. Max was a 12.0. Slow last lap for Max with the 12.5 as well. So Adam Mackman now dropping off into 5th. Sam Colt's still running in 3rd. Let's see if we can pick him up. The white car with the orange cockpit. He is through the chicane now and out onto the main straight. There we go, that's the car of Sam Colt. Currently running in 3rd position. Sam Colt still running in 3rd from Michael Bolt. A couple of tenths up. So bit of a issue for Max. So Ollie Payne now put a lap into him. That's Sam Colt up into second, Michael Bolt into third. Decent gap now for Ollie. He is around 3 seconds down the road from this car we're running with. Let's pick up Michael Bolt for a little bit, the number 5 car. He is the orange coloured car just up at the top end of the circuit now. In fact, he's one car in front of Sam, so there we go. This is car of Michael Bolt. Small mistake there for Michael. Sam Colt in front of him by around 1.7 seconds. So had a mistake there for off screen for Adam Mackman. It's going to drop him down the field a little bit. Promote Chase somewhere up the order. Ollie Payne still leading this one from the car just out of the back of shot of Sam Colt. Michael Bolt, who we are running with, around 1.5 seconds back. Let's go back to Ollie Payne out in front, the white front, black centre, red rear. He's through the chicane and onto the main straight now. There we go, that is Ollie Payne's car in shot. So Ollie heading for a second round TQ. At the moment, with just over 2 minutes remaining. If he gets this, remember, he has won 2 rounds out of 2. Crucially, though, that will be 2 out of 5, which is the number of counting scores. So that will give him a guaranteed first or second on the grid. Will mean that the worst... basically, in order to beat him, someone would need to win 2 of the remaining 3 rounds and do a quicker time. Currently, though, Ollie heading for a 40 in 8.01. Sam Colt heading for a 40 in 8.07 as a predicted time. Liam Tyrrell says shout out to all the UK drivers, but especially TQ Graphics drivers Ollie Payne and Finn Whitelock. Indeed, I think TQ might be quite apt in the sense of Ollie Payne, who we are running with at the moment. 1 minute 15 seconds to go. Just needs to find his way through traffic. He's passed a crashed Chase Mackman. He is just closing in now on the car of Ollie Boltink. Ollie gets right out of Ollie's way. So gap now between Sam Colt and Michael Bolt, 2/10. That's getting relatively close for second place. We'll stick with Ollie, though, as we run for the end. We'll see if Michael Bolt can do anything about Sam Colt. I think Sam's just made a little bit of a mistake himself. He is 1 car in front of Ollie Payne. So Ollie will be driving up to the back of Sam Colt. 25 seconds left. Michael Bolt has just got Sam Colt on the split. So Michael Bolt now heading for second. 10 seconds left. And Sam having to get out of Ollie's way right at the end there. That could swing things in favour of Michael. So Ollie Payne taking that one. And Ollie Payne taking the round as well, waiting for Michael Bolt versus Sam Colt. I think Michael should take that one. Let's see as Sam Colt crosses the line. Michael does take that one by 1.3 seconds. Just going to have a look at the overalls after this as well, because I've got a feeling that some of the previous heat may well be up there and somewhere in the mix. So Ollie Payne taking that one and the round win, and just going to have a look at the overall. So Michael Bolt with a second in round that time. Niels de Gruyter was 5th in round, but he currently sits 3rd overall. Looking, Sam Court was third in round that time. That will be a useful score for him. Fourth in round was Nico Saarinen from the previous heat. So top three, only the top three in that one, beating the previous heat. James Hart had an 8th in round. He's currently sitting 5th overall. So there's a bunch of drivers who really only have one decent score. Adam Mackman with 9th in round there. Chase Mackman is sat in 14th with a 14 and a 16. Dennis Meether, he was out in an earlier heat. He looked like he had some good pace. He's got a 19 and a 22. So some decent pace on display from a bunch of drivers there. But Ollie Payne taking the first 2 rounds. And a quicker time that time as well. So he missed out by 1.1 seconds on a 41 lap run. Heat 12 then, the first heat of modified. Arno Buffat leads away his green coloured car down the main straight. Much quicker down the main straight than the previous cars were. These powered by 6.5 turn motors. Running with the car at the moment of, I believe that's Mikael Brandt. Just trying to get through some traffic. Had a bit of an exasperated yell from the driver's rostrum just as he tried to carve his way through. Lead car is Janne Koivisto, the number 1 car. Let's just see if we can identify him. Obviously, it's a little bit harder for us to pick up numbers with these slightly quicker cars. The number 1 car is the yellow and blue coloured car. He's just disappeared out the front of shot. There we go. That is the number 1 car of Janne Koivisto, who is leading. Just making his way through some traffic. He's got that green car in fairly close attendance. That was the 2 car of Arno Buffat. So Janne still leading this one on the clock, but pretty sure on this lap he's going to lose the lead because Janne Koivisto, he's not quite lost the lead. He started out 2 cars behind, that's why. So it was 2 seconds behind Arno Buffat, but gap now down to 0.6 of a second. So we'll keep running with Janne Koivisto, the lead car at the moment, but expecting him to lose the lead potentially in the next lap or so. 1 second now, the gap between him and the leader. Arno Buffat at the top, then Janne Koivisto follows him across the line. Gap now down to 0.8 of a second. Mistake there coming through traffic and a bit of a coming together, so that's bought a little bit more time for Janne, who we're running with at the moment in the lead. A little bit more chaotic when running modified. Obviously everything happens much faster while they're all running and circulating together. Much less time for the drivers to respond and react. A little bit harder for the referees to catch and keep an eye with what's going on as well. Still Janne Koivisto from Arno Buffat. Arno Buffat is a green-coloured car. You'll see him appear in the back of shot a couple of times. You would do. He's just put it on his roof through the chicane in the top of the circuit. So we'll stick with Janne, leading this one relatively comfortably now. His gap is some 6 seconds. We've got 3.5 minutes of this run remaining. So can see the marshals struggling slightly to get out and back from their parts of the circuit. Still with the leader, Janne Koivisto now. Starting to cut back through some of that traffic. He's got a big lead. No real close battles going on out on the circuit at the moment. It's a 40-lap run predicted for Janne Koivisto. It's just about a 40-lap run for Arno Buffat coming up as well. Best lap time 11.7 for Janne, who we're running with. Arno has done an 11.4. They're the two quickest drivers in the heat, but we're going to struggle. I think although Arno is faster, he's going to struggle to get through the advantage that Janne has. Just needs to calmly pick off this traffic one by one. There goes one out the way. There goes, that wasn't very helpful. Fortunately, it was at the feet of a marshal, but that's not going to help his overall time. So that big lead that he had from Arno Buffat, he'll still have some of a lead, but very slow lap coming up. It was a 16.6, so some 3.5-4 seconds he's lost. His time over Arno Buffat now down to like 3.3 seconds. Still pretty comfortable. You'll see Arno is the green car just out the back of shot. So this is Arno Buffat, then the green coloured car that we're following. He's trying to chase down Janne Koivisto, who is the one car in front of him. The pair of them catching some traffic. Arno started out in front of Janne. So is behind on the clock. Arno would need to get in front of Janne and pull a bit of a gap in order to have a chance of getting him. 40 seconds left. So it's not really a battle for the lead as yet. We need Arno to get in front of Janne for it to turn into that. As it stands, Janne knows that all the while he is in front of Arno, he is doing enough to take the heat. Final 10 seconds now. So just no mistakes from Janne. And that should be enough. He's made the split. Arno hasn't. So there we go. Janne has taken that one regardless, because Arno can't get it his time, having missed the split. So a 40-lap run for Janne Koivisto. and a 39, missing out by 1/4 of a second on making the extra lap. Jano Koivisto taking that one then from Arno Buffat and Mikael Brandt. So welcome to you if you are joining us here on this Saturday morning. We are RC Racing TV and we are bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. Bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line.
Starting order for group number 13, 4, 6, 8, 9 in the front. 1, 5, 7, 2, 3.
Heat number 13 coming up. There's 15 heats in total in a round. So after this round, we have got a couple of minute gap, it's about 10 minutes or so in the timetable, and then a couple of GT heats. So we will be remaining on air, but we may disappear off air after that, just while we go and catch up with the modified drivers and the stock drivers. Catch up, see what their thoughts are end of round. So if we go silent for a little bit come the end of the round, that's what is going on. Long days, so just so that we can stay on air, we just need an opportunity to catch up with the drivers at some point. Oscar Fjeld, very quick start from him. Puts nearly half a second into the cars immediately following him. So out in front at the moment, we have got the car of Thomas Liptak, the number 2 car. Let's see if we can identify. He's one of the 2 green coloured cars. He's the lighter green. That's Oyvind Stusal that we are running with at the moment. Nicola Morone's got himself out in front with the 5 car. Let's see if we can pick out Nicola. We know it's a fairly safe bet he'll have white wheels on his car. Just trying to hunt down the 5 car. He's somewhere in the middle of the circuit. He is the green coloured car, just going through the chicane now and out onto the main straight. There we go. This is Nicola Morone, the race leader. Going to filter through to the top of the order, leading this one by about 6/10 at the moment. Nicola got a nice clear track in front of him at the moment, just making his way past some crash traffic, but still lovely clear open track for him to work with, leading by about a tenth at the moment from Thomas Liptak. So it's a race between the two all-green coloured cars. We're running with the lead of those two at the moment. Nicola Moroni, Mr. Hot Race. Heads down the main straight once more, flicks it in off the end of the main straight. Little bit of a bobble over some of the curbs. Very easy when you go offline just to be distracted a little. Hanging on quite nicely. Let's see if we can find the 6 car of Øyvind Stusdal. He is the minty green coloured car that is running second. He is through the chicane at the top of the circuit and out onto the main straight. There we go. This is Øyvind Stusdal running in second position at the moment to Nicola Moroni. He drips the loop and then drops back. So he's about 2.5 seconds down on Nicola at the moment. Gap comes down very slightly, but only by about 1/10 of a second. Still running with Øyvind Stusdal, carving his way through some traffic, trying to close in on Nicola. Traffic jumping out of his way. 2.5 minutes left. It's relatively steady, relatively stable at the front. Gap 2.9 seconds now. So Nicola has really got a hold of that gap and just kept it constant. Øyvind Stusdal just, well, that's one way of doing it. Making his way through some recovering traffic and kind of getting away with it a little bit as they rebounded onto the track. So, gap now 3.1 seconds that Nicola Moroni has got. Let's see if we can find Nicola again, the all green coloured car. In fact, he's 1 car back, isn't he? There we go. So Nicola operating on the split with Øyvind. This the lead 2. Gap between them now up to 4 seconds. Mistake there though for Nicola. So right at the death, Nicola makes a mistake with less than a minute to go. He's going to tumble down the order. Øyvind Stusdal, who we are running with, is our new lead car. He's got a lead of around 3 seconds. So we'll stick with Øyvind as he runs for home. And we start building towards the top end, the pointy end of modified. Final few seconds. Oyvind Studstall gonna just miss a 42 lap run. He does a 41 in 8 dead. By 1.5 tenths he missed the extra lap. In fact, it was nearer 3 tenths in the end. He had a slow last lap. Time has expired. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on this Saturday qualifying day. We're coming towards the end of qualifying round number 2 from the EFRA 112th European Championships hosted by the MRCZ track in Zwevegem in Belgium. Bring you this live coverage in association with Hobbywing and also Tony Sports, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Martin Huddy's going to lead away in this next heat then. From Tobias Sutrick, Hupo Honegol, Finley Whitelock, Andreas Bryn. So we have Martin Huddy was 6th in round in round 1 of qualifying yesterday. Martin running a Arctic camo paint scheme, all white. Martin Huddy leading off from Tobias Sutrick and Hupo Honegol. So front 2 have already made a bit of a break for it. Tobias, who is 1 car back, is just in front at the moment. Let's shift our focus back 1 car. There we go. This is Tobias Sutrick, leading by about 3 tenths of a second from the white car just disappearing out of the front of your shot of Martin Huddy. So Tobias looking to close down that 1 second gap that Martin started with. Doing what he needs to do at the moment. Gap currently about 4 tenths. The times that you can see on the right hand side of your screen, they are individual time clocks for drivers. So Tobias is started out 1 second behind that of Martin Huddy. So Martin crosses the line, then Tobias filters through. You can see around half a second gap between them. They're just starting to catch and pass traffic, the cars that started out towards the bottom end of this heat. So the sort of cars 7, 8 and or cars 5, 3 and 9, the ones towards the bottom of the field. Tobias still leading this one by around half a second. Remember also in this modified class, because the cars are travelling faster, 1 second represents a greater distance on track than it may do in the stock class. And time is the absolute critical thing rather than a distance you are behind someone on the track. Martin Huddy having a fairly decent run through the traffic. Tobias still leading, but it's now only by about 3 tenths. We're still running with Tobias at the moment. There is 1 car between Tobias and Martin Huddy. That is the car of, I believe, Alex Anderson between the 2 leaders. No, in fact, no cars between the 2 leaders now. So quarter of a second. It was quarter of a second, but a small mistake, small curb bobble there from Tobias. That's just going to let Martin escape very, very slightly, take the breathing pressure off. Gap was 4/10. Gap is now 2/10 the other way. Martin Huddy now leads this one then from Tobias. We'll stick with Tobias and see if he can do something about getting that back. He's got most of that back. He's within quarter of a tenth now. Let's see if that gap remains the same. It's now about a tenth in Martin Huddy's favour. These two started out 1 second apart. They are pretty much still 1 second apart. Martin Huddy's got that gap up to 1.1 seconds between them on track, 0.1 on the clock. So Martin taking this heat yesterday. A little bit scrappy up at the top end there from Tobias. He'd just taken the lead off of Martin, but Martin grabs it back that lap. Less than a tenth of a second between them though. I'm expecting as they start coming up on some traffic that Martin's going to be catching 3 cars at once in front of him. You can just see them disappearing out of the front of shot there. Let's pick up Martin's car, move forward 1 car onto the white car. There we go, this is Martin Huddy we're running with as he just has to fight his way, not fight his way, but negotiate his way through some traffic. He's passed one of them. It's possibly going to fall a little bit more comfortably for Tobias. Oh, in fact, that's worked out perfectly for Martin as 2 of them in front of him collide. So now pressure back on Tobias. Martin Huddy has got this one by about 4/10 at the moment. We are running with Tobias Sutrick now as he tries to get through this traffic. And there we go, a little bit of a hesitation there. He has got through it okay, but that's going to have cost him another tiny bit of time. Let's see as they cross the line. Gap now half a second. These two have made a break for it. Small mistake again there, bobble over the curb. So all coming apart now for Tobias Sutrick. It's not much, but it's everything that Martin Huddy needs, and we'll be able to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. And Tobias not feeling comfortable there with, I think that was Alex Anderson behind him. So just getting out, in fact it was Andreas Bryn behind him, so just getting out of his way. But that's let Martin Huddy escape a bit further. Martin Huddy now 2 seconds in front. So looking good for Martin. Tobias, though, will be hoping to pop himself up with 2 minutes to go. We've got Martin Huddy back on the screen. His white car down the main straight. Running with the lead car of Martin Huddy. Tobias now falling away fairly massively, and Hupo may well pop up, having been cruising around in 3rd position all race, may well find himself popping up into 2nd position. We're running though with the lead car of Martin Huddy as he navigates his way around down the main straight once more. Coming up to just over 1 minute remaining of this qualifying heat number 14 of the 2nd round of qualifying here from the EFRA European Championships in Zwevegem, Belgium. Coverage brought to you in association with Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. We are watching Martin Huddy now leading from Hupo Honigel, who has got himself up into 2nd position right at the end. Tobias Sutrick was running right with Martin Huddy and challenging him right at the front, but went away from him a little bit. 30 seconds left now for Martin Huddy. Finished 6th in round yesterday in qualifying, so we'll be hoping for another mid-top 10 from this one. It's been a good run. He's heading for a 43 lap run. Final 10 seconds now for Martin Huddy. So he is on his split lap, just needs to bring this home, no mistakes, keep it clean. Crosses the line, Martin Huddy, 43 in 8.04. Martin Huddy takes that one. There we go, Martin Huddy having taken that one. Cars being placed down for the top heat now. So we're going to have Ollie Payne leading away from Mark Reinhardt, Michael Orlowski, Adam Isay, Nico Saarinen, Matthias Nedrabo, Alex Hagberg, and Marcus Mobers. Ollie Payne will be leading away from Mark Reinhardt and Michael Orlowski. Remember, Ollie taking the round yesterday, so if Ollie can take this round, he will again guarantee himself a spot on the front row of the grid. Ollie Payne has led away, although car looks like it wants to kill him in the first couple of corners. Bit of an over-rotation from him. So he'll just want to settle into that. Mark Reinhardt with a quicker opening lap than Ollie, but that's not a surprise given how Ollie's car looked then. So Ollie's car certainly pivoting around the front end. I know when we spoke to him yesterday, he said he wanted to make a few changes because his modified car he felt was potentially a little bit too easy to drive and had some more lap speed in it. Ollie starting to settle into this one now. He has done the fastest lap with a 10.7, though Mark Reinhardt's just matched him also with a 10.7. So we're running with Ollie at the moment. Let's move the focus back one car onto Mark. Mark running in second position on the track, in front on the clock. He's got about 0.7 of a second lead over Ollie. So small mistake there from Mark coming out onto the main straight. Didn't cost him too much, just needed a little correction. But still half a second. Ollie Payne with a 10.6, Mark Reinhardt with a 10.6 as a hot lap as well. So running with Mark as he cuts his way through some traffic. Ollie Payne's turn to run into some traffic now. That was Nedrabo. He's got out of Reinhardt's way as well. So Michael Orlowski 3 seconds down already on these two out in front. So battle between the front two. Mark Reinhardt leading this one by about 0.4 of a second. We're running with Mark at the moment. He started out 1 second behind Ollie Payne. Ollie Payne is just out of the front of your shot You just see him disappear out of the front of the shot. So Mark operating on the split, trying to close in on Ollie. Ollie coming up on some traffic. Well, I say traffic, if you can call Alex Hagberg traffic. So Alex will be compelled to get out of Ollie's way when he gets there. He's not quite there yet. Alex Hagberg gets out of Ollie's way. Mark Reinhard now closing in on the back of Alex Hagberg to find his way through. So Alex opens up and leaves a car's width, and Mark slots through that. Ollie now clear of the 7 car, I think, of Adam Isay. Mark Reinhard coming to him next. We're still watching this battle ebbing and flowing between the two. Reinhard still leading this one by like 4.5 tenths. Reinhard through just behind some traffic. There we go. Right, the two of them now clear track between them. They start out 1 second apart. We're watching Mark Reinhard. You can see Ollie Payne out the front of his shot. Little bobble there from Ollie across the curbs. That has let Mark close in. Gap was 4.5 tenths. It is going to extend this time out. It's up to a whole 9 tenths now, the gap between the two. So we are seeing at half distance, we're running with Mark Reinhard, but you can also see Ollie Payne just out of the front of your shot. These two showing themselves to be the class of the field this weekend. Defending champion Michael Orlowski is, let's just see how far behind he is when he crosses the line to trigger. Michael Orlowski is running third, but he's some 6 seconds back on these two that we're running with. Charging around, you can see Mark hasn't quite got to the back of Ollie yet, but he is operating certainly within the 1 second on the split that he started behind. 7 tenths now, Mark's advantage over Ollie. Ollie won't want to open up and let Mark through. He's nowhere near close enough to him yet, but Ollie knows that all the time he is in front of Mark, he stands a chance. With a bit of a mistake from Mark, instead it was a bit of a mistake from Ollie off the end of the main straight. They're closing in on traffic again. I think that's Marcus Mobers in front of them. So Marcus out of the way of Ollie. Marcus will now get out of the way of Mark. Mark still leading this one. Gap between them still around 7 tenths. The pair of them closing in on the car of Michael Orlowski, who started out third. So the pair of them are going to lap second, or the third place man, I think, by the end of this, looking at the speed that they're catching him. So Ollie Payne closing in on the back of Michael Orlowski. Ollie's through on Michael, so is Mark. Reinhard leading this one by 6 tenths now from Ollie. So gap between these two cars. There we go. Ollie is through on, I think that was Nico Saarinen that they've gone past. Clear track in front of them again. Open battle between Mark Reinhard and Ollie Payne. Mark Reinhard got this by about 4 tenths at the moment as we go into the last couple of minutes. These two are a lap up on the rest of the field. Mark leading this one now by around 7 tenths. Fastest lap, 10.5 from Ollie, 10.6 from Mark. Last time round, they were both doing 10.5s, 10.6s. Ollie looks like he's extended the gap very slightly over Mark, now with clear track in front of him, 1 minute to go. Reinhard still holds the lead, 4 tenths of a second. Running with Ollie Payne and Mark Reinhard. Remember, Ollie took round number 1 yesterday. Reinhard leading this one by around 4.5 tenths still. We're running with Mark. Ollie's just out the front of shot. Last 30 seconds. Final 30 seconds. We're running with Mark Reinhard. Gap between them is about 4 tenths of a second. Reinhard now 3 tenths down on or 3 tenths up on Ollie. So Ollie doing everything he can, going for the line. Ollie Reinhard takes that right at the end by about half a second. So Mark Reinhard gets that from Ollie Payne by half a second at the end. The pair of them lapped Michael Orlovsky in third position. So huge pace from the front two. Massive pace out the front there, but Mark Reinhard getting that one from Ollie Payne.
Well, don't go anywhere. There is a short break on track, but we are going to be hearing from our two fastest drivers on track. We have Ollie, who has already had a second TQ in the Spec class, and he's given Mark a run for his money, but they are so close. So I think we're going to talk to Ollie first, and then we're going to go over to Mark. So we will bring that to you now.
Okay, so joining Ollie Payne down here. Ollie took the round in stock, and you just missed out by about half a second there. So let's go to mod first. I mean, you could see Mark behind you. Did you know how close the gap was?
Yeah, I was very aware of what the gap was. For me, the biggest issue was just catching the traffic first, which made it a little bit difficult. Obviously, there's a few cars sort of going the wrong way or just sort of doing a bit of random things, so I was always a little bit wary of that. I was looking more forward than behind, if I'm honest, just to try and make sure that there was no cars on the line or anything like that. So.
But I mean, the two of you, I mean, you lapped Michael in third, so you've clearly both got very good pace.
Yeah, I was just sort of driving at the pace I could go, and wasn't really driving out of myself, if you like. So I was very surprised that we put that much of a gap into everybody else.
Okay, and what about stock? You've got 2 round wins now, so you're definitely starting first or second. So any changes you're going to try? Does that give you a bit of an opportunity to experiment for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I think now I'm still not 100% happy with the car, so I now get a little bit of an opportunity to do some testing before I have to TQ another round this afternoon.
Okay, well, good luck. Well done.
Thank you.
And bringing in Mark Reinhard. So, Mark, congratulations. Got that by about half a second in the end?
Yeah, it was close. I mean, I knew I was going to step up my pace from yesterday because I made a silly mistake yesterday on the gearing. I was like 3 or 4 T's too short. I didn't know. And suddenly I have a good speed now, and the car worked good. Still missing a bit of steering. I use a lot of brakes in almost every corner. But, yeah, I think it's good to be back fighting for the TQ spot.
Well, I mean, it looks like you and Ollie, you were over a lap up on Michael in third, so really good pace from the pair of you.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm sure, Orlovsky is Orlovsky. I'm sure he's going to be in the mix soon. So they're going to find something, and I would never take him off. So I'm sure he will be there. But yeah, right now we are it's a 1 and 2, just looks like in a different league. But I'm sure it's going to change.
Okay, and sort of as you were catching and passing traffic there, you could see that Ollie was getting past the traffic, pulling away, then you were having to catch up, go through them. Is that a bit of a worry for you?
Yeah, like I said yesterday, to pass the people here, because I mean the difference is really big from the top 5 to the other 3 or 4 cars in the group. So you pass a lot, and I know it's really hard to open, and especially with 12 scale. So yeah, like I talked to Ollie afterwards, and he also said it's really dangerous, and like we think when they open like immediately, but maybe they keep one more corner or two, and it completely changes your lines. So yeah, it's always a lottery how to get through.
Yeah, everything just happens really, really fast.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, well done, and good luck, and hope to speak to you later.
Thank you.
Just wanting to cover a bit of an unseen feature, really, of 112th and foam tyre class racing, but that's the tyre truing. So just down here in the tyre truing area, next to the pits, going to have a quick chat with Mark Payne. Kindly agreed to have a bit of a chat with us. Mark, very experienced. So Mark, do you just want to explain what you're doing?
Yeah, so I'm truing. I've come away with tyres that are maybe a bit too big. So as the grip comes up, I mean, that's a 42 mil tyre. And as the grip comes up, probably I want to be running slightly smaller. So I'm going to true these down to 41.5. They've not been run yet, but I've come with tyres that are maybe a little bit too big for this grip level. So all I'm doing is I'm just skimming them down to the size I want. The rears will be 41.5 and the fronts will be 40.5. So that's a 1 mil stagger. So there's 1 millimetre between the size of the rear and the size of the front. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm going to do 4 sets of tyres, which is all I need for today. I might then use them again tomorrow and re-skim them. A lot of drivers don't, but I'm a bit cheap with tyres, so I like to try and reuse them. So, but I don't like to use them straight off the track. I like to just give them a skim. They'll go even smaller, so probably maybe 41-40, but that's as small as I'll run. So really at this kind of level, it's 2 runs out the tyres, I would say. If I'm in the UK, I'm probably going to get maybe 3 or even 4 runs out the tyres. Maybe 3 runs at national level, and then they'll just be club tyres after that. So 3 or 4 runs. Here, it's 2 runs and done.
Okay, so, I mean, you mentioned, obviously, the tyres not necessarily wearing evenly. That's because, well, I guess in this case, with an anti-clockwise circuit, you're wearing the right-hand side tyres more than you are the left.
You are, and on the fronts especially that happens. And again, at club level, all I'd do is, second run, I'd just swap the 2 fronts over and run the slightly larger one on the outside, so that by the time you've done that, it'll have evened out. But here it's not so good. And also the rears end up not only being slightly different sizes, but actually they end up being slightly conical depending on the wear of the track. So again, you need to take that out because these cars don't have diffs, they have solid rear axle spools, and that's really sensitive to differences in tyre dimensions. So you really need to know that you're starting, with true tyres. Some of the, like the GT class, some of the drivers have come to me with cars and said, well, can you help, whatever. They're running tyres that have done 10 runs, and they're no longer what they should be, and so you've got to be really careful with these tyres. You can get maybe 3-4 runs, but then really you should consider that you're done with that tyre because they just get softer and softer and squidgy and they lose their integrity. So.
Well, that's another thing. The additive that we're running this weekend, the control additive, it's quite oily, isn't it? So it soaks into the tyre a bit more?
It does, and I quite like this additive though, because I think that the idea of our spider grip additives that we use in the UK, which are a bit cleaner, less oily, the idea that they preserve the tyres for longer, I actually think is false, because what they'd make the tyre much more sensitive to diameter, and so you've still got drivers that are using them for 2 runs and then binning them. Some of the top drivers here will do 1 run on a set of tyres and then never use them again. I mean, and for me, that's almost a sin, you know, that I feel uncomfortable with that. So it is true that the spider type additives are kinder to the rubber, but if you're only doing 2 runs on the tyres in a meeting, and it's all a bit pointless, they're going in the bin anyway. So I would rather have the kinder grip of an oily additive. I think the cars are nicer to drive on the track using the Speed Tech oil-based additives, but that's just my personal opinion.
Joining us here for a lap of the EFRA 1/12 European Championships circuit, hosted by the MRCZ track. Heading down the main straight, we're going to flick left, scrubbing the speed off. We head in towards a little hairpin, then a quick flick back to the right. This is going to be a constant radius probably. Round to the right again, then back round to the left, curving as we start building the speed all the way down underneath the driver's rostrum before another sort of tightening left-hand turn into a hairpin, then another quick flick to the right, constant radius again as you start getting on the power. This is possibly going to be a triple apex right-hander before another quick flick to the left as we go down towards the bottom end of the circuit. Building speed, then starting to scrub speed off, turning round to the left again before we head up in towards this tight, tortuous chicane as we flick right then left. Right again on the exit, then back round to the left and out onto the main straight, building the power all the way back down again, getting faster and faster as we complete the lap.
Let's go. Let's go.
There we go, Simon Lauter, European champion.
Yeah, in the end it paid off. I'm happy.
cuts back through, so change for third position there, Mark Reinhardt. Michael Olowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
Yeah, it's good to have it back after last year.
Well, thank you for watching along and commenting along. We have started the GT class. As is the way, the first 2 heats of each round are the GT class, so we'll be back with commentary when we get to the LMPs, which will be for Heat 3. So we will talk to you again then, but in the meantime, thank you to Hobbywing for being our title sponsor at this event and being in just about every single car here. And also, of course, to Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski RacingLine.com. This is the support class that you can see going around now, so we'll leave you with the sounds of Beyond talking the track, and we'll be back very soon with the LMP class, the stock or spec class for Heat 3.
2, 5. And then we got 6, 7, 8, 3 behind. Front row. 1, 4, 2, 5. Number 2 coming front. Come a little bit near. There, good there. Rest of the guys behind. 8, stay where you are. Number 6. No one behind 8. A little bit forward, 6. That's good. So, 1, 4, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3. Mark is ready, drive is ready, going racing. Everybody's on the way, group number 2. Good luck, drivers. Make it a good one. 6 minutes down, 2 minutes to go. Still a very hard life here. Lawrence Sips 5 seconds away from Mika now. Lewis still in the 3 spot.
So we are back. Just taking the opportunity of the small gap at the end of the round, and the GT class running on track at the moment. There's an opportunity for some refreshments. Quite long rounds and quite long days, so needing to give a little bit of time just to be able to keep us on air. Also saw just before the break we managed to catch up with Ollie Payne, who took the stock round, Mark Reinhard, who took the modified round as well. 1 minute 30 left of the GT class running, then we get back into the proper 1/12 class. So this is the EFRA 1/12 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. We're RC Racing TV, and we are bringing you this live coverage in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing and also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Just under 1 minute left of this one. Laurent Sips looks like he has managed to get a decent lead up over Mika Mobers. Toby Hampson asking what motor is with these GT12s, 13.5. These are 17.5 powered, so 17.5 for these. We've got 13.5 in the LMP Spec class, and we've got 6.5 Blinky in the modified class. It's a good point. If you're just joining us on YouTube, feel free to drop any questions you might have in the chat. We will endeavour to answer them as best we can throughout the course of the afternoon. We've got round number 3 of qualifying for the Spec class coming up. Ollie Payne having taken 2 rounds of it already. It's 2 rounds to count from 5, so Ollie already has a locked-in lowest score already. He hasn't secured TQ yet, and he can't do that until round 4. With that, he would need to win all 4 rounds, or the first 4 rounds, in order to absolutely guarantee it. But he is guaranteed to be starting on the front row, if nothing else. So, as he was mentioning earlier on in our interview with him, maybe a bit of an opportunity for him to experiment for the next couple of rounds until he definitely needs a time to put in. So he's got maybe the opportunity that some of the others haven't of a little bit of testing coming up. We're getting set then for the first of the 1/12 scale classes. Chris House is going to lead away from Lee Moss, Dennis Marshallot, Winston Barnett, Eric Gorgeau, Eric Roll, Patrick Room and Jean-Michel Taimans. Track is open, drivers are heading round, just circulating, getting themselves on the line.
Starting behind. Yeah, looks like it's possible here. Drivers ready, marshals ready, we go racing.
Chris House leading away, or as we're in Europe, he becomes known as Christophe Maison. Heading down the main straight for the first time, with struggling a little bit with the chicanes that seem to have been placed in his way down there. Not the best opening lap. Let's pick up Lee Moss, the car in front of Chris. He is down the main straight now, the white front, green rear car. We've got him in shot. Let's run with Lee Moss because Chris looks like he's having a bit of a mare behind him. Lee Moss leading this one from the car of Chris House, but Chris not looking particularly comfortable with his car at the start. Chris House now starting to pick up the pace a little bit behind Lee Moss, so we'll see him start to appear in the back of shot. Chris with a slightly slower lap actually at this point, a 13.492 for Lee Moss, 13.449 for Chris House. Running with the, started out 1 second behind Chris House. Chris is the car just out of the back of shot. Mistake there for Lee off the end of the straight, bit of a bobble. So gap now about 0.7 of a second. But let's see if Chris can just stretch that gap. They're coming through some traffic. Lee gets a little bit balked, slows him down. So Chris House goes to the top. Lee Moss now 0.3 behind him, or 0.3 in front of him, sorry, on the clock. Though nearly back to their starting positions. These two made a bit of a break for it. We're running with Chris's car at the moment. So we come into like 2.5 minutes down. Chris looks like he's got up enough of a gap now over Lee. He has. So Chris leading this one by about 0.8 now. And a 13.2 fastest lap from Chris. Lee now back to the front from Chris. So these are the lead two we are watching. And in fact, Dennis Marshalow has got himself in between these two. So he is one car further back. Let's run with him for a little bit. The other white and it's slightly more orange that I can see, but it will undoubtedly look very similar to Chris's car. But we've got him on screen now as he heads down the straight. Still running in second place, so top three covered by 0.75 of a second. And a mistake there from the car we were running with, hopped over the barrier and carried on, so that will drop him right down the order because he will have missed the minimum lap time when he hopped across the track. So I dropped him right off. He lost about 6 seconds when he had to go round again.
4:30 down, 3:30 to go. Back in the race, you guys. Lee Moss still in front.
Let's see if we can pick up the two leaders again. They're just off the end of the main straight. So this the lead 2. We're running with Lee Moss, the lead car, which is the white front, green rear coloured car. So he's the second of these 2 cars. He is running in front of Chris House on the split. They're just coming past some traffic now. Chris started out 1 second in front of Lee. We're running with Lee at the moment. Just circulating around inside Chris's split. Mistake there for Lee. Drops him off the back of Chris. Chris House back to the front. Let's have a look. About half a second, the gap between the front 2 at the moment. It's up to about 7/10 actually. But still running with Lee Moss as he tries to hunt down Chris House. 0.8 of a second now, the gap between them. Chris just gets caught up coming through some traffic. Lee has emerged from it right on the back of him, so Lee Moss will now take the lead again. This is Chris House and Lee Moss seemingly permanently attached throughout the run. One of them's never really got more than a second away from the other one. Lee Moss hits the front, 0.6 up on Chris House. Just over 1 minute to go. Chris just starting to edge away towards the end of the run. Remember, he started 1 second in front of Lee. He's passed a piece of traffic in between them. Lee's closed in as they went through that traffic. Gap between them now some half a second in Lee's favour. Means that Lee started 1 second behind. He's now about half a second behind on the track. It's up to a whole 7/10 now. Although it looks like Chris has just extended very, very slightly this lap. Got it back to more like half a second, though. Runs a bit deep through the chicane at the end of the track. Final 10 seconds, so Lee just needs to bring this one home. He knows he's within 1 second, doesn't need to do anything daft. Just rolls it across the line, and in fact, Lee just makes the split actually for the extra lap that Chris doesn't. So, despite being absolutely nothing between them over the course of the run, Lee Moss manages to sneak on to the extra lap right at the end of that one. So a 36 in 13 for Lee Moss, and by about 4/10, Chris House misses out. So Lee Moss gets that one from Chris House and Winston Barnett. Track has been opened for heat number 4 of Spec qualifying. This is qualifying round number 3. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium, hosted by the MRCZ Club. We're bringing you this coverage all weekend in conjunction with our event sponsors Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Rob Jackson lining up at the front of this one. Rob Jackson and Arthur Hoffman had a pretty decent run of it last time. The 9 car and the 6 car. 9 car is the white front, red rear. So Rob not having a great time of it in seeding practice to end up sort of seeded down towards the bottom end of the field, but he's put in some decent runs so far. So we'll lead away with Rob Jackson. Rob Jackson leading away. So Rob had a bit of an issue last time out and ended up with a stop-go for a jump start. But car looking a little bit wayward at the moment, certainly around the front end, looks a little bit on the nose, a little bit pointy. But he's managing to keep it moving in the right direction. He'll hope that calms down a little bit. If he's got a slightly edgy car for the first minute, but then it comes good and he's good for the other 7, that's probably okay. He'd be a little bit wary of that when it comes to finals tomorrow, but he can do what he needs to. Mistake there from Rob into the barrier. Let's move our focus back 1 car onto the white number 6 car. That is Arthur Hoffman. Another mistake from Rob and gets out of the way. Arthur Hoffman then being left with a fairly sizable lead now from any of the surrounding cars. In fact, Yuka Hakamis has got himself up to the front through all of that with the number 5 car. That is the, let's see if we can find him. He is the yellow coloured car just going through the chicanes at the top of the circuit and out onto the main straight now. So yellow car in shot there. That is Yuka Hakamis leading. He's dropped back to 2nd now, but there is about 1 second between Yuka and Arthur Hoffman out in front. We'll continue running with Yuka as he tries to drive that gap down. Arthur Hoffman still leading from the car we are running with of Yuka Hakamis.
Coming back to racing here by 2 minutes 30 left, 2 minutes 30 gone, 5:30 to go. Car 6 in the front.
Yaku Humarshalo has got himself somewhere in the mix as well in 2nd place with the number 7 car. That is, let's have a look, I think that's 2 cars back, the sort of putty green coloured car, putty. There we go. In fact, that is the number 4 car of Gunnar Blumendal, but we'll continue to run with him. Looks like Rob Jackson's got himself back up into 2nd place. So let's see if we can find him, the white and red coloured car. He's going through the sweepy part at the top of the circuit. Now that was the car of Arthur Hoffman that he's just passed actually, who's just made a bit of a mistake, I think. So Rob's got himself back to the front of the field now, just as we picked him up. Rob Jackson leading from Arthur Hoffman by about 9/10 of a second. And Jukka Häkämies has got himself in the gap between them. Rob's car looking noticeably calmer in the second half of the run than it did in the first half of the run. Certainly cost him some time at the beginning. He is a fair chunk faster than anybody else. His best lap time 12.7. We've got next best lap is Arthur Hoffman with a 12.9. So a couple of tenths advantage in Rob's pocket. 3 minutes remaining of this heat number 4 of qualifying round number 3 here at the MRCZ Club in Zwevegem in Belgium. Rob successfully negotiates some of the slower cars in the heat in front of him. 2.5 minutes left now. And decent lead for Rob now, 2.5 seconds over Jukka Häkämies. Predicting a 37 lap run for Rob at the moment, 37 in 8.10. Split would be something like a 13. He's on a, what's he predicting now, 37 in 8.11. So he might just drop off to a quick 36 by the end of the run. We'll keep an eye on that with 2 minutes to go. Just once he's caught and past this green car, then he's got a nice big gap in front of him. So he can just work it. There you go, Rob is through. Very nice. Out through the top end of the circuit, down the main straight. Rob Jackson now leading this one by best part of 4 seconds. A little bit of over rotation there for Rob in one of the slower corners. Just keep an eye out on that. Make sure that that's not that was potentially him overcooking it. Car looks still calm, still stable. Rear sticks that time. Quite a tight line coming out onto the main straight. He could possibly do with just picking up the throttle a little bit earlier. Slightly better. 45 seconds left for Rob Jackson. Still predicting a 37 in 8.10. So we're into the final 20 seconds now. Running with Rob Jackson out in front.
20 seconds left, guys. On the clock, 20 seconds.
Decent lead now for Rob. Bit scrappy at the start, but recovered well, kept his head. Right until the end there on the split lap when he put it on its roof. So it's going to be a slow split for Rob. He lost about 3 seconds there on that one. In one sense, it didn't matter because he'd already made the split, but might cost him a few places for drivers who did successfully make it across for the split. So there you go, Rob Jackson with 37 in 8.12.9. Track being opened up for heat number 5. We got Julian Kryuzek, Sasha Lennertz, Cedric Gills, Emmanuel Ferrero, Thomas Gavell, Eero Hakamies, Tony Wade, Senna Optabeek, and believe Laurent Sips has dropped out in order to focus on the GT class.
So starting order 2, 7, 9, 8 in the front, 4, 6, 3, 5 behind. The second row.
Julian Kryuzek pulling up to the line.
2, you have to go a little bit back. Cross the first line. Second line is penalty line. That's good.
Julian Kryuzek going to lead away. Number 2 car. Kryuzek led away, and it looks like he's got a fairly big gap already over Sasha Lennertz. It's over the length of the main straight. So 12.9 for Kryuzek, 13.6 for Lennertz, so like 0.7 of a second. Kryuzek leading away from Lennertz after 3 laps. Let's see what his gap is. It's half a second that he's managed to pull. So I think Sasha Lennertz didn't get the greatest start and trigger the loop particularly early, because it looks like way more than the 1 second that's between them. Let's move our focus back 1 car onto the yellow front, blue rear car of Sasha Lennertz. There we go. Sasha Lennertz running in 2nd position in this heat. Sasha Lennertz, no one really visible in front of him and no one behind him. We've got Tony Wade in 3rd position. Let's see if we can find Tony. He is the yellow front, purple centre on his car. He's just going through the sweep up the top of the track now in the chicane and out onto the main straight. There we go, that's the car of Tony Wade. Tony running in 3rd position at the moment, just holding that from Cedric Gills. Small mistake there from Tony, just drops him off of Cedric's pace and puts him in 4th. Tony probably wanting to tidy it up a little bit. This is a better lap coming up, Tony. No, almost. So Tony a little bit wide off the end of the main straight. That was a better lap coming up. Did not worked particularly well for him there. Dropped him a couple of seconds off. We've got Cedric Gills now in 3rd position. Let's see if we can spot the 9 car. The 9 car is the all orange coloured car. He's just going through the fast sweep in the middle, through the chicane and out onto the main straight. So this is 3rd place man, Cedric Gills, making several attempts to get through the sweeper at the end of the main straight. Car looks a little bit on the nose. It's like he's driving around the edge of a 50p piece, but manages to get that cut back. Still running with Cedric Gills in third position. If we move our focus back one car onto the yellow car with the white cockpit, this is the car of Julian Krajicek. Leading this one fairly comfortably, heading for a 37 lap run, 37 in 3. Julian Krajicek leading this one from Sasha Lennertz, Cedric Gills, Thomas Cavell, Sene Optebeek, Tony Wade. It all started so promising, but he has descended down the order, and Eero Hakamies just behind Tony. We're running with Krajicek at the moment. Just needing a little bit of help getting past the number 9 car, I think, of Cedric Gills, who gets the call from the ref and dives out of the way. One minute 50 seconds remaining. Julian Krajicek still leading this one pretty comfortably from Sasha Lennertz. We're running with the lead car at the moment of Julian Krajicek. Just catching a bit of traffic at inopportune moments. There we go, gets out of his way, and a wild Tony Wade appeared in shot there. That would have caught Julian's attention. So Julian feeling a little more comfortable now that he doesn't have the pressure immediately on him from the back. Lead of around 8 seconds. With 45 seconds remaining. Julian Krajicek with 30 seconds to go. He's got about 9 or 8.5 seconds now over Sasha Lennertz. Now's the time when it's super easy to make mistakes. But you've done it, you've come this far into the run. Into your final 10 seconds now, so he is on his split lap. It will be a 37 in something like 5, I would think, if he makes no mistakes through here. And there we go, 37 in 5.2. Everyone finished. So Julian Krajicek taking that one from Sasha Lennertz and Cedric Gills. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on this RC Racing TV coverage of the EFRA 112 European Championships. We're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing and also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlovsky Racing Line. Coming up next, we've got Niels Mers, Andrew Thompson, Ole Thomas Bryn, Eric Suttereu, Tim Janssen, Magnus Hellmark, Mark Payne, Esteban Fontaine, and Alfie Hart. One minute until the start. Niels Mers will be leading this one away with the 3 car. That's the minty green coloured car in the middle of your shot. We've then Niels Mers going to lead away then with the minty green coloured car. Niels gets a decent start from Andy Thompson, looking to build that gap already. So Niels with the hot opening lap of a 13.2. We'll give it a couple of laps to settle in and look to see what the running order looks like. Niels Mers fairly comfortable at the front because I think Andy Thompson and Ole Thomas Bryn are kind of knocking lumps out of one another in the background. Let's see, it's the 1 car that has popped out into 2nd position. See if we can locate the 1 car. That is the white sort of multicoloured car. He's just going through the chicanes at the top of the track out onto the main straight. It'll look predominantly white on stream. So this is the car of Esteban Fontaine, running in 2nd position at the moment. Belgian driver. Esteban Fontaine trying to find his way past the car in front of him, which I think is the car of Magnus Hellmark. So running in 3rd place on the split. These two circulating with some nice pace. We're running with Esteban Fontaine at the moment, current 2nd place man. Trying to chase down on track the car of Magnus Hellmark. And Magnus not really opening up for him when he kind of could do. There you go, Magnus has just opened up for him. Esteban Fontaine then currently running about 7/10 off of the lead. Not a million miles away. Esteban now closing in on the car of Andy Thompson, that looks like. So ducks inside Andy's car on the exit of the chicane. And a bit of a launch across the track from Andy, just out of the back of shot. Esteban now running in 2nd position to Niels Mers. In fact, Esteban's now hit the front. So we are running with the lead car at the moment. Nils goes to the front when he crosses the loop, but Esteban filters back to the top, leading this one by 1.1 seconds currently. Mark Payne's got himself up to third, so let's move back 2 cars to the green and white coloured car. There we go, that is Mark Payne. Just getting it slightly wrong going through the chicane. That's going to drop him down from third place, I would have thought, as he crosses the line. Yeah, it's dropped him all the way from third to sixth. So super, super close between third and sixth. So Fontaine and Mers are about 7/10 of a second apart out in front, but then the gap between Hellmark, Sotoreu, Bryn and Payne is around 1 second, covering those 4 cars. We're with Mark Payne at the moment. Mark just dropping to the tail of those guys contending for the top 3. We are 5 minutes in, got 3 minutes left. Small mistake there from Mark. So let's see if we can find Nils Mers. If we drop back 1 car, I believe that will be Nils. There we go, the minty green coloured 3 car. That is Nils Mers. Leading this one now by, or in second, sorry, to Esteban Fontaine. About 1 second off. Still just over 2 minutes left. Nils Mers moves to the top, but then Esteban Fontaine will jump back 0.8 of a second the gap. Let's stay with Nils. Last time round it was a 12.9 for Nils Mers. It was a 13.2 for Esteban Fontaine. So gap coming down. Nils Mers again filters to the top. We'll wait and see when Esteban Fontaine comes across the line with 1.5 minutes left. Back to the top again. Gap is now down to about 0.4 of a second. So at this current rate, this car that we're running with of Nils Mers, within the next couple of laps, I suspect he may well hit the front. Gap is now just over 0.3 between Nils Mers and Esteban Fontaine. Nils Mers has now got Esteban Fontaine by about 0.5 of a second. Still running with Nils Mers. 30 seconds left. See as Esteban Fontaine crosses the line where he filters up to. Gap is now about 0.4 in the favour of Nils Mers. On to the final lap for Nils Mers. Super close actually between the top 3. Ole Thomas Bryn has got himself somewhere in the mix, just waiting for finishing times. Nils Mers gets that one just from Esteban Fontaine. by about 1/10 of a second. Niels Mers getting that then from Esteban Fontaine and Ole Thomas Bryn. That's the end of heat number 6 then. Getting set now for heat number 7. 7 will consist of Dennis Meether, Janne Koivisto, Rick van der Acker, Øyvind Stusdal, Olivier Pierrat, Mark Dieterman, Mark Jordan, Mikael Brandt and Jan Dietmar. Bringing you this live coverage in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing and also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. We thank them for helping us to bring you this coverage. Dennis Meether going to lead away. Dennis Meether has led off then with his orange front, blue rear on his car. Down the main straight now. Give it a couple of laps to settle down. Dennis ready with a quick opening lap of a 12.5. Follows it up with another 12.5. Øyvind Stusdal up into second position. That's 4/10 back off of this car of Dennis Meether that we're running with at the moment. Let's see if we can locate Øyvind Stusdal. He is the minty green coloured car. He's just going through the chicane at the top of the circuit out onto the main straight now. So will be the last of the cars coming down the main straight. There he is. Øyvind Stusdal. Just making his way up from sort of the mid-pack, or having started in the mid-pack. Running in front of the cars around him just on the split. So he's not actually caught and passed Janne Koivisto or Rick van der Acker, which are the two cars just out the front of shot at the moment from these. Small mistake there from Øyvind, just drops him off the pace slightly, and that could well be enough. I mean, he is, what is he, he's a 10th off of the lead. He's now like half a second off of the lead, but he has just hung on to second position from Rick van der Acker and Janne Koivisto. So still close battle going on. Let's move our focus forward one car onto the orange coloured car. This is Rick van der Acker running in third position at the moment. He's running third actually to Øyvind Stusdal, who was leading. Janne Koivisto has opened up and let Rick van der Acker through, but top three covered by about 6/10 of a second. And a small mistake there from Rick. That lets Janne Koivisto back through. So Rick had done all the hard work. He'd caught the split up on Janne. And he's now got the close attentions of Øyvind right in the back of shot. So these are the guys running second, third and fourth, but in reverse order. So Rick does the right thing, opens up for Øyvind. We're running with Rick van der Akker at the moment. Oyvind Stusdal just in front of him. Let's move the focus forward onto him, the minty green coloured car of Oyvind Stusdal. He's trying to chase down on track Janne Koivisto. Janne started in front of him on the split, so Oyvind is in front of him. About 9/10 of a second down the road on the clock is Dennis Miether from this car that we are following of Oyvind Stusdal. Can be really, really frustrating runs like this, certainly on an open, wide, fast-flowing track where you can spend 10 laps just eating into someone's 1 second split, and then one mistake just a little bit too deep in a corner, and all of that work, all of that effort, bang, it's gone. And there we go. Ooh, bit of a coming together between Rick van der Akker and Oyvind Stusdal. That's not worked out well for Rick. It didn't work out too bad for Oyvind. But Oyvind running in... Oh, in fact, it did work out badly for Oyvind. He had a body tuck there. That's going to put Janne Koivisto up into second position. Let's see if we can find Janne. He is the yellow and blue coloured car, so he's just going through the sweep out onto the main straight now. Second place man now, Janne Koivisto, is 2.2 seconds off of the lead. Dennis Miether continuing to hang on to the lead. 3 minutes remaining. Janne Koivisto still running in second position. We've got him in shot. He is, let's see, as he crosses the line, he is about 2.2 seconds off of Dennis Miether. Dennis is making his way through a bunch of traffic at the moment, and Janne is just heading towards them. Not got there yet. 2 minutes left, so we'll stick with Janne and see how it develops as I cross the line. Still like 2.4 seconds, the gap out in front. Janne Koivisto managing to keep the car moving. Still in second position. Just trying to see if he can get any pressure at all onto Dennis Miether. Dennis has crossed the line, just waiting for Janne to cross the line. Gap is still, it's around that 2.5 seconds. So gap not coming down despite Dennis being sort of in and around other cars. Janne Koivisto, who we are running with nice and clear. Let's pick up Dennis Miether again, the orange front, blue rear car. It's up at the top end of the circuit through the chicane and out onto the main straight now. So here we go. This is trying to just work and carve his way through traffic. The leader, Dennis Miether, with about 45 seconds remaining. Dennis Miether continues to hold that 2.5 second lead. Final 20 seconds now for Dennis Miether. Still with a 2.5 second lead. Able to hang on. This should be his final lap. It will be. I think he's heading for like a 38 in 1.5-ish. There we go. Missed it by 0.2. 38 in 1.3. Janne Koivisto, 38 in 4.8. So pretty much 2.5 seconds back. Jan Dietmar pops up into third at the end from Mark Jordan. Times expired. Heat number 7 is done. Heat number 7 done, and into the pits. Okay, coming up next then, we've got Thomas Stenger, Stefan Huyss, Marcus Andreasen, Alex Seiter, Dan Burks, Freddie Parker, Michael Back, Tom Adams and Philip Lischke. I think we have a bit of a problem though for Stefan Huyss. With a breakage on the warm-up lap. Stefan Huyss not taking the start on that one then. So we will have Thomas Stenger lead away from Marcus Andreasen with a 2-second gap in between them. Leading away then with the yellow coloured car of Thomas Stenger as he comes down the main straight. Stefan Huyss not making the start of this one, having broken the car on the warm-up lap. See how everything settles down after a couple of laps. So Thomas Stenger to the front, but after the opening lap he was down in like 5th or 6th position. Still sitting in 5th position after a couple of laps, but we'll sit with Thomas at the moment. So 3 laps in, we've got Freddie Parker leading this one from Dan Burks. Let's see if we can find Freddie. He is orange front, white centre, yellow rear. He's just going through the fast sweep now up to the top end of the circuit. There we go, that's Freddie Parker in the middle of shot. So this is our leader, Freddie Parker. Just closing in on the rear of, or trying to close in on the rear of the car of, not sure what colour that is. It's not Dan Burks because that's one car further in front. It's the car 2. So that is the car of Alexander Seiter. So Alex makes a small mistake and Freddie takes that as his opportunity to bumble through. So Freddie now running out in front, currently predicting a 39 in 9. Probably going to drop off very slightly to a quick 38, but really good pace from Freddie here. Was really good pace, just makes a small mistake and fires it out into the outside of the barrier. Car continues moving, but that will just knock a little bit of pace off of him. So we've now got the 3 car of Marcus Andreasen leading. Believe he is the orange and white coloured car, just going through the chicane and down the main straight. We'll confirm that is indeed the 3 car of Marcus Andreasen. Leading this one by a couple of tenths from Thomas Stenger. Dan Burks within 0.8 of a second of the lead as well, but we'll continue to run with this, the second place man. So it's started out 2 seconds behind Thomas Stenger. 5 Freddie Parker's got himself back up into 4th position currently. We're running with the leader, Marcus Andreasen. Freddie Parker hits 3rd now and is starting to build his pace towards the front. Still the lead car here. Just saw out the front of shot the lead car of Thomas Stenger. So this car started out 2 seconds behind the lead. That is Stenger there, and that is Andreasen there. We are running with the car. If we move back 1 car onto Andreasen, there we go. This is our lead car. Running in the lead by a whole half a tenth. And in fact, Thomas Stenger now gets the lead back. Dan Burke's also somewhere in the mix. Let's move the focus back 1 car onto the green and gold car. There we go. That is Dan Burke's. He is 0.4 of a second off the lead and is in 3rd position currently. A decent run starting to come together for Dan. He's now 0.3 off the lead. Tim Fry says, "Hi James, what's the most popular chassis being run?" There's kind of a mixture out there. There's quite a few automatics. There's quite a few Schumachers. We've got a few CRCs. There's quite a lot of X-rays out there. So yeah, bit of a mixture of various different chassis. I think we've seen a few Roche as well. So yeah, there's pretty much a bunch of everything. I think there's some Destiny in attendance as well. So a few different things out there. We're running with Dan Burke's at the moment in 3rd position. Let's see as he crosses the line. He is 0.3 of a second off the lead and is in 3rd position currently. So Dan dropping to a whole 0.6 off of the lead whilst being in 3rd position. Let's have a look as they cross the line. Yeah, it's back to 0.4 now between them. Let's see if we can find Thomas Stenger. He is the 9 car, all yellow coloured car. He's going through the top end of the circuit now, out onto the main straight. There we go. So that is the number 9 car of Thomas Stenger. And Dan Burke's has got himself up into 2nd position. Now Dan is 0.4 off the lead of this car, Thomas Stenger. Thomas Stenger extends his lead over Dan to around 0.8 last time round. Let's have a look at lap times. It's a quicker lap from Dan Burke's though. It was a 12.5 versus a 12.9 for Stenger. So gap now half a second.
Very good reaction here from Carnival 1. Pulled the brake to be sure. Cost him a little time, so he's going down to 1 second behind the leader. But he got 1/10.
So Dan Burke's drops off to 3rd position from this car. Thomas Stenger from Andreasen. Thomas Stenger leading by about 1 second now. Stenger with 30 seconds to go. He's got his lead up to 0.6. 20 seconds left. We'll run with Thomas Stenger all the way to the end. See, this is going to be his final lap. He's going to do a 38 in 1. So Thomas Stenger crosses the line on a 38, just under a 1. Waiting for Andreasen, 1.5. Let's see what Dan Burks does, 1.8. And Freddie Parker right at the end popped up, I thought he popped up into 4th place. Tom Adams just gets him in 5th. So we've got in the end, about 1.7 seconds covering the top 5. So super close run there for everybody. But Thomas Stenger getting that from Marcus Andreasen and Dan Burks. Heat number 9 coming up. Andrea Torrigiani, Christian Gear, Ben Vincent, Jacques Libar, Rico Clays, Werner Spanbruckner, Lucas Larson, Stuart Cartwright and Alexander Van Gansen. Welcome to you if you are just joining us halfway through this qualifying round number 3. Here at the EFRA 112th European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. Bringing you this coverage in association with our event sponsors Hobbywing and also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. E-Money says, God, this used to be my favourite class of racing. I remember using 1700 SCE cells. Hit the wall once and not enough battery to get to the end. Great times. Absolutely. Andrea Torrigiani going to lead away. The number 9 car, all white coloured car closest to us. Andrea leading away from Christian Gear. So popular cells in use now, rather than the 1700 milliamp cells they're talking about. We're now talking about like 7,500 cells and 8,500 cells in the case of some of the drivers. A little bit more punch out of the 7.5, and the voltage holds up a little bit better towards the end of the run with the bigger cell with the 8.5, so it kind of crosses over in terms of an advantage. We're still running with the lead car of Andrea Torrigiani. And we've got Christian Gear trying to close him down. Christian is sort of 1 car back. If we move back 1 car on our focus, there we go, that is Christian Gear. He's got himself into the lead of this one because he is running less than 1 second behind Andrea. His clock started out 1 second behind him when he crossed the line, so he is effectively in front of him on the clock. E-Money says that's 30 years ago at least. Yeah, I can imagine. I know the cells back in the sort of early to mid 90s. We were talking 1700 SCEs, then we went to SCRs and SCRCs if you were really posh. So been around a little while, but yeah, 1700 SCEs, if I remember correctly, they were the red heat shrink with the black text. I'll probably have a million people shouting at me for that one, for getting that one wrong. Christian Gear, though, lead car. We're running with him at the moment, leading from Andrea Torrigiani, who is the car just out the front of shot. Christian gets back to the front. He's leading by about 1/10 at the moment from Andrea. Started 1 second behind him. Andrea is just... in fact, Andrea has held on to the lead now. Andrea leading this one by about 1/10. So it means that actually in real terms he's 1.1 seconds down the road on the track. Pompey Matt says, has Chase Mackman raced yet? No, he has not. Chase is in heat number 11. So he did a sterling job yesterday. and seeded himself into the top heat. Found it a little bit more of a struggle today from the top heat, but still got time to rescue that. Running with Christian Gear in second position at the moment. Let's move the focus back one more car onto the yellow coloured car of Ben Vincent. Ben running in third position at the moment. And Ben may actually just, after a small mistake from Christian, in front of him on the track, Ben may well be getting towards the front of this now. Let's just have a look as they cross the line. Ben up into second position because Andrea's made a mistake as well. Top three covered by 0.3 of a second between Andrea, Christian and Ben, the car that we are running with at the moment. Ben Vincent now actually hits the front, leading this one by 2.5 of a second. We're running with the lead car of Ben Vincent. Christian Gear just in the front of the shot. So Ben is running inside Christian's split. Andrea just managing to snatch the lead back. He's got it by 1.5 at the moment from the car we're running with, Ben Vincent. Andrea, though, starting to catch a little bit of traffic. May just check him up slightly when the margins are this fine.
4 minutes 30 down, 3 minutes 33 low. Andrea in front, Ben in 2, Chris in 3, Rico in 4 spot. Stuart in 5, Spotty in 6, Augustin in 7, Lucas Larson.
Still Ben Vincent, still running in second position, trying to chase down the car of Christian Gear. Started out 1 second in front of him. Andrea's got his lead up to a whole 1/4 of a second. And in fact, just a slightly scrappy lap from Ben has dropped himself down into 4th position because Rico Clays is somewhere in the mix. Let's move our focus back one car because I believe that must be Rico. That is the white, or mainly white car with a bit of green on it. There we go. That is Rico Clays. He's now down in 4th position, but he is, 1.3 seconds off the lead. Andrea's lead now looking a little bit more comfortable with 2.5 minutes left. This is now 3rd place man Rico Clays. He is 1/4 of a second off of 2nd place Christian Gear. Let's see if he can re-establish himself. There we go, up into 2nd position. He is like 1.8 seconds off of Andrea. Let's go back to Andrea then, the all-white coloured car. He's just coming past us now. There we go. This is Andrea Torrigiani leading this one by best part of 2 seconds.
6 minutes on, 2 to go.
Mark Bruton Young says red cells with black text he thinks were 1500. 1700s were yellow with black text. Then they went to black heat shrink and white text 1900, but his memory is a little bit poor. Anybody out there knows the answer? Please join in, let us know. Still running with Andrea Torrigiani out in front.
1 minute, guys. 1 minute on the clock.
SCR were red, SCE were yellow cells. Andrea still leading this one. He's now still putting in some decent pace at the end of the run. So Stu Cartwright just opens up to let Andrea through. What have we got? 20 seconds left. So Andrea being challenged at the start, but just keeping his head. The Specs for Spec Racing class, they are a controlled output from the speed controller, so you'll hear it referred to as blinky. It's a defined timing profile for the motor, and it is a 13.5 turn brushless motor that are in the cars. Other than that, the specs are the same, so they're the same weight, 730 grams. The minimum weight, maximum width, 172 millimeters. Something in the region of a 195 to 200 mil wheelbase. But there we go, Andrea Torrigiani taking that one from Christian Gear. And Alec Van Gansen pops up in third position. Rico Clays and Ben Vincent just dropping off right at the end. Mark Bruton Young, how many milliamp hour were the black Sanyos? I think you're talking about the 1700 SCRCs, which were the black text with like the golden rainbow coloured writing. Mark, they were 1700s. Coming up next, Heat 10, the penultimate heat of Spec. So possibly got a few viewers either joining us or paying a little more attention. Niels de Greiser, Nico Saarinen, James Hart, Alex Anderson, Hupo Honigel, Bailey Graves, Andreas Bryn, Morgan Williams and Finley Whitelock. We've got some good round scores. We had Niels de Greiser, he's had 2 fits in round. We've got Nico Saarinen with a 4th in round last time. Niels de Greiser has led away with this one. We're following him at the moment. Nico Saarinen just behind, and in fact now just in front. Let's move our focus onto him. The white coloured car of Nico Saarinen, with the number 1 car leading this one from Niels de Greiser. So Nico Saarinen in front after 3 laps by a whole 1/10 of a second from Morgan Williams. Just filtering through super close for the first couple of laps. We're running with the lead car at the moment of Nico Saarinen. Nico leading this one by about 6/10 currently from Morgan Williams. In fact, James Hart's also in the mix. So it's about 8/10. Let's see if we can find James Hart then. He is the number 9 coloured orange car. He's just going through the fast sweep now up at the top end of the circuit and out down the main straight. So this is James running in 2nd position. Had a 6th in round yesterday. A little bit of a scruffy run over the curbs down by race control. James Hart running in second position. He's running about 7/10 off the lead. In fact, Bailey Graves is about a tenth in front of him. Let's see if we can find Bailey. He is 2 cars back. He's the minty green and white coloured car. So Bailey Graves running in second position now. Bailey Graves running in second position currently. Every time he crosses the loop, jumps to the top. 1.2 seconds behind Nico Saarinen. This could mix the order up a little bit if some of these guys can start getting themselves up around the top end of the field. Nico Saarinen still running out in front. We're running with the car of Bailey Graves at the moment, running in second position. He is about 1.2 seconds behind Nico Saarinen. Morgan Williams is getting himself into the mix as well with the number 3 car. That will be an all-white coloured car. Let's see if we can find him. He is just going through the fast sweep now, through the chicane at the top of the track. So he is trying to close in on the rear of Hupo Honegel. He's running in 4th at the moment as he crosses the loop. So Morgan somewhere in the mix with that one. Run with Morgan as he tries to chase down Hupo. Hupo, former European champion in this class, in the Spec class actually, that they're running at the moment. But Hupo having a little bit more of a struggle for pace. Although it's pace that I guess most drivers would dearly love to have. But Morgan makes his way through on him. Nico Saarinen still leading out in the front from Bailey Graves, James Hart, Alexander Anderson. So we've had a mistake from James Hart, I think, which is going to drop him down the field. And it has dropped him down the field. Let's see if we can find the lead car of Nico Saarinen again. He is the number 1 car. Which is the other all-white coloured car out there. He is just going through the sweep up towards the top of the circuit now. He's in the chicane and out onto the main straight. There we go, down the main straight. That is Nico Saarinen. Nico Saarinen, Finnish driver. 2 minutes 20 remaining for Nico. Let's see what his lead looks like when Bailey crosses the line. It is only about 0.4 of a second because Nico started out right near the front and Bailey was towards the tail end of the field. Still only 3.5 tenths between Nico and Bailey. So Nico needs kind of a clear run. That's Hupo that he is closing on. Bailey's got some traffic as well, but it doesn't look quite as densely packed. Nico is past Hupo. Having a look, still at sort of 3 tenths between Nico Saarinen and Bailey Graves. 4 tenths now, the gap between the two of them. Nico just making getting very slightly caught up in traffic. Let's see what that does with Bailey coming round. Let's see when Bailey comes round what he does. He'll filter up to the top. Where is he? It's still at 4 tenths. So try as he might, Bailey can't quite do anything about Nico. Nico Saarinen still leading this one. Bailey now half a second behind. Nico Saarinen seems to have fended off the threat as we go into the last minute of Bailey Graves. It's still only half a second though. 7/10 now. Nico looking a little bit more comfortable. So Bailey's pace going away very slightly right at the end of the run. 1 second now, the lead for Nico Saarinen into 30 seconds left. Nico Saarinen going to make it onto a 40-lap run, as is Bailey Graves. I think we're going to see about 1.3, 1.4 seconds between them at the end if they continue at this pace. Nico Saarinen on his split lap, as is Bailey Graves. Alex Anderson has finished. So there we go, 8:09.4 for Saarinen. And Bailey, let's have a look. That will be an 8:10.9, 1.5 seconds the gap between them right at the end. So Nico Saarinen taking that one from Bailey Graves, Alex Anderson, Finley Whitelock, Niels de Gruyser, Morgan Williams, Andreas Bryn, Hupo Honigol, and James Hart.
So now we're going to truck through from the time practice coming up through 11.
Top heat coming up then. Welcome to you if you're just joining us for this top heat. We're bringing you live coverage on RC Racing TV in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Ollie Payne going to lead away from Michael Bolt, Sam Coult, Ian Becker, Chase Mackman, Adam Mackman, Ollie Boltink, Adam Isay, and Max Mackler. Max back to his normal paint rather than the Mark Reinhard paint. Remember, Ollie Payne already with 2-round wins. Ollie Payne then leading away from Michael Bolt. Michael not getting off the line particularly quickly. Ollie Payne already extending at the start after 2 laps. He's a 10th up on Michael Bolt. .11.70 fastest lap for Ollie Payne. Sam Coult up into 2nd position. Running with a bit of an over rotation there for Ollie. So Ollie running behind Max Mackler on track, but Max running in 3rd position himself. Ollie leading this one by about 9/10 of a second at the moment from Sam Coult, but we will have a look because Max is now actually up into 2nd position. But having started out as the last car, He is right behind the car that he started immediately behind. So Ollie actually not making a massive impression on Max. So gap between Ollie and Max staying relatively constant. We're running with Ollie's car at the moment. I think that's the car of Adam Isay, the 6 car. It is the car of Adam Isay. So Adam's going to need to open up for Ollie and does so. Ollie Bultink up into 3rd. So super close. I can't really get a judge of the gap between Ollie Payne and Max Mackler, but what I can tell you is that Ollie started out 9 seconds down the road from Max, and gap has remained fairly constant. Ollie is still definitely leading this one from Max, but they are just swapping every time they cross the line. So we're running with Ollie Payne. You can see Max Mackler, who started out 9 behind him after a breakage in the last round. But, Max looks relatively comfortable in 2nd position at the moment. Max is in 2nd by about 1.5 seconds from Sam Coult. So Ollie will be wanting to get a 3rd round win from 3. Would still mean he could be beaten to TQ, but it would then take someone to take the next 2 rounds. Small mistake there from Max, actually in front of Ollie. Just puts him on route to get in, and yeah, bit of a scruffy corner from Max, and that lets Ollie in front of him. So we're now watching Ollie, who's sort of caught and past the 2 seconds or so that Max started away from him. Ollie now closing in on the rear of Chase Mackman. Chase opens up as they come out onto the main straight. So at the moment, Chase there opens up for Max Mackler as well. Max still running in 2nd position from Sam Coult. Sam holding it on to 3rd place at the moment by about 1/3 of a second from Ollie Bultink. So we've got Ollie Bultink closing in on Sam Coult, but we are running with the car of Ollie Payne at the moment. Then Max Mackler pops up. He is about 9/10 up on the battle for 3rd place. Ollie Payne still leading this one last time round, and 11.955. Ollie Payne still doing an 11.9 as we come past 6 minutes into the run. Ollie Payne still leading this one, heading towards the rear of, I think that's Ollie Bultink that he's closing in on. So that's Ian Beckart, moves out of the way of Ollie Payne. Max Mackler through And looks like Ollie Boltink has got Sam Coult. Ollie Boltink about 7/10 up on Sam Coult at the moment. Michael Bolt a few seconds back off of those two. So just waiting to see as they go through. Max crosses the line, pops back up into second position. He is 2 seconds down the road. So battle is on for third place between Sam Coult and Ollie Boltink. Ollie Boltink now behind Ollie Payne on track. So this could be a nice tow round. Ollie Payne still leading from Max Mackler. Sam Coult about 3/100ths in front of Ollie Boltink. So this is going to come right down to the wire. Ollie Payne, though, looks like he is going to take his third round from 3. Ollie Boltink up into second. Max Mackler up to second. Ollie Boltink and Sam Coult going for third place as they come round. So Ollie Payne is going to take that one. Ollie Boltink gets Sam Coult. So it's Ollie Payne from Max Mackler, from Ollie Boltink, from Sam Coult, Michael Bolt, Adam Isay, Chase Mackman, Ian Beckart, and Adam Mackman. Let's see what that has done for the overalls. That has got us with Ollie Payne with 3 round wins. We've got Max Mackler with 2 second places. Michael Bolt with a second and a fourth. Ollie Boltink with 2 thirds. We've got Sam Coult with a third and a fourth. Nico Saarinen, 4th and 6th. Niels de Gruyser, 5th and a 5th. Adam Isay, 6 and an 8. We've got James Hart with the 6 and an 8. Alex Anderson with the 6 and an 8. Bailey Graves, 7th in round then. That was a really good effort from him. So he's got a 7 and a 10. So some good pace coming together. We've got Andrea Torrigiani with an 11 and a 15. We've got Chase Mackman with a 12 and a 14. So some strong showings from juniors in there. Adam Mackman's popped himself up into the... he's in the B final at the moment as well with a 19th place. So starting to come together with some decent runs for them. So we're RC Racing TV once again, and bringing you live coverage in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing and also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlovsky Racing Line. Arno Buffat leading away then, the green coloured car out in front as we switch into the modified class. Janne Koivisto's got himself up into second position. Janne is 1 car back from this green car that we're following. Let's see if we can follow him for a bit. The yellow and blue coloured car. 1:30 down, 6 minutes 30 remaining. We're running with the car of Janne Koivisto in second position at the moment. Arno Buffet has led away out in front. Let's see who is running in third position. It's the 7 car of Riccardo Ferretti. Let's see if we can spot the number 7 car. That is the grey-blue coloured car just coming out onto the main straight now. The car of Riccardo Ferretti. So this run a little bit more chaotic, slightly less in control than the previous heats were. I think we've had a mistake from the lead car actually of Arno Buffet on that lap, so potentially expecting... In fact, he had enough of a lead. So he will retain that. So Mazzini hits the front, then the number 8 car. Let's see if we can find the 8 car. That is the white and pink coloured car. So Mazzini leading that one, but still getting out of the way of other cars around him. He's leading it not necessarily on pace, but through the medium of not crashing as much as everybody else. Just coming up to half distance. So this is the leader we're running with, but he is staying out of the way of some of the other traffic out there. It's still the lead car of Marco Mazzini. Just doing what he needs to, keeping it sensible. Keeping out the way of everybody else. So had a bit of a launch over the loop there for the lead car as just he came across an accident with some other cars. Mazzini still leading this one, but Heinz de Wald up into second position. We're still running, well, it's all gone wrong on that lap for the lead car. What was the lead car? Janne Koivisto back to the front, so let's see if we can find Janne's car. He is the yellow and blue coloured car. He's just up at the top of the circuit now, through the chicane and out onto the main straight. There we go, Janne Koivisto with the number 1 car. Back out in front with 2.5 minutes of this heat number 12 remaining. Still the lead car, Janne Koivisto. Closing in on previous leader Marco Mazzini. So Janne just trying to pick his way through the traffic. not falling particularly brilliantly for him, but he's getting through and edging away. Jano Koivisto still leading this one by 3.3 seconds. Into the final minute now. Final 25 seconds. Jano Koivisto on to his final lap. Jano Koivisto taking that one then by just over 4 seconds in the end. Slightly chaotic, a little bit messy come the end of the run. Run turned out, yeah, a little bit messy, people needing times and not having the greatest runs.
All right, so we are here with mod qualifying round number 3, heat number 13. See the names on the screen there: Stustol, John, Andreasen, Fjeld, Liptak, Lempriere, Larson, Nick, Marone actually, and Saarinen. So we'll start off with the lead car. So thank you very much for joining in the chat. Dave Chen asking where's live timing. myrcm.ch online. And you can find the MRCZ Club, or MRCZ if you're in the UK. So we got Stustol and John. Ooh, and John trying to get past Stustol there, but not able to. Wonder if the referee's going to call that. I think it was just a racing incident, but you never know. I don't hear anything being announced. But yeah, these two leading away from third place of John. Actually, Andreasen in the yellow and white has catching them up. I think that minty green car is being held up just very slightly. Lead car just a little slow, but not wanting to relinquish the place. Andreasen, familiar yellow and white. There's our lead car. Well, not the lead car. Didn't catch the number, but I think that is John in the 8. Liptak, Andreas, John, and Stustal's top 5. Maroney just popped up. Ooh, and the lead cars, 2 of the 3 getting all hung up together. Let's Andreas, let's follow that yellow and white because he's certainly going to be leading now this qualifying round 3. There you go. He pops up. Oh, Liptak in the car number 2 still has enough speed to hang on to the lead, but let's see for how much longer. Early lap chaos causing some issues here, and a white and yellow car. Got a yellow and white car and a white and yellow car, so I think that is lap traffic, but I'm not exactly sure. Maybe not. I think these guys have held each other up so much that they've let other cars creep up into contention. I think that's the green car, I believe. The bright green car is Morone, so let's focus on him, and as he's chasing down. Ooh, and he goes past. Referees call him. So that's Mr. Hot Race himself, Nicola Morone, doing some tire testing and body shell testing for his team drivers. As Morone's going around, doesn't take, actually drops down a couple spots. I think maybe being held up just a tiny bit there. Actually, I think this is Liptak, actually. We have the 2 different. There's Morone, who is running second. So it's just a little bit brighter green and a slightly duller green for Liptak. So we're with the second place currently of Nicola Morone with those white wheels, as James pointed out earlier, obviously running the Hot Race tires. And he is chasing down, I believe that is Saarinen or John in that minty green, passing him. Going through the chicanes there. It was a very tight, they're not exactly in line, but you cannot, you're physically impossible to take that as a straight line, those chicanes at the very end. Kind of hard to see from this angle, but you can't just take it as it just bombs straight through it without touching. Oh, and there goes, stuck over the time loop, as you can see there. That is the number 5 of Morone. See if we can find the number 2 of Liptak as he crosses. I believe it's one of this jumble of cars that's coming through, so it's going to make it very difficult. I don't know why I said that, but the number 2, I think it's this one. Physically on track behind Morone, but we know Morone's lost at least 3 or 4 seconds. Yeah, I can just see a flash of 2 on the side of that car there, thanks to the very large screen that's in front of us. So, which of these 2 green cars is it now? I think this is it here. Got held up a bit. I think ran over the rumble strips a bit. But this is our leader at the moment, Liptak. 5.5 minutes down, 3.5 minutes remaining. Going through the chicane onto the straight. That's where the starting grid is going to be. Later in the day, we have the first of the finals, but only for the GT category, or exhibition class. All of the finals for the LMP cars, which is what you're watching now, the Spec and the Mod. Those are happening tomorrow. So we're in the third of 5 rounds of qualifying, right in the middle of it. 2 more heats of modified coming after this one. Top guys coming up in heat 15. 8-minute runs again, as all of our viewers are most likely aware. So Liptak still leading this one, coming across the finish line around that Omega turn. Into the infield on this triple right turn, and then a very fast left sweeper through the chicane down the straight, and again crossing the finish line. And that was 11.5 seconds. That's how fast these laps are ticking off. Liptak on a pace for 42.809, way ahead of everybody else. About 3 seconds faster than anybody else on track over the whole 8 minutes. There's Morone again in that brighter green. And Morone is running 7th at the moment. So, ooh, and body damage on Liptak's car there. I don't know if that's a terrible. Is that a body tuck or look at this here, James, on Liptak, the second of the green cars. We're trying to show it on camera, but that is certainly going to be affecting all sorts of things on the handling and top speed of that car. Wallowing in agony, but he's trying to get across. He's running 2nd now. Andreasen in the car number 1. I think it's going to be, which of these yellow cars is it? When I'll look for him as we're following someone out on track. So it's the coming onto the straight now, Matt, is Andreasen, our new leader after Liptak has some significant body damage. Enough body damage on these things, on his car, to actually slow him down and make him lose the lead. So disaster for Liptak as Andreasen come across the finish, and Larson, Lemperriere both pulled off the track. We're with Marcus Andreasen coming down the main straight, across the finish line again. Looks like Marcus is going to be taking the win in this one. Liptak and John crossing at almost the same time. Very close between them. But they're 3 seconds apart on overall time, so it's not as close as it appears on track. They're literally just a beach towel apart. But we're with Marcus Andreasen from Sweden. Lots of Norwegian and there's Finnish racers here. There's lots of Scandinavians. It's good to see them making the trip down to Zwevegem in Belgium. We're on just in the southern border between Belgium and France, in the Flanders region. So there we go. That is everyone finished. Larson, the only one to not finish, but Liptak continuing to run. And get a good look. Oh no, it's we've got the timing screens come up, but see if we can get a view of that. Dragging or something on the tire or ground or whatever, but I suppose if it was running on the carpet, they would have made him come off. But there we go. You can see just. Turn it around. Turn it around. I'm blocking the view. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Anyway, time to hand you back over to James, and be back on the camera in a moment.
Thank you, Frank. Heat number 14 of 15 just coming up. Here we go then, getting set here on RC Racing TV for our coverage of heat number 14 of 15. Martin Huddy going to lead away from Tobias Sutrick. So we got the one car, which is the all-white car, the 6 car of Sutrick, who is the white car with red flashes. We'll run with Martin Huddy as he leads away. So story of the last round was in this heat, I think Martin Huddy kind of fairly comfortable in the end, but Tobias Sutrick gave him a bit of a run at the start. And indeed Tobias opens up with a faster lap, some 0.3 faster. So we're running with Martin Huddy. Just out the back of shot is Tobias Sutrick. And Hupo Honigol also somewhere in the mix with these two guys. So the front three will be fancying their chances of making the A final. Already starting to carve their way through some traffic. Martin Huddy still leading the all-white coloured car. Tobias Sutrick in front of him on the clock. Still Martin Huddy running with Tobias Sutrick. The car that we are focusing on, the white and red coloured car, as he goes down the main straight. Running inside the split on Martin Huddy, but just makes a little bit small. Gabriel Morrow asking about lap times. If you want to see lap times, if you check out my RCM, you will see the lap times available to you. 11.0 fastest lap from Tobias Sutrick, 11.0 from Martin Huddy. So Martin Huddy opens up for Sutrick.
2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
So Andreas Byrne running in third position. Tobias Sutrick leading this one from Martin Huddy. The pair of them fairly comfortable out in front. Sutrick still leading this one, closing in on the back of some more traffic, but Sutrick still in front of Martin Huddy, and knows that all the while he's in front of Martin, he is definitely in front of him in the overall positions for the round, having started out one car behind him. A little bit of a gap starting to extend now for Tobias Sutrick over Martin Huddy. Predicted time they're heading for, Tobias is heading for a 43 in 8 minutes flat, pretty much. Martin Huddy predicting an 8.05. So decent lead now for Tobias. Sutrick still leading this one from Martin Huddy, one car back. Front two still a fair chunk ahead of everybody else. Hupo is running in third position currently, but he is well, in fact, it's Alexander Anderson in third position, but they're some 5 seconds back off of this lead Well, it's not really a battle because we've got Tobias Sutrick out in front of Martin Huddy, having started behind him. So all the while he's in front of him, he's definitely in front of him. And Tobias will know that. Martin's not really applying any pressure. So Martin will just be circulating around, trying to really optimise what he can out of this run. Two minutes left, or less than 2 minutes left, 1 minute 45 left for Tobias Sutrick as we start getting ourselves prepared for the top heat. So this looks a bit different to stock. Ollie Payne already having taken 3 round wins in stock. We are about to have the end of round number 3. What did we have last time out? We had Mark Reinhardt taking it from Ollie Payne by about half a second, and the pair of them lapping third place man Michael Orlovsky. Still to buy Sutrick from Martin Huddy. And Tobias just extending his advantage. Getting on for the best part of a lap up on third position. Tobias Sutrick, 30 seconds from home now. Just got a little bit of traffic, that gets out of his way quite nicely. Time expired. Tobias Sutrick taking that one in the end by around 4 seconds from Martin Huddy. Now, chance to breathe before the top heat. If it's anything like last time, it'd be very intense. So if you're just joining us in time for the top heat of Modified in qualifying round number 3, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing, also supported by Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Mark Reinhardt will be leading this one away then from Ollie Payne. Story of the last round was these two. Ollie Payne with a round. Mark Reinhardt with a round. Mark will lead away by dint of having had the faster time of the two so far. And Mikel Orlowski pulling up to the line with some odd-looking white wheels on his car.
ready, drivers ready. Third round qualifying. We're going to racing.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mark Reinhard leads away from Ollie Payne. We'll keep an eye on what Michael Orlowski manages to do in this run, but front two already going away. One round each for Reinhard and Payne at the moment. They started out 1 second apart. Mark leading this one by about a tenth at the minute. Orlowski not having a good time of it. Reinhard leading this one by about a tenth from Payne at the moment. We're still running with Mark Reinhard.
Between Reinhard and Ollie, we're talking about 1/10 after the laps. 1/10 after 4 laps. Hackberg 1/6.
4 laps in, about 1/10 of a second difference. We're running with Mark Reinhard. Let's shift our focus back to Ollie Payne and see if he can start driving in towards Mark Reinhard. Already starting to close in and catch him past the traffic. Orlowski already out of this one. Payne now to the front by about a tenth from Reinhard. Just swapping positions on the split. Like Hagberg pulling out of the way for everybody, so not good runs coming together. Just seeing the front two just absolutely checking out. They have already lapped the rest of the field. So already 2 retirements. We've got Alex Hagberg having retired. We've got Michael Orlowski having retired from this run. Front two, we're seeing Mark Reinhard about 4 tenths down the road from Ollie Payne. We're running with Ollie Payne at the moment. Mark Reinhard just shooting out the front of your shot. This is the battle for the event. Bit of over rotation there from Ollie Payne. That's going to extend Mark's advantage. Mark's advantage up to a whole 6 tenths of a second. Ollie's car just starting to look a little bit loose. Let's shift our focus back onto Mark. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. So we've got 6 cars circulating. Mark Reinhard, Ollie Payne, Adam Isay. Looks like he's going to appear in 3rd position, although I think he may not end up 3rd in round because some of the guys in the previous heat are going to be in with a good shout of that. But we have got a battle going on at the front of the field. Mark Reinhard from Ollie Payne. Reinhard we're running with at the moment. Gap is about 3 tenths of a second in Mark's favour. So Ollie pushing, trying to get into that gap. Ollie has got a slightly quicker lap with a 10.6. 10.8 for Mark, so this could put Ollie back in front. Mistake there from Ollie, out of the back of shot. So Ollie knew that was his chance. So Adam Isay past 3rd place man, Adam Isay. So 4 minutes in, and the 2 leaders are a lap up on 3rd place man, Adam Isay. So heading for potentially a 2-lap advantage for these guys. Mark's lead over Ollie. Let's just wait until Ollie crosses the line. Mark's lead now about 3 seconds. So Ollie having had a bit of a scruffy few laps. Still 2.9 seconds. Mark's lead. Predicting a time, a 45 lap run for Mark Reinhard.
between Mark Reinhardt and Ollie Payne. Now 3 seconds.
3 second gap between Mark Reinhardt and Ollie Payne. In fact, it's bigger than that. It's now 3.4 seconds between Mark and Ollie. Adam Isay is 7 seconds down on Ollie Payne, so that's getting on for half a lap. Mark through on Mobers. So nice clear track in front of Mark now, and with the 5 cars circulating. Yeah, there is only 5 cars circulating, which is Matthias Nedrabo. He just managed to have a bit of a coming together with Ollie, so that extended Mark's lead further. Wait and see when Ollie crosses the line. That is a 5 second lead now for Mark Reinhardt. So we're running with him. So storming run from Mark coming up. 2 minutes remaining. Mark doing everything he needs to, keeping it clean.
2 minutes to go. 2 minutes.
And Ollie having picked up a bit of body shield damage at the front, bit of a body tuck at the front of his car as well. Let's just pick up Ollie as he comes past so we can see that. He's just coming past us now. He's going through the fast sweep and up to the top end of the circuit. There is Ollie Payne. You can see a bit of a body tuck going on at the front. 1 minute 20 to go. Ollie now 6 seconds off of Mark, so best part of half a lap down. So a bit of a difference from previous heats. Let's go back to Mark for the final minute or so. Mark's just going through the fast sweep now, up to the top end of the circuit. There we go. Back on Mark's car for the last 50 seconds. He's just over 6 seconds in the lead from Ollie. A little bit different to previous rounds. Obviously, Mark looking set to take this round. But there could be some decent times coming from some of the guys in the earlier heat. There could be some good round scores from them. Mark Reinhardt going to take this one from, I think Ollie Payne's just going to hang on to second in round. But we'll update the timing as soon as we can afterwards. We know Mark Reinhardt is pretty well nailed on to be taking the round win. Still 6 seconds between them as Mark Reinhardt crosses the line for his 45 lap run. So Mark makes it across for the 45. Ollie won't make it across. There we go, a 45 lap run for Mark Reinhardt from Ollie Payne. Adam Isay in third, Marcus Mobers in fourth, and Matthias Nedrabo in fifth. Let's just see what that's done to the overall ranking lists. Mark Reinhardt then with he's got 2 round wins. Ollie Payne with 1 round win. Michael Orlovsky still in third position. Adam Isay in fourth. Then we got Martin Hutty, Tobias Sutrich, Nico Saarinen, Marcus Mobers, and Matthias Nedrabo. Hupo Honegol in the 10th position. We'll go and see if we can catch up with some of the quick guys. Okay, with Ollie Payne, took the round win in stock, second in round in mod, bit of a tougher run in modified that time?
Yeah, the traffic's pretty difficult. It's quite hard to get in a rhythm, and then, with cars sort of flying around everywhere and having to drive offline, it makes it very difficult. So, yeah, I think I had a little bit of damage after an impact with the back marker. So.
Yeah, saw that. I mean, you were kind of running with Mark, and then he got through it. You got a little bit tangled up with it, and the gap kind of went, but you were still fairly comfortable in second.
Yeah, I think the pace of the car is really good. It's just trying to get a good run that's clean, which sometimes is out of your hands. So yeah, you just sort of keep going at it. But obviously, I'm quite comfortable in second, so I'm pretty happy moving forward. I'll do my best to take the TQ, but anything can happen in the finals.
So also clocked Michael appeared to be trying something different in that run. The tyres, or the different coloured wheels appeared on his car.
Yeah, I noticed that too, but it didn't look too successful.
Maybe not, but sure they'll be going away and working on that. What about stock? How obviously that's 3 from 3 now, so looking pretty good.
Yeah, making changes every run, trying to just get a little bit more stability, but yeah, pretty happy with that.
Yeah, because that was a bit strange because obviously Max was starting off last and kind of he was the first car you caught, but then you didn't really take it.
We were pretty similar on pace, but obviously it was tough for him and me because it's annoying for myself to be right on the back of someone who's similar pace to you, because if I overtake him, then I almost give him a tow as such, and it's also worse for him because then he's under pressure from me. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, so looking very, very good in stock now, so one more round gets it for you.
Yeah.
So, cool. Well, good luck, and we'll chat to you later, no doubt.
Thank you.
So, going to bring in Mark for this one. So, Mark, that's two wins today in modified.
Yeah, couldn't ask for more. Even my car didn't feel good in the last one. I think Ollie was catching me in the beginning, but yeah, suddenly, like I said before, like the traffic we have is pretty shitty. So I think he got collected in the beginning, and then I think the second time, and I was just on my own, and not so many cars left on the track. So for me, it was good, but I'm still I try something on the car, try different tires this time, and probably going to change back or try something different.
Yeah, it looked like a few people were trying different tires. I think Michael tried something different, didn't appear to work that well for him.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. I just saw his car in the warm-up lap because I started a bit later to warm up, and yeah, his car is doing funny things. I think spinning out and stuff, and yeah, he had a big crash already before the start. Yeah, I said before he will be back, so I still have the hope he will be, but it's getting yeah, time is up, time is running.
I think he's still sitting third overall at the moment.
Yeah, I mean there's still 2 rounds qualifying, right? 2 or 1? 2. And yeah, there's still a chance for him, but I have to look at myself first,
Well, you've got 2 round wins now, so you're definitely going to be on the front row. You're going to be starting first or second.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I also have the quicker time. I think the run we had this morning was kind of a pretty clean run from both of us, and now we went 3 seconds slower. I guess it was more for me like the tire and I had one mistake on track, but yeah, I still need to find one more whatever second to get a better pace as well.
Yeah, well, you've made the split onto the 45-lap run that time, so that always helps, just getting that extra time in there.
Yeah, it is. But I don't know what's the tiebreaker. If it's 2 TQs each, is it goes by times or I don't know.
Yes, it will
probably they count the best runs. Yeah, I mean it's always good to have an extra lap. That's for sure.
Yeah, excellent. Well, yeah, we'll let you go away, make those changes to your car, and speak to you again later.
Thank you. Hopefully.
Okay, so just joining Sultan from Hobbywing down here in the pits. Hobbywing event sponsor for us here, and also providing tech support for the drivers. So Sultan, can you just explain to us what you're doing here? And looks like building motors.
Yeah, these 2 days, the main job is checking and tuning the motors for the drivers. Here, amazing. I saw almost everyone using our motors, especially the big stock class here, make 80 entries, and everyone wants to confirm their motor is in good status, and they want to know the good settings. So they bring the motor, and I check for them and tuning to what we suggested, because we have lots of data coming from our team drivers, and that helps the normal players also. Yeah.
Okay, so you're using some of the Hobbywing equipment to do that. So you're using the tunalizer there?
Yes, this is my main tool. Yes, tunalizer.
Okay, so the tunalizer, just to explain to people, that checks the condition of the sensors, but it also tells you the position of the sensor relative to the rotor?
Yes, the amp, the RPM, also the balance of the whole signals, everything. Yeah, also the rotor asymmetry, like this kind of small details. Maybe for normal players, it's just not too important, but for those top guys, they want everything to be perfect. So we check, and sometimes we do some selection to make sure their motors in the perfect status.
Okay, and you've obviously got a couple of different rotors for the stock motor as well. Is one proving more popular than the other?
This time we find that the standard one is still the best, overall the best. But some of the drivers, they like a stronger rotor, the feeling, and based on their test, their average is quite good. So they have different choices.
Okay, and what about speed controllers? Obviously, there's a lot of Hobbywing speed controllers in use. You make a specific 1S speed controller. Are you doing much tuning with the driver's speed controllers?
Not much. I have to say our 1S HD version is on the market for a long time. And for blinky, the EFRA have the blinky rules for the 6.5 and also the Pro Stock. So the only parameters we can do maybe only the like the frequency of the throttle, and not too many.
Okay, I mean, just to give people, viewers at home, an idea then of the drive frequency. So typically when you lower the drive frequency, you get more punch, more torque, and when you raise it, it's more RPM and a little less drive off the corner.
This is a new tip from the recent tests. We feel higher frequency is better.
Okay, and so it's better over the course of a run. That's useful information to know. Well, keep up the good work, Sultan. We'll let you get back to building the motor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joining us here for a lap of the EFRA 1/12 European Championships circuit, hosted by the MRCZ track. Heading down the main straight, we're going to flick left, scrubbing the speed off. We head in towards a little hairpin, then a quick flick back to the right. This is going to be a constant radius probably, round to the right again, then back round to the left, curving as we start building the speed all the way down underneath the driver's rostrum before another sort of tightening left-hand turn into a hairpin, then another quick flick to the right, constant radius again as you start getting on the power. This is possibly going to be a triple apex right-hander before another quick flick to the left as we go down towards the bottom end of the circuit. Building speed, then starting to scrub speed off, turning round to the left again before we head up in towards this tight, tortuous chicane as we flick right then left. Right again on the exit, then back round to the left and out onto the main straight, building the power all the way back down again, getting faster and faster and faster as we complete the lap.
Let's go. Let's go.
Well, thank you for being with us. It's been great so far today, and there's still quite a lot of today to go. We are running right through to the end of Q5, and this is the beginning of Q4. And then after Q5, we have 2 sets of finals for you today. So it's going to be a long old day, which is good for everybody, because we get more racing action, and you guys get more entertainment at home. So yeah, as is the way, we start the round with 2 heats of the GT class. So we allow James to have a lie down for those 2 heats. James has a lie down and Frank mainlines Red Bull, so they both go off and do their particular thing that they like to do. And we just have these rotating shots, and you guys get to watch the crashing. And the racing action, of course. So yeah, thank you to Hobbywing for being our title sponsor, and of course Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and OrlovskyRacingLine.com. Hopefully you enjoyed a little chat that James had with our current TQs, Mark Reinhard in Mod, and Ollie Payne in Spec. It's going to be a very interesting set of finals. Orlovsky seems to have lost some pace and was trying something with tyres, and it didn't work out, and Hagberg crashed out of the last one, but we certainly saw in practice that Orlovsky and Reinhard were going at it. So we have those two going at it, and we have Ollie Payne, who's found all the pace in the world, only pipped in these last 2 heats by Mark. It could be a recipe for some fantastic racing action tomorrow, so stay with us all the way through till the end of tomorrow. And if you still want something to watch at the end of today, which will be about 10 PM tonight, then I might recommend the latest episode of RC Racing TV News, presented by myself, Matt McCallum, and my good colleague Frank McKinney. Hello. Who is in the background. Oh, and here comes James. Wow, the whole gang are back together again. So yeah, sorry, I haven't been reading comments or anything. I don't know if you've been saying, shut up Matt, we just want to watch the rotating cameras. And if that's what you've been saying, then you're going to get your wish now. So yeah. Coming to the end of Heat 1, and we'll leave you with Heat 2, and James will come back in a bit. See you soon.
5 down, 3 to go. basic 5 front push. Wait. Okay, move on.
Positioning under 6 minutes. 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, 7. Positioning under 7 minutes. 1, 5, 3, 2, 4, 6, 7.
Step on your middle sector. Okay, right here. All guys down, bring them in, you're down.
Race finished.
Yeah, track's over, guys. Starting order, 1, 2, 4, 5. Second row, 6, 8, 7, 3.
Start position.
4, go for row 1. 1, 2, 4, 5. Yeah. And 6, 8, 7, 3 behind. Marshals ready, drivers ready. We're going racing.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Countdown. 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7, 3.
Got a very hard racing in here. 1:30 in the race. 6:30 to go. Group number 2. Next up, group number 3. Be ready. Group 3. You're up next. Very intense race here between Lewis and Lawrence. Lewis is on a good pace. Lawrence losing a little bit every single lap. Leader coming down the back straight. Sorry. There were 2 very fast cars in this group, 1 and 2. Lewis in the front, Lawrence in a 2, Mika in a 3, Chris in a 4, Jets in a 5, Olivier in a 6, Nicholas in a 7, Esteban in a 8.
That's number 3. Start behind you. Thank you.
3 down, 5 to go.
Number 7 again. Okay, thank you.
Very intense race here between Lewis and Lawrence. Nothing decided now. 3 minutes down, 5 to go. 5 minutes. Mika in a 3, Chris in a 4, Ginucci's in a 5, Berard in a 6, Nicolas Jacques in a 7, Esteban in the 8th spot.
Number 6, thank you.
4 down, 4 minutes to go. Halfway through, guys. 4 minutes.
Tonight, take this now for when you want to overtake. Don't touch the cars. Come on, move on.
5:30 down, 2:30 to go. Lewis still in the front by 3 seconds over Lawrence. And let's have a look at Mika. Mika's only 1.5 seconds behind Lawrence. So Mika can also come up and knock on the door for P2. He just has to concentrate now that Mika makes some good hot laps. He got no traffic. Lawrence going to lose back on his car. He can't rely on his rear axle. So Mika maybe he can come up and knock on the door for P2. 2 minutes is left. 6 minutes gone. 2 to go. P2. Still 8:10. 20 seconds left on the clock. Lewis up front, he's pulling away. 5 seconds to the lead. Lawrence in the 2 spot. Mika 6/10 behind him. Chris in the 4, gets in the 5. 10 seconds, guys. All cars down. Bring them in, you're down. Lewis take this one. Lawrence Simpson in the 2, Mika right behind him in the 3 spot.
And we are back. Just seen the end of qualifying. First 2 heats of qualifying. The GT class. It's done and out the way. So we're getting set for the first of the LMP qualifying heats. This is round number 4. So we've got the first potential to see a TQ secured. Can only happen in the Spec class. So if Ollie Payne wins this round, he is TQ. He's already taken 3 round wins from the 3 that have taken place so far. So he is guaranteed to start on the front row. But it is the best 2 rounds from 5 to count. So somebody else would need to beat him this round. They wouldn't necessarily need to do a faster time this round, but they would need to at least beat him this round in order to keep the chances alive. They would need to do a faster time at some point than Ollie, though. In modified, we've got Mark Reinhard having taken the 2 round wins today. Ollie Payne taking it last night. Mark has the fastest time as well. So Mark has done a 45 in 5, and yesterday Ollie's time was a 44 in 1.9. So Ollie's actually gone faster today than he did yesterday with that 45 lap run that he managed earlier. But in terms of counting rounds, it will be the 44 that counts because that's the lowest point found. Chris House going to lead away with car number 1. He seemed to want to put his car in scrutineering at the beginning there. Chris House leading away down the main straight, being chased by Lee Moss. Good battle went on between these 2 last time out. Lee leading this one on the split. So Chris will be wanting to just edge out a bit of a gap on this one. Welcome to you if you are just joining us on this Saturday afternoon for qualifying round number 4 of the EFRA 1/12th scale European Championships for 2025. Brought to you from Zwevegem in Belgium, hosted by the MRCZ Club. We're RC Racing TV, and we're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing, and also supported by Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Chris House running in 2nd place at the moment to Winston Barnett. Let's see if we can find Winston. I think he's 1 car back, the orange-coloured car. There we go. That is the lead car of Winston Barnett. Sweeping through the chicane and out onto the main straight. Winston to the top, leading this one by around 1/10 of a second from Chris House. So let's just see as they cross the line. In fact, Chris now taking the lead back by about 0.3 from Winston. These two quite comfortably going away. What are we now? Half a second now. Chris's advantage over Winston. Winston just getting a little bit checked up there as he passed some traffic. That wasn't the car of Chris House that he's just passed. It was another very similar looking car. But, Chris continues to extend his lead over Winston. He's got it up to 1.1 seconds now. We're running with Winston as he negotiates some traffic in front of him. Chris will see out of the corner of his eye that where he's kind of crossing over with Winston. So it'll be this part of the track here. Chris will know that as he's disappearing through there, Winston's heading in the other direction. So you'll know that that is building itself into a somewhere in the region of 2.3 second lead. So mistake for Chris House puts Winston Barnett back out in front from Lee Moss. Let's see if we can pick up Lee. White front, green rear. He's just going through the fast sweep up to the top end of the circuit now. So in fact, Winston's just made a mistake in front of him, and Lee in with a good shout of being shown as the overall leader. Not quite. As they cross the line, seems no one really wants to lead this. Winston Barnett leading it by about 0.6 from Lee Moss. Running with Lee Moss at the moment. About half a second down on Winston Barnett. In fact, Lee has now hit the front. He's leading by about 0.3 from Winston Barnett. We're going to have a recovering Chris House pop himself into the top 3 in a moment as well, I think. Or are we? No, I think that's a retirement for Chris. So retirement for, I think, 2 of the top 4 cars. Still Lee Moss from Winston Barnett. Eric Gourgeot with the 3 car is going to pop up in 3rd place. That is the all red coloured car through the fast sweeps. Let's see if we can pick him up. Eric Gourgeot running in 3rd position in this heat. Just over 2 minutes left. Still Lee Moss from Winston Barnett from Eric Gourgeot. Only 4 cars circulating. Four cars left out and running. Let's go back to Lee Moss for the 1.5 minutes left. He is the white and green coloured car. Leading this one now by about 1.2 seconds from Winston. So despite there only being 4 cars out there. There's a relatively close battle going on. And Winston coming back. He's got that gap down to about 8/10. Remember, Lee started out 1 second ahead of Winston. Running with Lee at the moment with 30 seconds left. Winston 7/100ths down now at the moment. Or 7/10ths down, sorry. And Lee navigates some traffic there. Winston loses a little bit of time on that lap. So going to start the final lap now, should be for Lee. It will be. And final lap for Winston. Gap between them still half a second. So Lee is going to cross the line. Then we've just got to wait for Winston. See what he manages. Winston just misses out. Winston misses out by about 8/10 of a second there. Right at the end. Eric Gourgeot crosses the line in 3rd with Patrick Room in 4th. So just the 4 cars finishing that one. Lee Moss from Winston Barnett and Eric Gourgeot. Heat number 4 coming up in round number 4. Quickest car in this one all day has been Rob Jackson. Just having a look at where he is sitting overall. He has, what's he had? He's had a 43rd and a 47th in round. So he sat like 50th overall. Out of the 78 entries. So he's going to bump himself up a few finals. Cars being formed up at the start. There's Rob Jackson. Getting himself ready to launch off the line with the number 9 car. Other quick cars out there. The 6 car of Arthur Hoffman. He is the white car with sort of blue flashes down the side. It appears mainly white whilst he's circulating on the stream. Rob Jackson starting off every run a little bit wayward. Car looks a little bit positive, a little bit like you wouldn't want to meet it down a dark alley. Pivoting around, bit difficult, not the nicest thing to drive, but seems to come good after about a minute or so, and then he can really start attacking the track and gaining time. Not attacking the track like that though, so that is a bit of a mistake from Rob. It's dropped him behind Yuka Hakamis. That's the car in front of him, the yellow coloured car. Let's run with him at the moment because Yuka is actually leading this one from Arthur Hoffman, who has just made a mistake in front of him as well. So Yuka Hakamis leading this one from Rob Jackson. Rob now starting to settle into his car and wanting to find his way past Yuka. and start working on building that split back up. So Yuka jumps out of the way of Rob. He'll record as still being in front this time round, will Yuka? And we'll run with Rob then as he tries to build up on that split. So Rob currently showing down in 6th place, but he has got the pace to start building. We'll watch his progression through. He's dropped down, or dropped up to 4th now. He is currently 1.6 seconds off the lead. Let's see how this one develops. So he's got himself up into 2nd, 1.2 off of the lead from Yuka. Down to 9/10 now. So 3 or 4 laps time. If Rob continues at this pace, he will get the lead back. So it moves to the top, then comes Yuka. 1 second now between them. So Yuka has pegged Rob slightly. So on that lap, Rob laid it down and has got the lead from Yuka by about 7/10. What have we got running in 3rd place? Gunnar Blumendal with the number 4 car. Let's see if we can locate the 4. He is the putty blue coloured car, sweeping through the middle, out through the top end of the circuit, through the chicane, and out onto the main straight. Here we go. That is Gunnar Blumendal running in 3rd position. Gunnar Blumendal still fairly comfortable in 3rd position. He is 1.3 seconds off of Yuka Hakamis. And Yuka is about 1.3 seconds off of Rob. So about 2.5 seconds off the lead. This car that we are running with of Gunnar Blumendal.
Coming in by 5 minutes. Done 3 minutes to go. Looks like Rob Jackson is up in the front. Yuka in a 2 spot, Koda in a 3, Jacko in a 4, Stefan in a 5, Matches in a 6, Tumult in a 7.
Gunnar Blumendal still running in 3rd position at the moment from Yuka Hakamis. Let's see if we can pick up our lead car again of Rob Jackson. He is off the end of the main straight, the white and red coloured car. He's just starting to cut his way through some traffic. Rob heading for a time about 6 seconds quicker than Yuka in 2nd place on predicted. He's predicting a 37.804. So welcome again if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you coverage of the EFRA 1/12th European Championships. Live all day today for qualifying day. We're here till around just after 9 p.m. our time, which is Central European time. We'll be bringing you all the finals action as well tomorrow. Just all out racing at the moment, everybody just running against the clock. So we're going to have 3-legged finals for everybody. It doesn't mean that you're tied to the person next to you on the rostrum. Just means that you have 3 legs with the best 2 to count. 1 minute remaining for Rob Jackson. His lead now looking pretty comfortable. He may be the only driver who makes it onto the lap, the 37th lap. Gunnar Blumendal showing at the moment he will make it, but his time is dropping off slightly. Last 20 seconds then for Rob Jackson. Gunnar's time still showing as a possible 37. It's going to be like 37 in 13.0. One more lap. He may drop off onto a quick 36. No, he's managed to hold it, so he's still showing as a predicted 37. Rob's going to comfortably do a 37 as he comes across the line. Gunnar Blumendal just misses it, just misses the split, so Rob is the only driver to have made the 37. Time has expired. Rob Jackson taking that with the only 37 lap run of the heat. Gunnar Blumendal just missing out on the 37, does a 36 in 8 flat, misses it out by 1/3 of a second. 2 minutes until the start of heat number 5. Again, I'd like to say thank you to our event sponsors, Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line for helping us to bring you this coverage. If any of you are out there watching us on YouTube and have any questions about what's going on, wondering what you're seeing, feel free to ask any questions in the chat. We will endeavour to answer them for you. Julian Kryuzek will be leading this one away from Sasha Lennart and Cedric Gills. Julian Kryuzek will lead away the yellow-coloured car with the white cockpit and unpainted windows. Kryuzek leads away from Lennart. A little bit of an over-rotation there off the end of the main straight. When we say an over-rotation, it literally means you turn into the middle of the corner, or you turn into the corner, the car in the middle of the corner. The front end of the car just grabs and the rear of the car slides. So it's a very sort of low-speed, controllable thing, but very not nice to drive. And we have got a bit of a problem there for the lead car, so we have picked up Sasha Lennart in second position. See, as he starts building his way, he's actually running in 4th place overall at the moment, but will stick with Sasha as he tries to put in some laps and extend the gap over everybody else. Eero Hakemies is leading with the 6 car at the moment. We'll see if we can pick up the 6 car. That is the pink coloured car. He's just going through the fast sweep at the moment. Up at the top end of the circuit. There we go. This is the lead car of Jukka Hakemies. Jukka finding his way through past traffic down the main straight. Flowing nicely through the top end of the track. Down the main straight once more. So very, very fast track here in Zwevegem. It's I think one of the biggest comments that seem to have been coming out of the drivers. It's quite easy to drive. It's quite difficult to drive fast. There's not really places to gain time over anybody else. You can spend an awful lot of the run just sort of edging into the split that someone started on you, and you can spend 10 laps trying to close that down, and then one small mistake, something like that, from Eero Hakemies, and it just eats up all of that time. Let's have a look at his lap time that time round. So Eero's lap time was a 13.5, whereas previously he'd been lapping in sort of 12.9, so about 0.6 of a second. Again, a little bit scruffy through the middle of that chicane. It's not traditionally what you'd regard as a mistake. It doesn't need a marshal, but just having run a little bit deep, and then you get a bit of pickup on the tyres, so the car's not quite as responsive, just settles you down into a bit of a slower lap time. Again, like a 13.7, another scruffy lap there for Eero Hakemies. He's maintained the lead, but a 15.1 that time around. The car in second place, Sasha Lennertz, a 13.5 and a 13.2 actually that time around. So let's have a look and see what time Eero's done, a 13.3. So better lap that time round. He's going to need to tidy up his driving for the last few minutes. His lead is currently 1.2 seconds and manages to get past the car of Thomas Gavel. Eero Hakemies still leading this one, or he will filter back to the top as he crosses the line. His lead now 0.8 of a second over Sasha Lennertz. Sasha started out towards the front of the field, so will pop up near the top. Jukka now crosses the line. It's about 3/4 of a second still. A little bit slow through the middle of the chicane there. Still running with Eero Hakemies. Still leading this one. He's got about 2 seconds now from Sasha Lennertz. So a good run coming together for Eero. In fact, Cedric Gill's got himself up into second position now. Just managing to carve his way through some traffic. Let's see if we can find Cedric Gills, the number 9 car. Number 9 car is the... well, we're just trying to locate him. Is that one car back. The orange coloured car, top end of the circuit. Yep, so that is Cedric Gills, the orange coloured car. Yuka Hakimi's leading from this car. We're running with Cedric Gills. Sorry, it's Eero Hakimi's. Yuka Hakimi's was in the previous heat. 1 minute left. Cedric Gills moving to the top, but Eero will pop out in front. And he's got a lead of about 1.7 seconds. .36 laps runs coming up, so none of these guys will trump Rob Jackson's 37 from last time out. 30 seconds remaining. We'll run with Cedric Gills, this orange coloured car. He comes down the main straight, heading for home. Time has expired. Cedric has finished with a 36 in 3. Eero Hakimi's finishes with a 36 in 1. All cars done. Time has expired. That is the end of qualifying heat number 5. Getting ready for heat number 6. Once again, thank you to event sponsors Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Getting set for heat number 6. That will consist of Niels Mers, Andy Thompson, Ole Thomas Bryn, Eric Sotereu, Tim Janssen, Esteban Fontaine, Magnus Hellmark, Mark Payne, and Alfie Hart. Here we go. Niels Mers going to lead away with the minty green coloured car. Looking fresh on the start line. Niels Mers leading away from Andy Thompson. Niels attempting to build a bit of a lead. Andy Thompson with the hot opening lap so far. He's about a tenth up on Niels Mers. So remember, the clocks only start when the drivers cross the start-finish line, cross the timing loop. So all running on individual 8-minute clocks staggered 1 second apart from one another. So at the moment we have, on the track, we're looking at Niels Mers in front of Andy Thompson. On the clock, we've got Andy Thompson running some quarter of a second up, which means he started 1 second behind. He's now running 3/4 of a second back from Niels Mers. Gap still 1/4 of a second. Eight-tenths of a second covering the top 6 at the moment, though. Super, super close. Let's shift our focus back one car onto, well, the car of Andy Thompson, who's just made a little bobble, little mistake. Didn't require marshalling, but that's going to send him tumbling down the order. He was showing second, but I'm expecting a bunch of drivers to lift themselves up in front of him, and they have. Tim Janssen to the front with the 5 car at the moment. Let's see if we can spot the 5 car of Tim Janssen out there. The 5 car is the pink coloured car, going through the chicane at the top and out onto the main straight. So this Tim Janssen, the lead car. He's actually a couple of seconds to the good. Starting out further down the field and trying to drive into the back of Ole Thomas Bryn. Not literally drive into the back of him, but drive up to the back of him. Still running with the lead car of Tim Janssen. He's made his way past both Andy Thompson and Niels Mers, who have made mistakes. So Ole Thomas Bryn running in second position at the moment. In fact, Alfie Hart running in second position. Let's see if we can pick him out. Alfie is the yellow-coloured car off the end of the main straight now. He's just driven past us. Here we go. Picked him up on stream. So this is Alfie Hart running in second position. He's about 1.1 seconds off of the lead of this heat at the moment as we come in towards half distance. Alfie Hart heading for a 37-lap run if he keeps this up. So good run coming together for Alfie. Hasn't had the best of runs through traffic so far today, but he's got a nice clear track in front of him. So we'll stick with him as he runs in. It is second position in the heat, but that he's running in. And he's got that by about 6/10 at the moment. He is currently only about 6/10 off of the lead, actually. So Alfie could be propelling himself in up the order with a good round score. Let's have a look. You see him fall down the order as a late starter. A little bit of a bobble there, shouldn't cost him too much. Back up into second position, 7/10 off of the lead now for Alfie. The all-yellow number 4 car of Alfie Hart down to third place. So Ole Thomas Bryn has popped himself up into second position. To see Alfie makes his way through some traffic, crosses the line. Still in third position. He is 9/10 off of the lead at the moment, in third place currently. So we'll continue to run with him. 2 minutes 40 left. Another little mistake in the middle of the track there. Not too bad. Certainly didn't need a marshal. Maybe cost him a few tenths of a second. Just to see where he pops out. He's still in third place. He's quite comfortable in third. He's got 4 seconds in his pocket over Niels Mers. We'll just see as Alfie crosses the line again. He's back up into second position, about half a second off the lead. Got a nice clear track in front of him as well. A good run coming together for Alfie. Still second, about 6/10 off of the lead at the moment. Into the final 2 minutes. Final 2 minutes for Alfie. Nearly came a cropper over one of those curbs, but got away with it. Let's have a look as Alfie crosses the line, see where he pops up to. Up to second position. He's only 3/10 off the lead now. Let's see where he pops out as he crosses the line this time. He is about quarter of a second off the lead. He is lapping faster than the current leader, Tim Janssen. So top three covered by 3/10 of a second. Alfie drops to third position. He is still only 4/10 off the lead. But Ole Thomas Bryn leading this one now currently. See as they cross the line where Alfie goes to. Alfie pops up in second place. He is 4/10 off the lead. Coming up to 30 seconds left. Just needs to bring this one home. Ole Thomas Bryn leading this one. We'll see where Alfie checks out as he crosses the line. Alfie up into second. He's 8/10 off of the lead, so Ole Thomas Bryn looks like he has managed to pull a bit of a gap. But, Alfie onto his final lap. Currently heading for second position. Ole Thomas Bryn just misses the 38-lap run. There goes Alfie. Alfie finishes second in round by about 7/10. So great run there for Alfie Hart. About 7/10 off the lead, but takes second comfortably. So really good run there for Alfie, and we ran with him for the majority of that heat. Ole Thomas Bryn. So there we go. That was heat 6 done and out the way. Joining us now then for heat number 7. Dennis Meether is going to lead this one away for Janne Koivisto, Rick van der Akker, Oyvind Studstal, Jan Dietmar, Olivier Pierrat, Mark Dieterman, Mark Jordan and Mikael Brandt. Welcome to you if you are just joining us. We've still got plenty of track action going on today. We're here till gone 9 p.m. Central European time tonight. We're bringing you this live coverage in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing, also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Dennis Meether will lead away the orange front, blue rear car.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Count 9, 7, 8, 3, 1, 4, 2, 6, 5.
Dennis away on the first lap, trying to build a gap over Janne Koivisto. And a really hot opening lap from Dennis Meether, a 12.2. Best anybody else has managed is a 12.9. So he's already put 7/10 of a second into the rest of the field on lap number 1. Pulled a second over Øyvind Støsdal.
So we're taking it from here, 30-second over this race. This is qualifying round, group number 7.
Big lead already for Dennis Meether.
This round and one more to qualify for a European Championship 2025 here in Veldsleben in Belgium. We still got in
Already starting to approach some traffic in front of him. And I think that's a... Oh, that was really unfortunate there for Dennis Meether. Just caught a slowing car of Mark Dieterman, who has stripped a spur gear. Janne Koivisto now hits the front with the 7 car. Let's see if we can pick up Janne. Seven car is the yellow and blue coloured car, so he's one car in front actually of this car we're running with. Janne Koivisto running in second place currently, because Jan Dietmar has now hit the front. No, Janne moves to the front, but Jan Dietmar half a second back off of him on the clock. And Janne has realised, I think, that Dennis Meether is recovering as well from a bit of an incident, so has let him go. So we're back with the lead car of Dennis Meether. The orange front, blue rear. As he starts trying to build a lead. Closing on some traffic. Gets out of the way from him. Dennis Meether still running in second position to Janne Koivisto on the clock, but is in front on track. Pulling away now at the front of the field. Dennis Meether has got himself back to the front and maintains the lead over Janne Koivisto, who we saw open up and let him past. Lead gap currently 0.3 of a second. Let's see if we can find the third place man, Øyvind Støsdal. He is the he's the number 3 car, the minty green coloured car. Just going through the chicane up at the top of the circuit now and out onto the main straight. There we go, just entered shot. So this is third place man, Øyvind Støsdal. Bit deep off the end of the main straight there for Øyvind. Manages to just scrub the speed off and get it back. Little mistakes like that when we say that the track's relatively easy, That's what we mean. You can drive around without hitting anything, but super easy to overdrive the track, make little mistakes like that, and cost yourself some time. Still running with Øyvind Støsdal in third position in this heat. Top two still running fairly close to one another. Dennis Meether and Janne Koivisto. Let's see if we can pick up Janne Koivisto, the yellow and blue coloured car. He is just about to go through the fast sweeps up to the top of the circuit now. There we go, in the middle of the chicane. This is Janne Koivisto, currently about 7/10 off the lead. Janne Koivisto about 4/10 off the lead now of Dennis Meether, and Dennis Meether puts it on its roof. So Janne Koivisto will now take over the lead. Øyvind Støsdal should take second, not quite. Dennis Meether hanging on. That's why. He just crossed the loop when he made that mistake. So it took a lap really for the effects of that mistake to register. So Janne Koivisto, who we are running with 1 minute remaining. Leading this one from Øyvind Støsdal by around 1.5 seconds. Jan Dietmar in third position. Lovely clear track in front of Janne. This is his penultimate time on track today. So once Q4 is done and out of the way, and heats we want to look out for, heat number 11 is the top heat of the Spec 13.5 class. And we may see Ollie Payne secure TQ in this round, so that's going to be in about 45 minutes time, something like that. And then heat number 15 will be the top heat of modified. That one can't be sealed yet. Mark Reinhardt's taken the 2 rounds held so far today. Ollie Payne took the round yesterday. Mark Reinhardt has the fastest time, but even if Mark wins this one and gets 3 from the 5, because it's only 2 from 5 counting, then Ollie Payne could potentially take it with a TQ in the final round, provided he sets a faster time. Having said that, Mark Reinhardt already has the fastest time in his pocket, so that is a nice to have, particularly as we suspect the track may just go off a little bit and get a little bit slower as the temperature comes off the track as we go into Q5. In Q5 itself, in isolation, that doesn't matter, but when we start getting into tie breaks, it can be a little bit impactful. There we go then. That is those guys done for qualifying round number 4. We're RC Racing TV, and we are bringing you live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships for 2025 in conjunction with our event sponsors Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Just seeing some details of the Hobbywing G4R motor there. Very popular motor in use by about 99.6% of the stock racers cars. Thomas Stenger has led away then from Stefan Huys. Stefan Huys making the start this time. He managed to stove the front of his car in on the warm-up lap last round. Thomas Stenger having led away Philip Lischka actually with the quickest opening lap. But we'll stick with Stenger for the minute. Just let everything settle in. Early mistake from Dan Burks has dropped him down the field by the looks of it. Still running with the lead car of Thomas Stenger as he starts carving his way through some traffic. So we've got Lischka to the front with the 5 car. I believe he is the all yellow coloured car on the main straight now. That is indeed the 5 car of Philip Lischka. It's the other all yellow coloured car out there that we want to be watching. So he is just going through the fast sweep up towards the top end of the circuit now. There we go. That is the car of Philip Lischka. 2 all yellow coloured cars out there. Doesn't make our life easy. Bit of an over rotation there over the curb. Thomas Stenger still leading this one from Philip Lischka. Freddie Parker has got himself up into 3rd position. Freddie Parker's actually 1 car in front, so let's just shift our focus forward 1 car onto Freddie Parker. The yellow front, white centre, orange front, white centre, yellow rear. And Freddie having a fairly fortunate run there through the traffic. Someone made a mistake in front of him, but he kind of got away with that. It will have cost him a couple of tenths, but he has kept his head. So Freddie running in 3rd position currently in the heat. He's about half a second off Philip Lischka. So Freddie about 6 tenths off of the lead at the moment as we're running with him. Good run coming together for Freddie. He's seen his good friend Alfie Hart put in a good run earlier on. So Freddie going nicely out in 3rd position at the moment. Nearly pops up into 2nd. He's 4 tenths off of Philip Lischka. Just wait and see where he is reference to Thomas Stenger when he crosses the line. He is about 4 seconds off of Thomas Stenger, who is leading this one. Stefan Huys has got himself somewhere in the mix as well. Let's see if we can find him. He is a green front, white rear. Stefan Huys, he's just going through the fast sweep now. up towards the top end of the circuit. There we go. That is the second place, well, in the mix for second place, car of Stefan Huyss. Stefan Huyss in the mix for second place. Thomas Stenger pretty comfortable out in front. We're running with Stefan Huyss at the moment. Currently in third place, about half a second off of Freddie Parker. You'll see him pop up into second, and then as Freddie crosses the line, gets demoted again. So let's see if we can find the lead car of Thomas Stenger again. He is one of the all yellow coloured cars. There's two of them out there. His one is the car 9. That's 5 that's just come past us, so he must be the other one going through the chicane at the top of the track now, down onto the main straight. So this is the lead car, car number 9 of Thomas Stenger. Less than 2 minutes now. And the drivers will be up there, kind of thinking, feeling what the cars are doing. They're coming towards the end of qualifying now. After this, there'll be one run remaining. So all of the drivers that need 2 good scores from one run are going to be shaking their head a little bit. Jorge Andreas Rodriguez says, good job on the coverage. Thank you very much. We're enjoying bringing it to you. Running with Thomas Stenger at the moment. He is just chasing down the car of the 2 car of Alexander Saiter. Actually not making much of an impression now. So his pace is, Thomas Stenger, pace isn't fantastic. Just looking at where he sits overall, I mean, he's got a massive lead. He's got like a 6-second lead. So with 30 seconds to go, he's not under any kind of threat for this heat particularly. Last 10 seconds. Thomas Stenger crosses the line, 39 lap run. Only driver to make it onto a 39. Freddie Parker with a great run to second, a 38 in 2. So there we go, really good run there for Thomas Stenger, Freddie Parker, Stefan Huyss. Jody Sherritt says, 2 great drives from the UK Young Guns. Top effort, indeed. We've got another one coming as well. Andrea Torrigiani going to be leading this one away. And Obviously, he's leading this one away because he's been the quickest car in this heat. Someone's car not sounding too healthy, though. Just hear the screech of a Spurger. Oh, that's the number 7 car of Alex Van Gansen, I think, is going to be a retirement. So we're going to be missing Alex Van Gansen. Andrea Torrigiani set to lead off. His all-white coloured car is buried in the middle. Andrea leading away then from Christian Gier. Let's run with Andrea. See what he does as an opening lap. 12.6 for Andrea. We'll stick with him for a couple of laps as it settles down. Andrea's main pace has been his speed towards the end of the run. And he's just been able to keep on pumping in those laps. He has dropped behind Christian Gier. Looking like he wants his way back past, but Christian just keeping everything tight at the moment. Of course, Christian is in front on the clock as well. He started out 1 second behind and is running now in front of Andrea, so is most definitely more than a second in front. In fact, Stu Cartwright's now hit the front with car number 6. He is one of the 2 all-yellow coloured cars. Not really seen Stu today. He is the second of the 2 all-yellow coloured cars, so he's just going through the fast sweep now at the top of the circuit. Out onto the main straight, Ben Vincent's pulled over and let him go, so he's now the first of the 2 yellow coloured cars. So forward 1 yellow car. There we go. That is Stu Cartwright, who is currently running in second position. He's 2 tenths off the lead car of Christian Gier. Potentially a little bit slower this lap as he had to negotiate some traffic. Jody says grip looks really high, bit different from Sicily last year. Yeah, there's an awful lot of traction. Everybody out there really seeming to get on top of their cars. Stu Cartwright pops back up into second position. He's still 2 tenths off of the lead. We'll continue to run with him for a bit. Not really seen an awful lot of Stu this weekend. He's closing in on the 2 car of Lucas Larson, makes his way past him. Down the main straight once more for Stu. Car's looking good, flowing nicely out down the main straight. Bit of a different line there, actually, it looks like, for Stu. Off the end of the main straight, he sort of runs in deeper, but then turns in harder and later. Gives him like a straighter line on exit almost. So he's travelling a little bit further, but it looks like he can carry a bit more speed in and get on the power later. Or stay on the power later and for longer. Just see him sort of disappear out of shot slightly, but turn around and kind of slingshot backwards in there. So not really noticed that so far, but seems to be working for him. We'll see as Stu crosses the line whereabouts he is. He moves back to the top, so he's leading this by about 7 tenths from Christian Gier. And he's got a lovely clear track in front of him to work with. So the car's looking nicely balanced through that chicane. Car's looking decent, car's looking good. Stu still leading this one by about 3/10 from Christian Gear. Let's just see where they are as they cross the line. About 6/10 now. Let's go back to Christian Gear and Andrea. They're just coming past us now. Christian Gear is the white and sort of sky blue car through the fast sweep. Andrea is the white car just behind him. The two of them circulating line astern. Andrea started out first. Ah, there we go. There's a mistake there for Christian Gear. That's going to drop him off. We picked up Andrea. So let's see where Andrea is versus Stu Cartwright. He is like 1.8 seconds back. Rico Clay somewhere in the mix. Obviously, Andrea moves to the front because Stu started out relatively low down, but then Stu pops back to the top. What's the gap? 1.6 seconds. .3 seconds now, so let's stick with Andrea. Minute and a half left. We'll just keep an eye on his gap to Stu. Every lap Stu comes around, pops up to the top. Where is he now? 9/10 of a second. So this is what we were saying earlier. Andrea's strength was his pace late on in the run that we'd noticed coming into the last 2 minutes. And a mistake there for Andrea, just rolls it over. So that has really thrown that one out of the window. Stu Cartwright going to be leading this one quite comfortably. It will take a little while to register because Andrea was onto an extra lap. So that is Werner Spanbruckner up into, in fact, it's Rico Clays up into second position from Stu Cartwright. Stu back to the top from Werner. Oh, there we go. Rico Clays. It is about 8/10 of a second. Stu Cartwright's lead. So let's run with the car of Stu Cartwright. That is the yellow-coloured car. He's the only yellow-coloured car out there. This is 1 minute 15 to go then for Stu, as he runs for home. We thought potentially there might be a bit of a challenge from Andrea, but Andrea's mistake rules that out. Still 7/10 for Stu from Werner Spanbruckner. And of course, with only 2 from 5 to count, there's still potential, even at this stage, for someone to rescue their weekend if it's been going a little bit awry. So Stu crosses the line and has dropped to second. He is 0.5 off of Werner Spanbruckner with 30 seconds to go. So is Stu fading slightly? Let's see as he crosses the line now. He's now 0.3 off of Werner. Let's have a look now. 4/10 now. So I think Werner Spanbruckner's going to get this right at the end. In fact, Stu's dropped down into third position. So just losing out at the end, because Rico Clays is popping up into second place. Stu is 0.4 of a second off of the lead, and he is running in fourth position. So Stu crosses the line with a 39 in 8:11. Rico Clays gets it right at the death. So Rico Clays on the last lap just claims that one from Werner Spanbruckner. So Rico Clays right at the end, getting that from Werner Spanbruckner and Stu Cartwright, but 0.5 second between the top 3 right at the end there. So very, very close. Super close at the end, 0.5 second between the top 3 drivers. Getting set for the penultimate heat now, heat number 10. Got some guys currently sat within the top 10 in this one. We have got Nico Saarinen, Niels de Gruyter, James Hart and Alex Anderson from this heat all appearing in there. We've also got Bailey Graves, who's currently BQ man as well. So bunch of drivers. Nico Saarinen going to lead these guys away. So Nico Saarinen with the one car, the all-white coloured car. Nico Saarinen called away at the start. Car number 1 starts his clock 1 second before the second place car of Niels de Gruyter. So what's that as an opening lap? 12.0 for Saarinen. Quickest opening lap we've seen so far. We'll just let this settle in for a few laps. Currently 6/10 in front for Nico Saarinen. Just starting to build a picture of everybody's pace now over a few laps. Everybody starting out pretty hot in this one. 40 lap runs predicted for the top 3. Nico Saarinen, Morgan Williams and Alex Anderson. Still running with the lead car of Nico Saarinen. In fact, looks like Morgan Williams has got himself somewhere up the front as well. Morgan is running the number 3 car. That's another one of the all-white coloured cars out there, I believe. Let's just see as they come through. It is the white car just going through the fast sweep now up to the top end of the circuit. There we go. This is Morgan Williams, current leader. He will jump back to the top of the timing as he crosses the loop. There we go. Morgan's lead about 7/10 over Nico Saarinen. See as Morgan crosses the line, goes back to the top again. Still about 7/10 from Nico Saarinen. Niels de Gruyter running in 3rd position, about another second further back. Morgan back to the top again. 4/10 of a second now, the gap between him and Nico Saarinen. Morgan's got relatively clear track in front of him. Will be Andreas Bryn that he catches next. Still around half a second that Nico is behind Morgan. In fact, that was a quicker lap there, so pretty much level on times. Nico Saarinen shown as the leader. At the moment, we're running with Morgan Williams. Pops up into 2nd position. He's a 10th down now on Nico Saarinen. run with Morgan for a little bit more though. Still in second position, still 1/10 down on Nico Saarinen. 1/10 of a second, it's absolutely nothing, but to these guys it is everything. Morgan now 3/10 off of Nico Saarinen. Andreas Bryn, gets out of his way. Little bit much curb there for Morgan. This is going to be a slightly slower lap, I think, coming up for Morgan. Let's have a look at his lap time. It was a 12.4. His previous was a 12.2, so he did lose a couple of tenths on that lap. Just looking as Morgan crosses the line, what the lead gap is. It's around half a second now in favour of Nico Saarinen. We're running with the car of Morgan Williams. Looking to try and join his CRC stablemate Ollie Payne in the A final. It's going to be quite difficult. We're thinking that something like 14 points, I think 2/7 currently is what's necessary to get in the B final. The problem is there's a bunch of drivers, getting the back end of the A final. There's a bunch of drivers with one high score, somewhere in the sort of top 5 area, and one low score. So with only 2 of the 5 rounds to count, there's plenty of opportunities. Morgan Williams still running in second place. He's now about 7/10 off of Nico Saarinen. 2 minutes 50 left. Just seeing if there's any kind of a glimmer of hope for Morgan. Looking at where Nico Saarinen is. He's got Nico's got a nice clear track in front of him. Let's pick up with 2.5 minutes left. Let's pick up Nico Saarinen. He is the white-coloured car on the main straight now. So 2 all-white coloured cars out in front of this one. Nico Saarinen, the one we're running with, leading it from Morgan Williams. Let's have a look when Morgan pops up into second at the end of the lap. Gap now 1.4 seconds. So Nico Saarinen looking pretty comfortable as we come into 2 minutes remaining. Nico Saarinen from Morgan Williams. When Morgan crosses the line, he should pop up into second position. There we go. Oh, in fact, Morgan's dropped off to third because Niels de Grijzer's popped out in second position. Niels is 2.6 seconds back off of Nico Saarinen now. So we're running with Nico Saarinen. Still leading. Got this one from Niels de Grijzer and Morgan Williams. Niels has now got about half a second on Morgan, so Morgan's pace dropping off towards the end of the run, it looks like. No such worries for Nico Saarinen. .20 seconds left for Nico Saarinen. Just looking to bring this one home. Get himself another top 10 in round. Should be eminently possible. He's heading for the only 40 lap run. So Nico Saarinen's made the split, Niels de Grijzer hasn't. Morgan Williams gets himself back up into second, just nicks it off of Niels de Grijzer on the line with a 39 in 1 But Nico Saarinen with a 40 in 11. Nico Saarinen getting that one. Nico Saarinen takes that with a 40 in 8.11.
39.81, the grades of 39.815. So close race in quarter 3. Good race for Nico in this one.
Top heat then. We could be about to decide TQ. Ollie Payne going to lead this one away from Max Mackler, Michael Bolt, Ollie Boltink, Sam Coult, Adam Isay, Ian Beckart, Chase Mackman and Adam Mackman. So bringing you this top heat in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing, also Tony Sports, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Ollie Payne will lead us away. Ollie having taken all the rounds so far. If Ollie takes this round, he will seal pole position. Someone else needs to take this to stand a chance of challenging him. Currently we've got Max Mackler with 2 seconds. Ollie leading away from Max then. See what the opening laps are. 12.0 from Ollie, 12.4 from Max, 12.1 from Michael Bolt. Sam Coult with an 11.8 on the opening lap. Ollie Bolting with an 11.9. Let's just let this settle in at the start of the run. So super unfortunate. I think we've had a bit of a coming together between Sam Coult and Michael Bolt, which resulted in Michael tumbling to the foot of the field. Out in front, though, we have got Ollie Payne from Max Mackler. Ollie leading this one by 0.2 from Max at the moment. So Ollie going to be the first one to start approaching traffic. We're running with Ollie. First bit of traffic he's going to encounter will be Adam Mackman. So Adam has got out of the way of Ollie. 0.6 of a second now, Ollie Payne's advantage over Max Mackler. So remember, if Ollie takes this round, he is overall TQ. We're still running with Ollie at the moment. He's just extending his gap slightly. Boltink is running in 3rd position. So Ollie's gap now about 0.7 up on Max. Let's move back 2 cars and pick up Max. The white front, orange reared car. There we go. This is Max Mackler down the main straight. Max's car looking just a little bit resistant to turning. But holding on by 6/10 from Ollie Boltink. In fact, Ollie Boltink's got himself up into second position. Let's see if we can find Ollie Boltink. He is an all-white coloured car, so that will be him. There's only one all-white coloured car out there, which makes a bit of a change. That is Ollie Boltink running in third position currently. He is going to be closing in on the rear of Michael Bolt, who is himself trying to recover after a bit of an earlier incident. Ollie Boltink still running in second to Ollie Payne, and in fact is only a tenth off. So Ollie Boltink's got some serious pace in his car now. Just going to see if he or where he pops out as he crosses the line. Started out behind Ollie Payne. Let's have a look as they cross. He is 3/10 down on Ollie Payne. So Ollie Boltink coming it up to the rear of Adam Mackman. Adam opens up, lets Ollie Boltink go. So we have got Ollie Payne leading this one, doing what he needs to at the moment. Max moves up into second position. He's only half a second down on Ollie Payne. We've got less than a tenth now between Ollie Boltink and Ollie Payne. We're running with Ollie Boltink as he closes in on the rear of Chase Mackman. Gets past Chase successfully. Small mistake there from Ollie. Boltink runs in wide, will continue to run with him as he tries to chase down Ollie Payne. No traffic in front of Ollie Payne. Let's have a look. Boltink in second position. He's around half a second off. Mackler also there. This could be decided as they run through the traffic. So it looks like potentially Ollie Boltink is on a similar pace. He's about 4/10 down now on Ollie Payne. But we did hear Ollie mention earlier he may be trying stuff. Ollie Payne, that was. He might be trying a few bits, having already got 3 TQs in the bag. Max only half a second down, and Boltink now 3/100ths behind Mackler. So top 3, absolutely nothing between them. Sam Colt kind of circulating by himself after his earlier coming together with Michael Bolt. Top 3 all heading for times within 1 second of each other. Let's have a look as Ollie Boltink now about 8/10 off of Ollie Payne. Let's pick up Ollie Payne again then. White front, red rear. He's just going through the fast sweep now. Up to the top end of the circuit. There we go. That is Ollie Payne down the main straight. So we had a bit of a problem for Max then. Dropped him down into third. Boltink safe in second. He is, 9/10 now off of this car of Ollie Payne. So with 1 minute 15 to go. Ollie Payne closing in on the rear of Sam Colt with 1 minute left. Knowing the kind of lead that Ollie Payne has, he'll probably treat Sam like the hind legs of a donkey. He'll want to stay well away from him, not get tangled up or involved in anything. Still 9/10 between Payne and Boltink. What have we got? Less than 30 seconds to go. Payne. Standing between him and TQ. 15 seconds now. Standing between Ollie Payne and securing overall TQ. Ollie Payne's time will expire as he crosses the line. Ollie Payne has finished with a 40 in 8:01. Ollie Bultink will cross the line, misses out by pretty much exactly 1 second, just under 1 second. Max Mackler in third position, just waiting for Sam Court to cross the line. Great effort there from Chase Mackman in fifth. That won't be quite fifth in round, but that will certainly be top 10 in round. So fantastic effort there from Chase. Let's have a look and see what the overall in that does. We know Ollie Payne is Mr. TQ now. Max Mackler is still second. Ollie Bultink now with a second in round gets himself up to third. Michael Bolt sits fourth. Sam Court is sitting fifth with a third and a fourth in round. Nico Sarinen's in there. Niels de Greiser, Adam Isay, James Hart is in there, as is Alex Anderson. Adam Mackman with a sixth in round. So, yeah, great effort there. Yeah, Adam with a sixth in round. Or sixth and a ninth. So, Adam is BQ at the moment. So, yeah, Adam doing a good job there. So, first of the modified heats. Just about to go on.
Everybody free here in the money. Boxes ready. We're going racing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
All right, welcome back. Q4 Heat 12. Got the names on the screen there for you. Got Matt on the camera, and this is that weird guy in the black that's been pointing at subscribe and join buttons on the screen. That's me. So we're following, I think we're following Koivisto, yes. Let me see if I can get back to the live timing here. There we are, Koivisto from Finland, leading Buffet, Brandt, Galli, Schwartaki, Ferretti, Neri, Devold, and I think that's all. They've moved around quite a bit. Mazzini. I was talking to Morone earlier, Nicola Morone, who will be coming up, I think, next heat. There's a few Italians here. It's a electric on road is a growing category on the national scene in Italy. Of course, Italy more known for its nitro on road racing. And thanks to Davide Angaro, off-road as well. Other pro Italian off-road races are available as well. So we've got the Buffet, Brandt, Koivisto, Neri, Galli, Mazzini. See who we're following. See if I can get the number. It's the car 1 of Koivisto, who pops up back in the top, but Buffet, Brandt. Oh, looks like Koivisto's had a pretty decent couple of laps. Staying in the lead. Going through the chicane down the main straight. Not as many people watching this on the side of the track as the Spec top heat, but sometimes it's pretty good action in these lower mod heats. They can get chaotic, to be kind, but They can be pretty good to watch as well. Unless you have to discuss things in the pits and change all your settings on your car. But around the Omega turn, across the timing loop, through the infield, into that big sweeper. That very tight chicane. Again, as mentioned earlier, it's not, you cannot straight line that chicane. It's pretty difficult. Well, impossible, I should say, to straight line it. You actually have to turn to avoid that middle dot circle. Corviso still leading this one. I'm going to make it challenging on myself, see if I can spot the car number 2 as they're coming across. See who that is. I think it's the green car, a couple cars behind. One car behind now. I think it's the green. Not running 3 numbers as they should, so I'm going to say that this is Buffat, who has just taken the lead. Took me a lap to actually spot them, but I'm pretty sure this is the 2. Yeah, they are trading top spot, Corvisto and Buffat, from Switzerland. Arnaud Buffat or Buffat? I'm not sure. Just apologize in advance for the atrocious pronunciations from the RCTV commentating team, just in general, but for me especially. But here we go, Swiss racer coming down the main straight once again, leading this one. On pace for 40 laps in 8:08 flat now. Improved by about a second with clear track all around him, and coming up on Corvisto actually. And we knew that would happen. So Buffat in the green car, chasing, getting tangled up with the back marker there. Missed who that was. But that is unfortunate. It's going to drop him down. Corvisto, yes, now taking over the top spot, but Buffat should be able to recover because there's quite a bit of clean space ahead. The referees, there's a pair of referees on the driver's stand. One watching the left side, one watching the right side. So they're sharing the duties. Work that time. It's what I like to call the verbal blue flags. To let the lap traffic, I don't like saying slower traffic, but you know, it is the moving chicanes. Now there's nothing between Buffat and Corvisto. You see the next car ahead is Corvisto. Still in the lead. Brandt in the car. Ooh, a little, what happened there? I'm going to call it an over-rotation because that'll make me sound smart. But a wibbly-wobbly bit there in the chicane. Oh, we're getting tangled up again with that same back marker. I'm pretty sure it's the same back marker. There are 2 white/yellow cars. Well, there's just the one white and yellow car. Well, coming up on that sort of slate blue car. I want to say that was Boyd Schwartwicki. I'm not sure, though. Buffat still chasing down Corvisto. Now there's another lap traffic, this white and pink car between them, going through the chicane, down the straight. Everyone the same speed here. Of course, they're running 6.5 blinky, if I remember that correctly. There's some contention whether it's actually modified or not, but regardless, everyone roughly on the same horsepower. Alessandro Lenardi saying, "Die Italy! Italy team, go Bond!" with a strong arm emoji. Unfortunately for Team Italy, Mario Nerdi has pulled off the track early in this run, so I'm not sure what happened. Oh, and here's the 2 leaders now, nose to tail. Buffat taking over the lead because you can see how close they are. They did start a second, and again the same back marker. causing the green car just massive trouble. Buffat must be just stomping on the stand. And now again drops back to second. So he's got another like 2 seconds to make up to Koivisto to on track to get back, and that is not going to happen in the last 30 seconds of this run. Unless that's Koivisto, right? Oh, okay. I thought it was a different car. There's another car that ahead that looks a bit like Koivisto. Sort of sparkly blue rear end. Yeah, I don't think that was Koivisto. It was another car that looks just like Koivisto at immediate glance. Koivisto, as the seconds wind down, 5 seconds remaining, has crossed for the final time. Buffat, yep, time is over, and that is it. Finishing the laps is Koivisto and Buffat, yes. So, lap traffic costing Buffat a huge amount of problems there. And Skelectrix commenting, why so little interaction on the chat? That's what I'd like to know. There's only 30 plus people watching, but please do let us know what you guys think, what you think of the coverage and of the driving. I can tell you this is a lot harder driving than you might think. These cars go very, very quickly. Don't forget to hit subscribe, no matter what channel you're watching on, whether it's the EFRA YouTube or RC Racing TV. Hit subscribe if you want to be told when tomorrow's live racing action continues. So we're going to have, we're deep into the 4th round of qualifying. There's another round of qualifying to go. The rounds are taking about 2 and a bit hours. A little bit under 2.5 hours each. And then today, the only finals that will happen today are the first round of finals, the first A final leg of the GT class. And all the rest of the finals will happen tomorrow, starting early. There'll be a round of practice for everybody, very short round of practice. I think it's only 4 minutes or so per final, just to sort of recondition the track and all sorts of stuff. Okay, so there we go. Hobbywing is our title sponsor, title supporter for this week of racing. So thank you very much to them. So leading us off is Stozdal. Then we have Andreas and Liptak, Jan Fjeld, Marone, Saarinen, Lemperriere, and Larson. So we are with Stozdal, who's led off in the car number 6. And if you're questioning why car 6 went off first, why isn't it car number 1? Well, car number 6 did the best in the last round. Jorge Andre Rodriguez saying, why is mod equal 6.5 Blinky? Well, that's according to the rules that were voted in by the various federations across Europe. So from Germany to Belgium to the UK, every year the rules change very slightly. So that's just what was voted in and decided by the federations that make up, that represent the racers in all of the various countries across Europe. So Liptak, Jan Marone is, that's our running order at the moment. I wouldn't expect Marone to stay up there, not because he's a bad racer, but because he might be stopping to change tires, because he's Nicola Marone from a certain tire company. So I think this is the 2 car. Yes, of Thomas Liptak from Slovakia. I'm going to guess because he's from Slovakia, he's running an X-Ray. So Rene Jean running second, Saarinen third. Morone's dropped to fourth overall at the moment. So the first few laps are usually a bit weird and movable and changeable with these 12 scale cars. Just because of tire size and saucing and scrubbing in of the tires and all that stuff. And sometimes the cars start off very pointy, sometimes they don't. And it just depends on the driver and the car setup and all that stuff. So Jorge in the chat. So if you have any questions in the chat, please dump them in there, whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, doesn't matter the channel. We'll get it all in the YouTube chat. So Jorge is saying, is the 6.5 Blinky going to be the trend towards the 2026 Worlds? I'll be honest, I don't know, but you can go on the ifmar.org website and check for yourself. I don't actually run this class. James, who's the normal commentator for the weekend, I'm just subbing in for him for a little bit to rest his voice and let him take a little bit of a break. James, I'm sure, knows all about that. He's been present at the last couple of Worlds, I believe. So he will have that information. So we're with Thomas Liptak from Slovakia. Morone has actually popped up into second spot. And I'm going to say he's running that bright green that's just going into the sweeper now through the chicane. So we flow our way over there. This is Nicola Morone. I believe it's car 5. Yep. So John and he are battling overall, but actually Morone on a 42.809 pace, 42.809.4, and Liptak on an 809.2 pace. So they're literally 0.2 of a second apart. And that's on estimated time. Of course, we were only not even halfway through this one. So John has just popped into second, and then Morone takes it back over. So you have to sort of be patient with it. I mean, much like the cars themselves, you have to be patient with the results of the race, because 8-minute runs, in the old days, it used to be, come down so much to the motor and the batteries, and these cars would be creeping across the line, and the leader may not be the leader, after 20 seconds to go. But nowadays, it's a bit different. Well, very, very different. I've never actually raced this class. I was more a touring car guy, but this is a very unique class, and especially now, not just lipos and brushless, but with spools and the lipo sort of box-shaped chassis. Everything's so much different. Something major comes along every few years, and in most of the racing classes, to really change things up. So John taking over the second spot again. Nicola not taking over the second spot. So I'm going to see if I can find the 8 car out there. I can't remember what car. Ooh, was it that one that just went over? I think it was. John has not crossed yet, did he? No, it was not that car that just went upside down. Okay, I think John is the white car, I'm going to say, coming down the main straight. A little bit ahead. Yeah, like just across the finish line now underneath us. There we go. That, I believe that white and minty green color car. Yes, I think that's John. Of course, by the time that we found him, Morone has popped up and stayed in second position. But we haven't covered John for a bit, or at all in this particular heat. So we'll stick with Rene Jean from Austria.
6 minutes on, 2 minutes to go.
And that car 8. Not all of these cars running 3 numbers like they're supposed to, unless there was some sort of team rules change. These little minor rules like this do fluctuate sometimes, but pretty sure that's a hard and fast rule. And the Barriere, I didn't even notice, has pulled off after 2 laps. That's very unfortunate. Hopefully they have got some good runs in earlier in the day, because there's only one more heat remaining after this one for everybody. Rene Jean coming down the main straight. That blue car stuck again. One minute left. Tomas Liptak still running things at the front end of this field. And so let's go back to the sweeper where Liptak in that minty green car is coming down the main straight now. This is Tomas Liptak, Slovakian racer, finishing 38 laps, on pace to do 42.807. So it's gone just a tiny bit faster. Traffic working well for him, and I suppose at this stage of the race, there are fewer cars out there than what started. There's only 8 cars out there, not 10. Started with 9, one's dropped out, so there's 8 left. And as we saw in the Mod Q3 top heat, there's only 5 cars finishing, so there's just fewer cars to have to deal with on traffic-wise. So coming through that chicane, again, you cannot straight line that. So the angle that we're at makes it look like you could straight line it, but you absolutely cannot. So Liptak taking that one. Morone, Jean, Saarinen, Stoosdal, Fjeld, Andreasen, Larson, and Leperrier had to pull off quite early. Are you okay? Okay.
We are back, getting set for heat number 14. Just like to say thank you to Frank for covering briefly there. Just giving us an opportunity to stretch my legs a bit. It's a rather long day that we've got here. See, we have one question in from Jorge Andres Rodriguez about 6.5 Blinky. That's an EFRA thing, so not something for 2026 Worlds. It's not been adopted by IFMA. So IFMA is still open modified. Who have we got then in this live coverage of heat number 14 of 15? Qualifying round number 4 of the EFRA 112th European Championships for 2025. Coverage brought to you in association with Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. Martin Huddy going to lead away the all-white coloured car. Martin Huddy leads off from Tobias Sutrick. Sutrick actually caught and passed Martin last time out. But Martin ahead at the moment, and I think Martin's currently sitting like 5th overall, so he's quite comfortably in the A final. Still running with Martin Huddy. Tobias Sutrick, though, in front of him on the split. Started out 1 second behind him. Let's just shift our focus back onto Tobias. That's him there, the white and red coloured car as they come down the main straight once more. And, that was really unfortunate there for Tobias Sutrick. end up parked on his roof. So Martin Huddy still leading this one from Alexander Anderson with the 4 car. Alex Anderson's 4 car is the mainly pink coloured car. It's got some white flashes down the side, but on the stream it'll look pink. He's off the end of the main straight. He's just coming around past us now. There we go. That is the car of Alex Anderson, currently running in 4th position. Big lead for Martin Huddy at the moment. Alex Anderson is still running in 4th position. Hoopo's got himself up into 2nd. Let's see if we can spot Hoopo. Hoopo is running his race paint, but looks mainly white. That is just going through the fast sweep now, towards the top end of the circuit, through the chicane and out onto the main straight. There we go, that is Hoopo's car. So sort of white, blue and yellow, but looks mainly white on stream. Still running with Hoopo running 2nd from Martin Huddy. Andreas Bryn also somewhere in the mix. This is the car of Hoopo, running in, currently in 3rd position, but could well nick 2nd back off Andreas. Let's have a look. The gap between them, about a 1/10 of a second between them. Martin Huddy is, let's have a look, he is 1.2 seconds down the road, 4 minutes 40 into the run. Still running with Hoopo, haven't seen an awful lot of him. Let's see if we can find Andreas Bryn. I think he is a white and red coloured car. Indeed, he is the 7 car. Picked him up now. And got a retirement for Finley Whitelock in that one. So pinions just come off by the sound of it. So you'll see him drop down towards the bottom of the field. This the 2nd place man of Andreas Bryn. Let's see, as he crosses the line, he is about 2.5 seconds down on Martin Huddy. Just closing in is Andreas on the rear of Hoopo's car. So these guys started out 1 second apart, with Hoopo the lead of these two, and Andreas just operating inside the split on Hoopo. This battle we're watching at the moment for P2 in this heat. Andreas Bryn starting now 1 second behind Hoopo Honegal. Hoopo now less than 1 second in front of Andreas. And Hoopo actually opens up for Andreas. Hoopo looks like he's got a bit of a body tuck at the rear. Though one of the rear side dams folded in. underneath the rear of the car. In fact, I think Hoopo might have just freed that up with a bobble over a curb. No, he hasn't. It's still tucked in under the rear of Hoopo's car. We're running with Andreas Bryn at the moment. I think might be a good time to find Martin Huddy again. He's out on the main straight, off the end of the main straight. Here we go, the all-white car of Martin Huddy. Martin leading this one now by best part of 3 seconds. He's heading for a 43 lap run. In fact, all of the top 3 currently heading for 43 lap runs. Remember, Mark Reinhard and Ollie Payne have both done 45 lap runs coming up in the next heat. Those two, the only two to have made it. And in fact, just thinking, what time is Michael Olowski? Michael Olowski's managed, he's scraped onto a 44, has Mikhail Olowski. So he's currently in position to be starting off third. I think one of the guys we need to look out for is Alex Hagberg. He's had a bit of a nightmare so far. He's got a 30th in round. He's got a 4th in round, but he's currently sitting 22nd, is Alex Hagberg overall. So he'll be wanting to do something. We know Mark Reinhard is locked into the front row with his 2 round wins. And obviously it's 2 to count, so someone can only tie him. Best person with the best chance is Ollie Payne, who has 1 round win himself, but Mark has the fastest time. He's got a 45 in 8:05, and Ollie Payne has a 45 in 8:05 also, but that was an 8:05.6. Martin Hoody has taken that one. So Martin Hoody taking that one on a 43 lap run. Best lap just sneaking under the 11-second laps. So here we go, building towards the end of qualifying round number 4, heat 15, the final heat. So if you have just tuned in for this top heat of Modified, thank you for joining us. We're RC Racing TV and we are bringing you live coverage all weekend of the EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium. Bringing you coverage in conjunction with Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Mark Reinhard set to lead away from Ollie Payne and Michael Olowski. Michael persevering with the white wheels on his car. Mark Reinhard changing body shell. Mark with a kind of weird off-pink body shell. Ollie still looking like he's got his body shell mounted a long way forward as well. You can just see that cut behind the rear arch, like how much more material Mark has there than Ollie on his car. So a bit of a difference there in terms of how it affects the balance of the car. A nice forward mounted shell tends to make the car quite pointy and quite twitchy.
Racing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Car clear. 1.
Mark Reinhard leads away from Ollie Payne. Let's let them settle in for a few laps and see who looks like they have got pace. Slightly quicker opening lap from Ollie Payne that time round. These two have been the class of the field so far. Michael Orlovsky been very slightly off colour in comparison to his usual self. So that's the 6 car of Nico Saarinen already getting out of Mark's way. Reinhard leading this one from Payne. Remember, Mark cannot secure TQ this round because Ollie won a round yesterday. Even if Mark wins this one, it'll put him in a very good position, but Ollie will still be able to nick it by taking the last round. Let's have a look as they come round. Ollie Payne to the front now. Let's move our focus back one car then to Ollie Payne. It's 2/100ths of a second between these front two. Mark closing in on some traffic. That traffic being multiple European champions Marcus Mobers and Alex Hagberg. Ollie Payne now with them. Mobers getting a bit crossed up as Ollie went past. Ollie now closing in on the back of Alex Hagberg. Ollie through now, so no traffic between them. Let's have a look as they cross the line. Reinhard leading this one by 3/10. Gap is now 2/10. Orlovsky is, what is he, 4 seconds off? He's quite comfortably in third position. In fact, he's not comfortable in third because Matthias Nedbro is running somewhere there. We're still running with Ollie Payne. Ollie Payne to the front now by about 1/10 from Mark. So Mark passed the car of Matthias Nedrebo, who himself is running in 4th position. Ollie Payne now needs to get Matthias. Ollie through on Matthias. Mark now back to the front by about 2/10 of a second. Let's shift back to Mark, the pink coloured car out in front down the main straight. Battle going on between these two. Just over 1/10 of a second. It's just ebbing and flowing. Let's have a look as they go across the line. Gap is less than 1/10 between the top two. Slightly quicker lap that time, I think, for Mark. It was. Gap is still around 1/10. Let's have a look. Gap is a couple of hundredths. Bit of a slide from the rear of Mark's car. Bit of a bobble there. That's going to let Ollie to the front. 10th up now. Ollie is on Mark. Times they're predicting 45.806. So Ollie is heading for the round win, but it wouldn't be quicker currently than the time that Mark managed earlier on in the day. So Ollie back to the front. He is a whole 2/10 up on Mark Reinhard at the moment. 1/10 now, the gap between them. The pair of them closing in with 3 minutes left. Mark and Ollie both closing in on the car of Michael Orlovsky, running in third position. Almost up to 3/10 now, Ollie's lead. Predicted time of an 8:07 for Ollie. It needs to be an 8:05 to beat the earlier run times. So this is, as things stand, going to be 2 rounds each. Still 2 minutes to go though. Oh, mistake there for Mark. So Mark very, very fair and realises he's made a mistake. Let's run with Ollie then out in front. Ollie Payne then got a clear track in front of him. Mark Reinhard still heading for second in round, but Ollie Payne heading for the round win. 45.807.661 predicted. Mark Reinhard's time earlier an 8:05.172. So the time that Ollie is heading for, a couple of seconds slower currently than Mark Reinhard. Mark already with the 2 round TQs. This would also put Ollie on TQs, but with 2 from 5 to count, it's going to come down to the best time. And currently that is still going to sit with Mark Reinhard. Ollie Payne just over 1 minute left. Just over 1 second between the two of them. 1.4 seconds. Small mistake from Mark as well in an attempt to catch Ollie. Just, it's not happening. So Ollie Payne looking like he is going to take this round. This is going to be a cracking set of finals. Not necessarily everybody in the mix, but we will see Ollie Payne versus Mark Reinhard doing battle tomorrow. And it's been super close really all weekend between these guys. Predicted time of a 45.807 for Ollie Payne. It's not going to beat Mark Reinhard's 45 in 8:05. And Orlovsky running in third position currently. Finishing time, so Ollie Payne has crossed the line, 8:07.779. Mark Reinhard in second position. And 43 lap runs there for Orlovsky and Hagberg. Let's see what that has done to our overall. So we have Mark Reinhard and Ollie Payne both with round wins. It's Mark Reinhard in front by dint of his faster time that he's managed so far. Michael Orlovsky in third, Adam Isay fourth. Alex Hagberg's got himself up into fifth, so done that run that he needed to. We'll see if we can catch up with them. Okay, so with Ollie Payne, Ollie, another 2 round wins for you.
Yeah, pretty happy with that.
So obviously you've sealed TQ now for stock. You've got the 4 round wins that you need on that, and looked relatively comfortable in that one. Looked like Ollie Bultink's now found a bit of pace as well.
Yeah, I think it's now going to be a 3-horse race opposed to just me and Max, which is always going to make finals a bit more interesting, but we'll keep at it.
Okay, and moving on to modified then. Obviously you started out behind Mark on the split. You were kind of pressuring him all the way through. You were in and out of being in front of him on the split. Then he made that small mistake and got you back to the front.
Yeah, it was My car takes a little bit to come in, so I knew that if I could hang on in the beginning, I'd be okay come the end. So yeah, pretty happy with that.
Okay, and obviously now it's going to come down to the fastest time. So Mark still got it by about 2.5 seconds. Do you think the track's still got the pace in it?
I don't know. The temperature's changing quite a lot, so it could change quite drastically between now and the next round. So I'll prepare everything I can and then just see what happens.
Okay. Well, good luck. We'll wait and see what happens later.
Thank you.
I didn't know, but at least I know what to talk about.
So, yeah, just grab Mark now. Bit of a mistake-filled run there, but still quite comfortably hung on to second.
Yeah, like I said, I tried different tires again, and I didn't feel that comfortable this time, so I go back to the ones I used 2 runs ago. And with this one, I felt the best. So, no, it's still good. I think the time, I didn't know, I just asked what the tiebreaker is, so it's going to be the single fastest time of a TQ run, right? If it's both ties. So even if he TQs the last one, if he doesn't beat my time, I'm still on TQ, I'm sure.
Yes, you are, yeah.
So this road is this road, yeah. So I don't know. The track seems not as fast as in the morning, so I think that he was still 2 seconds off from this morning.
Yeah, he did like a 7.5. Yeah. You did a 5.1.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm still on the good side. So I just try to go back to what I used in Q3, 2, what it was, maybe 2, and see how it goes then.
A different body shell for you then as well.
Yeah, I went now with a one color lighter version than my painted one, but it's the same. So I just go back to my paint job, or even the Hara colored one.
Fair enough. So keeping that for finals, surely.
Yeah, probably we need at least one spare body, that's for sure.
Good. Well, looking forward to seeing the last round of qualifying, so hope it goes well for you.
I will go for it.
Just wanting to cover a bit of an unseen feature, really, of 112th and foam tyre class racing, but that's the tyre truing. So just down here in the tyre truing area, next to the pits, going to have a quick chat with Mark Payne. Kindly agreed to have a bit of a chat with us. Mark, very experienced. So Mark, do you just want to explain what you're doing?
Yeah, so I'm truing. I've come away with tyres that are maybe a bit too big. So as the grip comes up, I mean, that's a 42 mil tyre. And as the grip comes up, probably I want to be running slightly smaller. So I'm going to true these down to 41.5. They've not been run yet, but I've come with tyres that are maybe a little bit too big for this grip level. So all I'm doing is I'm just skimming them down to the size I want. The rears will be 41.5 and the fronts will be 40.5. So that's a 1 mil stagger. So there's 1 millimetre between the size of the rear and the size of the front. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm going to do 4 sets of tyres, which is all I need for today. I might then use them again tomorrow and re-skim them. A lot of drivers don't, but I'm a bit cheap with tyres, so I like to try and reuse them. So, but I don't like to use them straight off the track. I like to just give them a skim. They'll go even smaller, so probably maybe 41.40, but that's as small as I'll run. So really at this kind of level, it's 2 runs out the tyres, I would say. If I'm in the UK, I'm probably going to get maybe 3 or even 4 runs out of the tyres. Maybe 3 runs at national level, and then they'll just be club tyres after that. So 3 or 4 runs. Here, it's 2 runs and done.
Okay, so, I mean, you mentioned, obviously, the tyres not necessarily wearing evenly. That's because, well, I guess in this case, with an anti-clockwise circuit, you're wearing the right-hand side tyres more than you are the left.
You are, and on the fronts especially that happens. And again, at club level, all I'd do is, second run, I'd just swap the 2 fronts over and run the slightly larger one on the outside, so that by the time you've done that, it'll have evened out. But here it's not so good. And also the rears end up not only being slightly different sizes, but actually they end up being slightly conical depending on the wear of the track. So again, you need to take that out because these cars don't have diffs, they have solid rear axle spools, and that's really sensitive to differences in tyre dimension. So you really need to know that you're starting, with true tyres. Some of like the GT class, some of the drivers have come to me with cars and said, well, can you help, whatever. They're running tyres that have done 10 runs, and they're no longer what they should be, and so you've got to be really careful with these tyres. You can get maybe 3-4 runs, but then really you should consider that you're done with that tyre because they just get softer and softer and squidgy, and they lose their integrity. So.
Well, that's another thing. The additive that we're running this weekend, the control additive, it's quite oily, isn't it? So it soaks into the tyre a bit more?
It does, and I quite like this additive though, because I think that the idea of our Spider Grip additives that we use in the UK, which are a bit cleaner, less oily, the idea that they preserve the tyres for longer, I actually think is false, because what they'd make the tyre much more sensitive to diameter, and so you've still got drivers that are using them for 2 runs and then binning them. Some of the top drivers here will do 1 run on a set of tyres and then never use them again. I mean, and for me, that's almost a sin, that I feel uncomfortable with that. So it is true that the Spider type additives are kinder to the rubber, but if you're only doing 2 runs on the tyres in a meeting, and it's all a bit pointless, they're going in the bin anyway. So I would rather have the kinder grip of an oily additive. I think the cars are nicer to drive on the track using the Speed Tech oil-based additives, but that's just my personal opinion.
Okay, so just joining Sultan from Hobbywing down here in the pits. Hobbywing event sponsor for us here, and also providing tech support for the drivers. So Sultan, can you just explain to us what you're doing here? And looks like building motors.
Yeah, these 2 days, the main job is checking and tuning the motors for the drivers. Here, amazing. I saw almost everyone using our motors, especially the big stock class here, like 80 entries, and everyone wants to confirm their motor is in good status, and they want to know the good settings. So they bring the motor, and I check for them and tuning to what we suggested. Because we have lots of data coming from our team drivers, and that helps the normal players also. Yeah.
Okay, so you're using some of the Hobbywing equipment to do that. So you're using the tunalizer there?
Yes, this is my main tool. Yes, tunalizer.
Okay, so the tunalizer, just to explain to people, that checks the condition of the sensors, but it also tells you the position of the sensor relative to the rotor?
Yes. The amp, the RPM, also the balance of the whole signals, everything. Yeah. Also the rotor asymmetry, like this kind of small details. Maybe for normal players, it's just not too important, but for those top guys, they want everything to be perfect. So we check, and sometimes we do some selection to make sure their motors in the perfect status.
Okay, and you've obviously got a couple of different rotors for the stock motor as well. Is one proving more popular than the other?
This time we find that the standard one is still the best, overall the best. But some of the drivers, they like a stronger rotor, the feeling, and based on their test, their average is quite good. So they have different choices.
Okay, and what about speed controllers? Obviously, there's a lot of Hobbywing speed controllers in use. You make a specific 1S speed controller. Are you doing much tuning with the driver's speed controllers?
Not much. I have to say our 1S HD version is on the market for a long time. And for blinky, the EFRA have the blinky rules for the 6.5 and also the Pro Stock. So the only parameters we can do maybe only the like the frequency of the throttle, and not too much, not too many.
Okay, I mean, just to give people, viewers at home, an idea then of the drive frequency. So typically when you lower the drive frequency, you get better, more punch, more torque. And when you raise it, it's more RPM and a little less drive off the corner.
This is a new tip from the recent tests. We feel higher frequency is better.
Okay, and so it's better over the course of a run. That's useful information to know. Well, keep up the good work, Sultan. We'll let you get back to building the motor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Racing for group number 1. 2 miles. Layushek in the lead. Raymond in a 2. Hoodie in a 3. Philip in a 4. Shook in a 5. Dennis in a 6. And Inutis in a 7.
Positioning of distance minutes. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 7.
6 minutes down. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes. Coming into the 6 minute 30 mark. 1 minute 30 to go. 1:30. Thomas, Raymond, and Hoodie, top 3. Laurier in a 4 spot. minute to go. 1 minute.
So if you've just tuned in, where have you been? We've been having a fantastic time here in Zwevegem at the EFRA 112 European Championships, brought to you by Hobbywing. And we've had 4 fantastic rounds of qualifying. And we're now into the 5th and final round, which is pretty awesome. The ex-president of EFRA sending me photos of me, I think, and laughing when I look over at him. Anyway, here we are, and as has been customary, the first 2 heats of each round is the GT class, and we allow James to lie down for a moment. So he is currently lying on his back underneath the driver's stand, but he'll be resuming in about a minute's time. No, he won't. We've got heat 2. So we'll be back with you after heat 2 when heat 3 commences with the Spec class. The first of 10 Spec groups. 11. 10 or 11. And then 4 mod, I think. My colleague Frank joins us now live from Zwevegem.
Purely so that I can hear what you're saying, because you're looking at me and talking.
Because you're excited to hear what I'm talking about.
Yes.
I was just saying there's 4 rounds of... No, there's 10 rounds of mod, right?
11. I think it's 11.
And 4 of mod.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because top heats are 11 and 15.
Oh no, because there's two rounds of GT, so you have to subtract 2.
Yes.
Don't you? Subtract them, and then that leaves you with 9 or 8. We don't know. We don't know.
I mean, 11 minus 9. That's. Can we check out Chat GPT and see what that says?
We don't know. Just at the end of the day, just go and buy some Hobbywing stuff. And come back for round 10 and we'll see you in a bit.
Buy it from Orlovsky Racing Products or
Not at
Schumacher or Tony Sport.
Tony Sport, sell it.
And fit it to your Automatics or Schumacher car with a Montec body.
I think Zen Racing sell it as well.
Yeah, I mentioned Zen Racing.
Yeah, of course they do. So, yeah, there's lots of options for you. So anyway, what we'll do is we'll leave you with the rotating cameras and the lovely sounds of Bjorn, the track commentator, and then we will come back to you for Heat 3, which will be the beginning of the Spec and their final class, their final
round.
Yes. Yeah, it's their final go.
It's been a long day.
Oh, it's been really long, and there's still long to go too. So
there's still long to go too.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll be quiet now.
And just save ourselves further embarrassment.
Yeah, thank you to Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and OrlowskiRacingLine.com. And we'll see you very shortly.
All cars are on the way. Home stretch is counting. Good luck, drivers. 8 minutes. Last round of qualifying, round number 5. Take it easy, Lewis. You already got the TQ Lewis, so take it easy. Having fun.
6, 8, 5, 7, 3, 4.
1 minute down, 7 minutes to go. Oh, Esteban in a 2 spot. Jens Knut is in a 3. Chris Grant's now in a 3. Esteban Fontaine in a 3. Chris in a 4. Lewis in a 5, Nicholas in a 6, Gerard in a 7, Mika down in 8. 130 down, 6:30 to go.
Positioning 2 minutes, 2, 5, 8, 6, 1, 7, 3, 4. Positioning of the 3 minutes, 2, 5, 8, 6, 1, 3, 7, 4.
Coming into the halfway mark, 4 minutes down, 4 minutes to go. Lawrence Sips in the front, Chris in the 2.
Positioning of 4 minutes.
Lewis in the 2, Chris in the 3, Esteban in the 4. Yanutis in the 5, Ferran in the 6, Shuk in the 7, and Mika in the 8 spot. Waiting for everybody to finish the 18th lap. Lawrence Sips is in the front. Lewis in the 2, Chris in the 3, Yanutis in the 4, Esteban in the 5, Oliver Gerard in the 6, Nicholas in the 7, Mika in the 8 spot. 4:30 down, 3:30 to go. Up next, group number 3. You're up next, group 3. You're up next.
Positioning of 5 minutes, 2, 1, 5, 6, 8, 3, 4, 7.
5:30 down, 2:30 to go. Group number 2 from the GT class, unofficially European Championship. Here with Lawrence Sips in the front, Lewis in the 2, Chris in the 3, Esteban in the 4, Janutis in the 5, Ferran in the 6, Nicolas in the 8 spot, and Mika now in the 7.
Positioning to 6 minutes, 2, 1, 5, 6, 8, 3, 7, 4.
6:30 down, 1:30 to go. Lewis Woolworth's coming up to Lawrence. We're talking about 0.3 of a second between those two guys. Lewis can still pick away the lead from Lawrence in this one. 0.3 of a second between 1 and 2. 7 minutes down, 1 to go.
Positioning for 7 minutes. 1, 2, 5.
Lewis in the lead by 0.2 now. Yeah, Lewis was doing the right thing, showing Lawrence 6. You want to win, you have to do it. It's over my body. Mobile's in the front now by a half a second. Lawrence in a 2 spot, Chris in a 3. Esteban in a 4, Tinutis in a 5, Ferran in a 6, Mika in a 7, Nicholas down in 8. Seconds left on the clock, guys. And Lewis take this one also. You're done, guys. Lewis take this one. Lawrence Sips in a 2 spot. Chris Grange in a 3. Esteban in a 4. Group number 3, you've got track time. Track's open. Track's open, guys. Track's open. Marshall, Marshall, Marshall. Come on, guys. Come on, Marshall. Starting order, 1, 4, 5, 2 in the front. 1, 4, 5, 2 in the front.
Okay, we are back. Up and running. Had a few questions come in whilst we were away. What chassis is Ollie using? Ollie is using a CRC chassis. Had a few people in the comments say they thought he was using a Schumacher. No, he split from them late January. Chris House going to lead away at the front of this one. And I think there was a bit of confusion there because Lee Moss went off first, but Chris House had got the faster time. So I think Lee realised his mistake, stopped and corrected, but is now going to have to serve a stop-go. So just saw out of the back of the shot. The car of Lee Moss. We're running with Chris House at the moment, as he's known abroad. Christophe Maison. Chris, Winston Barnett and Lee Moss have been the quickest 3 drivers in this heat. Slightly unfortunate coming together there for Chris. That's got Dennis Marshallot to the front with the 2 car. I think he is the other white and orange coloured car. He's the one just going through out onto the main straight now. Let's just confirm that is the 2 car. It is. Dennis out in front of this one by some 5 seconds at the moment from Chris House. Dennis Marshall still leading this one. We're running with him as he sweeps through past, I believe that was the car of Gorgio. Still the 2 car we're running with, leading from Chris House. Gap over Chris now some 6.2 seconds. Lead car, still Dennis Marshall, still running with him. He is leading by 6 seconds. He's just gone past Winston Barnett. So starting to get it together for the end of qualifying. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV for this last round of qualifying today. We've got finals all day tomorrow as well. Slightly scruffy lap there, and lead car getting turned around. So gap out in front has come down quite significantly. It is still in the region of 3.5 seconds. So the lead car we are running with, second place car, is the car just out the front of shot of Chris House. 3 seconds though, the gap between them. Dennis starting out behind. Dennis Marshall still leading this one. So 2 lead cars running together. Still Chris House just in front of Dennis Marshall, who decides he wants past and rather rudely launches it over the curb. I'm not sure if we're going to get a stop-go now. So, yeah, stop and go for car 2. So we'll see him come into the stop and go area at the end of this lap. There we go. Gets called out and drops in behind. In fact, Lee Moss is going to get himself somewhere in the mix with this one now. because Lee Moss is now sat in between Chris House and Dennis Marshalow. Let's run with Lee Moss for a little bit. The white front, green rear car. So slightly bizarre situation of a referee calling a car for a stop-go and then having to call that same car that he's just given a stop-go to back through traffic. Still running with Lee Moss at the moment, though. As he is chasing the car of Dennis Marshalow. Last track action for all of these drivers for the day. Where are we? We are at 20 to 7. We're running all the way through past 9 p.m. This the last round of qualifying. We already have a TQ man in stock, that being Ollie Payne. Got a mistake there from Lee Moss. Stows it in the barrier, and is that some kind of breakage for him? No, it's not. Let's pick up the... that's the car of Chris House. Let's move back one orange and white car to the lead car. In fact, no, they're the other way around. Chris House has also made a mistake, so cameraman did have it right. There we go. That is the lead car of Dennis Marshalow coming down to cross the line. Dennis Marshalow taking that one in the end by about 5 seconds from Chris House, Lee Moss, Winston Barnett. So we're going to be bringing you coverage up until around 9:30 p.m. CET. That will be the end of qualifying, and we're going to see then finals for the GT class after the end of qualifying. The first couple of, basically the first leg of the finals. Then tomorrow, there's going to be 3-leg finals for everybody. We've already got Ollie Payne on TQ for stock with 2-round wins. We've got Ollie Payne and Mark Reinhard both with 2-round wins in modified. Mark Reinhard currently has the fastest time though, so Ollie Payne... Ollie Payne needs to win the round, basically. So if Ollie doesn't win the round, Mark Reinhard is TQ, regardless of who wins it. Looking likely it's going to be one of those two because they're over a lap down the road from Michael Orlovsky, who is in 3rd position currently. So it's Mark Reinhard in the pound seats currently, but not absolutely secured. Ollie would still need to find 2.5 seconds on his best run that he's done so far, and we believe that the track has probably slowed up a little bit. Rob Jackson to lead away. Rob had really good pace so far from this heat. The white front, red rear car. Rob Jackson leading off at the front of this one. Rob navigates his way out onto the main straight, down the main straight once more. Already starting to put some time into his competitors, although Arthur Hoffman has got himself to the front by about 1/10 of a second. Let's see if we can find Arta Hoffman, the number 6 car. Pretty sure that was one of the all-white coloured cars. And drop down the order now. So mistake from Arta Hoffman. Yuka Hakamis gets himself to the front from Rob Jackson. So it's Yuka with the number 5 car. I think the number 5 car is the cunningly disguised carpet grey coloured car, which is going to be quite difficult for it to pick out. He's on the main straight. No, he's not on the main straight now. Yeah, the number 5 car is the grey coloured car, just going through the fast sweep now. Not the best choice of body shell colour if you want to make yourself visible. Blends in quite nicely with the carpet. Yuka still leading this one, just gets out of the way of a fast-moving, I think that was Gunnar Blumendal. Still going quite nicely for Yuka, but he's now some 3 seconds off of Rob out in front. Cutting his way through the middle of the circuit. Bit of an over-rotation there. Car just stopping, snatching, grabbing. Not nice when the car does that, when the car's like that. Let's see if we can pick up Rob Jackson again. The white and red coloured car. He's just going through the chicane at the top, out onto the main straight. There we go. There is Rob Jackson, our lead car. In the lead by about 3.5 seconds at the moment. And lucky escape there for Rob, as an assault mounted by the car of Mario Neri bounces over the roof of Rob's car. Rob Jackson still leading this one from Gunnar Blumendal in second position. A few small mistakes starting to creep in. Long days, a lot of driving for these guys. It's a lot of concentration. So no wonder that everybody is starting to feel a little bit jaded. Still got 3 legs of finals to come as well after this. We'll have a look, just check, see where Rob Jackson is sitting currently. Rob is sitting... he's showing as 57 at the moment, but that's not actually right, because a bunch of the guys in front of him were showing, like Chris House with a second in round, because he took the earlier round. In fact, let's have a bit of... yeah, that's not going to be accurate at the moment, because we've got guys from the earlier heat showing with a really high round score. It'll get more accurate as the run goes on. Rob Jackson still leading this one, just over 2 minutes left. Again, has a decent run through the traffic. Rob heading for a 37.806. Gunnar Blumendahl heading for a 37.810. If you are just joining us this evening for this coverage, welcome to you. We're RC Racing TV and bringing you coverage of the EFRA 112 European Championships from Zwevegem in Belgium in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing, also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. A little bit deep on the exit from Rob Jackson there, car wouldn't turn back. Just over a minute left for Rob Jackson now. Then all of his driving for the day is done. Just be wanting to bring it home. He can seal it, see it, feel it, taste it. It's been a decent run. Slightly fraught day for Rob yesterday, but has recovered well from a slightly lower seeding than he would have hoped for. This will be every round of qualifying he'll have taken this heat, so pumped in 5 good scores. Last 10 seconds now for Rob. Rob on his split lap at the moment. Just has to navigate a slightly wayward car. So Rob has finished 37.806. Gunnar Blumendahl also makes the 37 with a 37.810. Stefan Kalbrecht just under 1 lap down on Rob. There we go. Qualifying for heat number 4, done and complete. Coming up next, we have got heat number 5. Julian Kryuchek, Cedric Gills, Sasha Lennart, Eero Hakamies, Emmanuel Ferrero, Thomas Gavel, Tony Wade, and Senna Obdenbeek. Laurent Sips was due to be out, but he has dropped out of this class to concentrate on the GT class. Julian Kryuchek going to lead away with the yellow coloured car with the white cockpit with no windows. Kryuchek pops in his opening lap. What is it? It's a 13.4. Obdenbeek and Tony Wade with the hot opening laps. In fact, a very quick lap from Obdebeek. Still Krajicek from Tony Wade running in second. Let's see if we can pick up Tony's car. He is the yellow and purple coloured car. He's just about to come past us now. So he's through the fast sweep in the centre of the track. There we go. That is Tony Wade's car. A little bit wayward as he comes onto the straight. Cuts in quite nicely. Tony now down in third position. And Tony dives for a gap, not really there, but makes his way through. Tony currently running in fourth position. Tony was running in fourth position and then decided he liked the look of the inside of that chicane. That's going to drop Tony down the order. Let's see if we can pick up the 7 car of Sasha Lennertz. The 7 car should be the yellow front, blue rear car. He's just going through the fast sweep up towards the top of the track now. There we go. That is the second place man of Sasha Lennertz at the moment. He is currently about 2 seconds behind Julian Krajicek. Both of these guys heading for 37 lap runs. Julian heading for a time just slightly quicker than Rob Jackson's time from the previous heat. Sasha Lennertz looking like he's going to be about 5 seconds down. So just showing what a good time Rob managed to put up. And nice clear track around Sasha Lennertz at the minute. This is the last qualifying action for all of these guys. And then we start getting into the all-action finals. Looking at Senna Obdenbeek, seems to have put himself somewhere in the mix. He's running in fourth place with car number 5. Let's see if we can find him. I think he's the pink coloured car. There's 2 pink coloured cars. He's the pink coloured car just about to come out onto the main straight now. So like that is the 6 car of Eero Hakemies, but he is running in third place, so we'll continue to run with him. This is the car of Eero Hakemies. Still running in third place. He's about 4 seconds off. In fact, he's dropped to fourth now as Emmanuel Ferrero jumps him. Senna Obdenbeek is the other pink coloured car out there. So we did have the coloured bit right. He is just going through the fast sweep up through the chicane at the top of the circuit out onto the main straight now. There we go. There is the pink coloured car of Senna Obdenbeek. Now in 5th position. Five minutes down, 3 minutes to go. We're running with Senna Obdenbeek. Running in 4th place currently. Just over 2 minutes left. Let's see if we can find the lead car of Julian Krajicek again. He is the yellow-coloured car. He's just off the end of the main straight now. So he's come round past us. There we go. Julian Krajicek. Got a lead of 3.9 seconds currently. One minute 20 left for Julian Krajicek. He'll just be slightly concerned that he's got a bunch of traffic in front of him. You don't really want to be catching 4 cars all at once like that, although 2 of them firing each other off the circuit certainly helps. Still with Julian Krajicek into the final minute now. He is heading for a 37 in 8:08. So actually he's dropped off the pace that Rob Jackson set earlier.
seconds. 30 seconds left on the clock, guys. 30 seconds.
15 seconds left. So Julian Krajicek we're running with at the moment. Makes it through to begin his final lap. Everybody else will be coming up for their finishing times. Time has expired. Julian crosses the line. And there we go, 37 in 8:08. Tony Wade jumps up at the death to third in the heat. There we go, right at the end there. Julian Krajicek taking that one from Emmanuel Ferrero. Welcome to you if you are just joining our coverage here on RC Racing TV. Just bringing you the end of today's coverage. Still got a couple of hours remaining. But, bringing you live coverage in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing, also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlovsky Racing Line. Ole Thomas Bryn gonna lead us away for this heat from Niels Mers, Andy Thompson, Eric Sotorayu, Tim Janssen, Esteban Fontaine, Alfie Hart, Magnus Hellmark, and Mark Payne. Mark Payne pulling up to the line late and being told to start last, which in the grand scheme of things doesn't feel like a massive penalty. Right, this is a slight break in protocol with the race being held for I think that's the car number 5 of Tim Janssen. So Tim Janssen should be asked to start at the back.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Count 6, 8, 7, 5, 1, 4, 9, 2.
Okay, Tim Janssen does the right thing and starts at the back. Ole Thomas Bryn leading this one away. Back to Alfie Hart with a hot opening lap. Some 3/10 up. We'll run with Ole Thomas Bryn at the minute and then just see how it plays out as others progress through the run. This, the white and green coloured car of Ole Thomas Bryn we're running with at the moment. He is leading by about half a second from Alfie Hart. Very similar on fastest lap times at the minute. Andy Thompson in 4th position, Niels Mers in 3rd. Ole Thomas Bryn we're running with at the moment, just waiting for the order to refresh. Alfie Hart still up in 2nd position. He is about 1 second down. Let's see if we can pick up Alfie. He is the yellow coloured car out there. He is just going through. There we go, we've got him. Alfie Hart running in 2nd position at the moment, and I think Andy Thompson has retired, so that's dropped him down the field. Still running with Alfie Hart, 2nd place man. Let's just see as he crosses the line where he pops out overall. He is about 1.5 seconds off the lead at the moment. Lap last time round, 13.435. Who else is moving quite quickly out there? We have the 9 car of Magnus Hellmark. See if we can spot the 9. That is the blue, yellow and red car. He's just through the fast sweep and heading out onto the main straight now. There we go, that is Magnus Hellmark. Running in 3rd place at the moment. He is about 6/10 off of Alfie. Just waiting for times to update. Alfie is he's around 3.5 seconds off the lead. So in fact, lead car is the one that is following this 3rd place car that we're running. Obviously he started out at the front of the heat. Let's move our focus back 1 car, and in fact they have a little bobble together. So this is the lead car of Ole Thomas Bryn. That was Mark Payne ended up on his roof. His day of woe continues. Yeah, that's a retirement for Mark Payne. So we'll see him drop down the order. There we go, Mark dropping to bottom with Andy Thompson. Ole Thomas Bryn we are running with at the moment. Alfie Hart in 2nd position currently. Let's just see as Alfie crosses the line where he updates to. He is about 3.5 seconds back. So 3.5 seconds between Ole Thomas Bryn and Alfie Hart out in the front of this one. with only 2 scores from 5 to count. Still some good opportunities to improve late on in the day. Can't really take anything for granted. So this heat number 6 of 11, so getting on for where it will be about an hour's time. We shall know who is going to be in the A final. Ollie Thomas Bryn still leading this one from Alfie Hart. We're running with him at the moment. These two kind of established themselves as the pace setters in this heat as the day has gone on. So Alfie has got about 3 seconds in his pocket from Eric Sotoreu in 4th position. 3rd position, sorry. Ollie Thomas Bryn still leading this one. We're running with him. Just over 2 minutes left. He's trying to close in on the back of Alfie Hart. He'll be the next car. So Ollie down the main straight, about the length of the straight separating them. First and second. Alfie started out later on in the heat. Small mistake from the leader there. Let's have a look and see. Gap was about 4 seconds. Gap is still around 4 seconds between Ollie and Alfie. Just over a minute left. Ollie Thomas Bryn about to complete his track action for the day. Just over 1 minute remaining. Ollie Thomas Bryn, 40 seconds left. Just through the fast-flowing sweep in the middle of the circuit. There's a nice, big, thick black line laid down now. Alfie Hart doing everything he needs to do in second. He's got about a 5-second lead now over the car behind him, which is Esteban Fontaine, now up into 3rd position. We're running with the leader. 20 seconds. I think he's just going to miss the split for a 38. Oh, he definitely will now as he stoves it into the barrier. And is that going to give Alfie a chance? I don't think there was enough time there. Let's just watch Alfie as he goes down the main straight. Ollie has finished 4 seconds. Let's have a look at the end. Alfie does get him right at the end. So Alfie taking that one from Ollie Thomas Bryn right at the end with that mistake into the barrier. So Alfie Hart taking the win just at the end there. Great run from Alfie. So really nice job from him. Really nice job there from Alfie to take that one.
9731 in the front. 86542 guys. 9731.
Here we go. Heat number 7. Building all the way towards heat number 11. Heat number 11, not really deciding anything. We already know who TQ is for this class. It's going to be Ollie Payne. But we still have the opportunity to sort different places in the A final. Dennis Meether going to lead away, the orange and blue coloured car. Ooh, there we go. We've had a jump start there for the 9 car. You kind of understand that in round 1, not knowing what the tone was. But, being called in for a stop-go for a jump start. So we have got out in front the car of Janne Koivisto, who we are running with. Got a nice clear track in front of him. Let him complete a few laps and then we'll see how the order is starting to shake out. Janne Koivisto leading. In fact, Mark Dieterman has got himself to the front of this one. Let's see if we can find Mark. He is a green front, white rear. He's just going through the fast sweep now. Through the chicane out at the top of the circuit. There we go. That is Mark Dieterman. See him drop down the order, but then pops up into, well, second place. So he's about half a second off the lead at the moment. We'll run with Mark for a little bit, though. You see him drop all the way down the order as other cars who started off before him cycle through. But Mark still about half a second off the lead. Mark Dieterman still running in second position from Janne Koivisto. And small mistake there from Mark. Mark's had pace, but had a slightly scruffy, scrappy weekend. That mistake from Mark Dieterman. Let's see where it's dropped him down to 5th overall, who is running second to Janne Koivisto at the moment. I think it's Olivier Pierrat with the 4 car. We'll see if we can pick him out somewhere. The 4 car, it's the grey front, purple rear car, just through the fast sweep now. This is Olivier Pierrat. Let's have a look as he crosses the line, where he filters up to 6th place. It's super, super close, actually, between really Jan Dietmar back. Everybody is covered by less than a second. So 3rd place through to 8th. Covered by a couple of hundredths. Still Olivier Pierrat was running in 3rd a couple of moments ago, and he's now dropped down all the way to 7th. Oyvind Stustal is running in 2nd position. He is, I believe, the minty green coloured car, just going through the chicane and out onto the main straight. Let's pick him up. Oyvind Stustal running in 2nd position. He's about 1.5 seconds off. Oyvind Stustal heading for a good time. Basically everybody heading for a 38-lap run. It's going to be about 5 seconds across everybody, so pretty close. Very close, super close. All the way through. Oyvind Stustal still running in second position. He is about 2.3 seconds off the lead, 2.4 seconds off of Janne Koivisto. 2 minutes 30 remaining. Let's go back and find our leader of Janne Koivisto. He is the blue and yellow coloured car, so he's just going through the fast sweep now up towards the top end of the circuit and out onto the main straight. So there we go. Janne Koivisto leading this one by pretty much exactly 2 seconds from Oyvind Stustal. Janne going nicely out in front. Still super close at the tail end of this. We've got a 2 second gap at the front. Koivisto still leading this one, just over 1 minute left for Janne. 1 minute of driving left for these guys. Janne Koivisto, 30 seconds left for him now. Just keeping the car moving. Coming towards the end of heat number 7. Remember, it's heat number 11 that is the top heat. After that, we'll have a idea of, well, we'll have pretty certain knowledge, because it's the last round of qualifying, of who is sitting in the pound seat and in the top 10. Who has made that all-important A final? Who is BQ? And will have the Mickey taken out of them mercilessly by their club mates. Time expired. Janne Koivisto takes that, just misses a 39-lap run. Janne Koivisto taking that then from Oyvind Stustal and Dennis Miether. Okay, Mark Payne wishes to make an announcement. He says if he ever travels to an international event again, would someone please kill him? So, that's had a, should we say, character building day, I think, for Mark. That's after Mark's last qualifying run. So Mark had a not the best day. He's had a bit of a struggle, bless him, but he had a smile on his face when he said it, so he's enjoying himself. Thomas Stenger going to lead away. Heat 8 then. The number 9 car, the all yellow coloured car with yellow wheels, just to complete the effect. Thomas Stenger leading away. Decent start for Thomas Stenger. Dan Burks pops up in second position after the opening lap. Let's just see where everybody is in front. Dan Burks to the front after 2 laps. Oh, Philip Lischka now. So position swapping around like a slot machine. We'll give it a couple of laps to settle in, and then we'll see who is leading. It's still Dan Burke, so let's see if we can pick him up. Let's move back 2 cars. He is the green and gold coloured car. There we go, of Dan Burke's. Green and gold looks a bit like a bag of Haribo. But car looking decent out there on circuit. Dan Burke's still at the top, leading by about a 10th from Freddie Parker. Dan could do with finding his way past Stefan Hoist just in front of him. Super close between Dan and Freddie. They started on different parts of the track. Dan now past Stefan Hoist. That could actually cost him. No, Thomas Stenger is in second position now, but Dan now has no cars between him and Thomas. Dan Burke's heading for a 39 lap run currently if he can keep this up. But Freddie Parker somewhere also in the mix. Let's have a look. Freddie Parker to the top now with a... What's he got? His lead about 0.3 of a second. Let's see if we can find Freddie. A orange front, white centre, yellow rear. He's just going through the fast sweep now, so he's 2 cars back from Dan. There we go. That is Freddie Parker. Small mistake there from Freddie, just bounced it over the curb. Still maintains the lead by around 0.2 from Dan. Thomas Stenger has thrown his car off the circuit. So he is now inserted between, there's 2 cars now in between Dan and Freddie, those being Stefan Hoist and Thomas Stenger. Freddie still in front, but it's by less than 0.2 from Dan. Down to the front. Let's have a look. Freddie to the front. Still that 0.2 between Freddie. A little bit deep on the exit there from Freddie. See if he can cut this one back. Freddie still leading this one at the moment. See the order change around like a slot machine. 0.1 of a second now between Freddie and Dan Burks. It's like the length of the straight covering them. They're now on the same 10th. Freddie Parker and Dan Burks. We're running with Freddie Parker at the moment. Dan to the top, Freddie back round. Slow lap from Dan that time. Freddie 3/10 up. Freddie still leading this one. Freddie's made his way past Stefan Huyss. Thomas Stenger up into second position. Dan Burke's down to third. Freddie's lead now a whole 0.4 of a second. And Freddie about 1.2 up on Dan Burke's. Dan Burke's the car just in front of Freddie. Just looking to see where Thomas Stenger is on track. He is a couple of seconds down the road from these two. Started out early. Stenger to the top. Let's have a look as they cross the line. Parker back to the top. Gap is now about 9/10 in Freddie's favour. Great run coming up then for Freddie Parker. Remember, we saw Alfie Hart take his heat earlier on, right on the last lap. So Freddie just closing in on Dan Burke. Dan opens up and lets him through. So really good run coming together for Freddie Parker. That's going to be 2 good rounds in a row, and that's all he needs. So could be heading for potentially back of the B final, but should be fairly nailed on for the C final. I think, a small mistake there from Freddie, but gets away with it. Freddie still leading this one then from Thomas Stenger. Stenger moves to the top, then Parker jumps in 1.3 seconds. Dan Burke's having made a small mistake, dropping to 4th position. Still with Freddie, still in front. He's got nearly a 2-second lead now over Thomas Stenger. So 1 minute to go. Really good run coming together for Freddie again. Small little bobble over the curb, but gets it back running again. Freddie Parker then going to take this, by the looks of things, with 30 seconds left, by a couple of seconds from Thomas Stenger. Really good run coming together for Freddie, a 39 in 8:09. Him and Thomas Stenger going to be the only drivers from this heat to make 39 lap runs. Fantastic run from Freddie. So he makes the split to start his final lap. Really, really good run for Freddie Parker. A little bit deep off the end of the straight, but he'll cross the line and jump back to the top. There we go. Gets that by 2 seconds from Thomas Stenger. So awesome drive there from Freddie Parker to take that heat. That's 2 in a row. He's done that. So really, really good run from Freddie Parker. What do we got coming up next? Heat number 9. So welcome to you just joining us for the end of qualifying. is round number 5 of qualifying. Just bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, Hobbywing, also Tony Sports, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlovsky Racing Line.
All there? 5 minutes to start. Are you weird? 5 minutes now. We going racing? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Andrea Torrigiani leading away with the all-white coloured car. This heat number 9. We've got 10 and 11 to follow. That will be the conclusion of the Spec qualifying, and we'll have a good idea of where everybody sits. Andrea still leading this one from Werner Spanbruckner. In fact, Werner has got himself into second position. He is about 2/10 down on Andrea, who we're running with at the moment. Andrea still leading out in front of this one. Christian Gear up into second. Let's see if we can move our focus back one car onto Christian. He is the white and like sky blue coloured car. There we go. That is the car of Christian Gear. He is just running around in front of the 6 car of Stuart Cartwright, who made an earlier mistake. So Stu trying to recover from an earlier mistake. He had good pace last time out and in fact got himself up into the lead of the run. We're running with Christian Gear in currently down in 6th position, but could be all the way up in 3rd. It's super, super close between these guys at the moment. Jack Lieber currently holding on to 3rd position. But a couple of seconds covering 2nd through 9th. Andrea still leading this one. Rico Clays has got himself up into 2nd position with the number 3 car. Let's see if we can find Rico. Looking for the number 3 car out there. I think the 3 car is the mainly white with a bit of green car, so he's 2 cars back. There we go. Out down the main straight. This is the 3 car of Rico Clays running in second position at the moment. Andrea still leading this one, out in front by a couple of seconds. Half distance in the run. Everybody else with decent times coming together. Andrea, it's about 1.3 from this car actually of Rico Clays, who we are running with. Rico just approaching the rear of Stu Cartwright. So Stu opens up and lets Rico through. Still the car of Rico Clays running in second position. He is about 1.6 seconds off of Andrea at the moment. Let's move back to Andrea. He is the all-white coloured car. He's just about to come underneath us now. There we go. We've picked up Andrea. Andrea Torrigiani pumping in some fantastic lap times. So hoping for a B final potentially for Andrea. Andrea's car looking nice and comfortable out there. The other thing to bear in mind about Andrea is a lot of the time that he's gained in sort of previous heats, he's always been in the mix till around 6 minutes, and then he's managed to keep on going at the same pace. Let's have a look. At the moment, Andrea with a 12.4 last time round. Rico Clays with a 12.5. Best lap time's not really any quicker between Andrea and Rico. It's a 12.2 for Andrea, a 12.2 for Rico. But Andrea having strong pace all the way to the end of the run. Let's just see where Rico is now. He is 2.1 seconds back. So it's happening again. Andrea maintaining pace all the way through to the end of the run. 12.5 for Andrea. Let's see what Rico does this time round. Rico goes slightly quicker actually with a 12.4. Gap still fairly comfortable for Andrea. Just finds his way through some traffic. 40 seconds left. So everybody's going to be all fingers and thumbs as we get towards the end of qualifying. Trying to work out what they can do, where they can improve. With only 2 from 5 to count, mostly everything is still to play for, apart from TQ. Ollie Payne's already got that. Ollie has that one in the bag already with his 4 round wins. Looks like we have got Max Mackler and Ollie Bultink seem kind of similar on pace at this stage, but they'll need to string some good runs together to run with Ollie during the finals tomorrow. Andrea Torrigiani taking that one then. 39 lap run in 8.06 from Rico Clays. Mark Bruton Young says, for the sake of the sport, can we ban one-colour shells? It's so hard to follow for the spectator. I think that's just a function of the having had sort of like super lightweight shells, really, that people don't want to spend the time painting painting the bodies that will then get ruined after a single run. So again, welcome if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. You've missed an awful lot of action today, but the good news is we've got more to bring you tomorrow. Bringing you coverage in conjunction with event sponsors Hobbywing, Tony Sports, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlovsky Racing Line. Nico Saarinen will lead away with this one, the number 1 car. So several of these guys currently sitting in the A final.
So, 3, 5, 7, 6. Ja, voor de 4, genau. Passt. Thank you.
Okay, Björn just wanting to make sure everybody is lined up on the grid, or on the start line. Nico Saarinen leads away from Niels de Gruyter and James Hart. All three of those currently sitting in the A final, as is actually Alexander Anderson. So 4 of these drivers currently occupying A final positions. Nico Saarinen with a 4 and a 5, so he, I would say, would be relatively safe. Niels de Gruyter with a 5 and a 5. James Hart with a 6 and an 8. So James Hart, Alex Anderson are kind of the guys in danger. James with a 6 and an 8. Alex Anderson with a 7 and a 7. So these guys will be wanting to maybe try and drop their lowest score if they can. So wanting clean runs. Bailey Graves, though, deciding that he wants to get somewhere in the mix. We're running with Nico Saarinen at the moment. Just see as they come around again. Bailey Graves moves to the top again. Let's see if we can find Bailey's car. He is a minty green and white coloured car. He's on the main straight now. There we go. That is the car of Bailey Graves. Moves to the front as he crosses the line. He's about 3/10 up on Nico Saarinen. Bailey actually has a good round score as well, thinking about it. He's got a 7th in round from round 3. So potentially he could get himself up the order. He's currently 12th. So he'd be wanting like a 5 or something in round, which isn't completely unachievable. Bailey Graves leading this one at the minute.
Looks like Bailey in the front, Nico in the 2, de Graves in the 3. Go up in the 4. On his bounce, so you're very close, guys, every single lap.
Bailey leading this one still from Nico Saarinen, Niels de Gruyter. One of the orange cars, just having a look who that was. I think that's James Hart dropping himself down the order. That will put him on edge, because we've got a few guys with a single round score better than him. James, if we remember, was on a 6 and an 8. So there's a few guys from the top heat who could yet bump him. We're running with Bailey Graves at the moment, still leading this one by nearly a second now from Nico Saarinen. Bailey still leading this one by, what is it, about 8 tenths from Nico Saarinen. Niels de Gruyter running in third position, about 1 second back off of Bailey. Still running with Bailey. Bailey Graves running through, a little bit of a mistake there. He's not going to lose the complete advantage that he had, but it will certainly make it closer. 7 tenths now, or it's basically 3/4 of a second between Bailey Graves, who we are running with, and Nico Saarinen out in front. And in front, Niels de Gruyter has got himself in between them, so Niels de Gruyter about 6 tenths off. Let's see if we can find Niels de Gruyter, the number 2 car. He is the white and blue coloured car, so he is, there we go, we've got him on shot. Building towards the top end of qualifying. There's a mistake there for Niels de Gruyter. Bailey Graves to the top then. That's going to be costly for Niels. It won't show up for another lap because he had already crossed the loop. But we're going to see Niels drop down the list, and that's going to push Alex Anderson up the list. So this is going to get super tight. This is going to get super close. Oh, mistake there as well for, who was that? Was that Alex Anderson? That is Alex Anderson with the pink coloured body shell. Bailey Graves from Nico Saarinen from Alex Anderson at the moment. Saarinen moves to the top, but Bailey started out the run quite late. Let's find Nico Saarinen. He has just come past us now, the all-white coloured car. There we go, that is Nico Saarinen showing in the lead at the moment, but then Bailey Graves pops in at the top, about a tenth between Nico Saarinen and Bailey Graves. Saarinen back to the front. Let's have a look as Bailey crosses the line, or when Bailey crosses the line. There we go, back to the front. Less than a tenth in it now. So Nico's pace holding up quite strongly. Bailey back to the top, still less than a tenth in it. We're running with Nico Saarinen at the moment. Still Bailey Graves, almost a tenth of a second his lead. Nico moves back to the top until Bailey crosses the line. Bailey crosses the line once more, goes back to the top. It's still less than a tenth. It's super, super close at the front between this car we are following of Nico Saarinen and the car of Bailey Graves in the middle of the circuit. Bailey crosses the line and Bailey drops to second place. So Nico Saarinen now with about half a second lead with 1 minute 15 remaining. So these guys are absolutely nowhere near one another on track, but Nico Saarinen and Bailey Graves having a bit of an epic battle between them. They're like half a lap apart on track, but on the clock they are right together. Nico Saarinen, who we're running with, he's extended that gap. It's up to about quarter of a second now. Nico Saarinen over Bailey Graves. Less than a tenth now, so Bailey's come back at Nico. Coming in towards 30 seconds. Next to nothing on their predicted times. We're running with Nico Saarinen. Bailey Graves back to the front now by less than a tenth. So it's going to come down to the split lap. Nico Saarinen is, I think he's just going to miss a 40. Let's have a look as Nico Saarinen crosses the line. Time has expired. We're waiting to see what time Bailey Graves can post. Bailey crosses the line, and they've done identical times. Identical times there. Nico Saarinen shown as getting that with a 39 in 8.499, but Bailey's time is absolutely identical. Nico Saarinen taking that one with an identical time. Exactly the same time on that one. That is absolutely unbelievable. That super close battle. That's mad. So identical time for the pair of them. Top heat then. Top heat of stock set to go. We're bringing you live coverage and have been bringing you live coverage all day of the EFRA 112th European Championships. Bringing you the event coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors Hobbywing, also Tony Sport, Awesomatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlovsky Racing Line.
We're going racing.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ollie Payne, TQ man, then leads away from Max Mackler. Max looked very purposeful, launching his car off the line.
Everybody's on the way. Good luck, drivers.
Everybody is up and running, up and counting. Opening lap, 11.923 from Ollie Payne. 11.962 from Max Mackler. 11.869 from Michael Bolt. So, Ollie Payne now running down in 4th position. Max Mackler shown as leading. So let's shift our focus back one car onto Max. Here we go. So Max suffering a bit this weekend with a bit of a flu. He's completely lost his voice, but managing to extract some performance. Bit of a mistake there from Max. Let's have a look. That lets Ollie Payne back to the front, but top 4 cars covered by 0.3 of a second. Let's move back one more car to Ollie Bolting, the white coloured car. There we go. We're running with Ollie Bolting currently running in 3rd position. We got Ollie Bolting we're running with at the moment. Let's go back further one car to the orange coloured car. There we go. That is Michael Bolt running in 4th position currently. And Michael just dropping off the pace very slightly. Had a really hot opening lap, but he is like 1.3 seconds off the lead. Ollie Payne in the lead by about 0.2 from Ollie Bolting. So let's go find Ollie Payne again. He is the white, black and red coloured body. He's just swept past us. There we go. So he is through the top end of the circuit. Ollie Payne leading this one, still by about 0.2 from Ollie Bolting. Bultink and Mackler still pretty much together. Everybody has made their way past Chase Mackman. Top three heading for 41 lap runs. Ollie Payne, Ollie Bultink, Max Mackler. We're running with Ollie Payne at the moment. Ollie Payne has already TQ'd this by taking the first 4 rounds. Still Ollie Payne leading this one. 0.4 of a second off, or down the road from Max Mackler in second position. So just looking a little bit more comfortable. Best lap and 11.696 for Ollie Payne. 11.7. So it's like it's half a tenth Ollie Payne's advantage. He's just found his way past Adam Mackman. Still running with Ollie Payne. Let's drop back 1 car to pick up Max Mackler. Only 0.4 down. Started to get him on the split. Lauren Mackman says, "Hi everyone from the UK. Sorry I can't be with you guys. Thank you for the amazing coverage so I can watch my boys." That's not a problem, Lauren. Unfortunately, you're just seeing them kind of circulating towards the back of this heat, but it is the top heat. It's super, super high level here. Just seen Max drop off of Ollie's pace very slightly. He's about 0.6 down now. Let's see as they cross the line this time. Still 0.6. We've just seen Ollie disappear out the front of shot. That pink car in between them is, I think that's Adam Isay. It is Adam Isay. So Max, gets a little bit balked by Adam there. Don't think it's going to have made an awful lot of difference. Ollie, though, he's now like 6.5 down the road. So Max has put up a good fight. It's now 0.9. So gap almost to 1 second now between Ollie and Max. Still at 0.9.
6 minutes on, 2 minutes to go.
Very, very close. Running with Max Mackler at the moment. Looking good, looking decent. He just can't get underneath that time of Ollie Payne. Let's have a look. Gap is... Ollie lost 0.1 to Max that lap, but we've got, what have we got? 1.5 minutes left. It's going to take a mistake from Ollie, I think, to let Max in on this one. Adam Mackman's got himself up in front of Adam Isay. That could come in handy.
1 minute, 10 seconds, 1:10.
And we've got Chase Mackman running in 7th position. About 1/10 off his dad. Yeah, we could have an awkward situation where if Chase just beats his dad to 6th, he might knock his dad down to BQ when Chase can't make it himself. We'll worry about that when we get there. Still, Max Mackler out in front, or out in second place on this one. He is, 7/10 now down on Ollie Payne. Max now extended his gap over Ollie Baltink, so he's got him under control. Sam Court gets right out of the way of Max Mackler. Let's have a look as they cross the line. 15 seconds, so this is going to be their final laps. Gap was about half a second between Ollie and Max. Let's see as they cross the line. So Ollie will cross the line, time has expired, and Max misses it by about 4/10. So it's Ollie Payne from Max Mackler, Ollie Baltink, Michael Bolt, just waiting for finishing times. Sam Court just made the 40-lap run. So there we go, that is time expired for everybody. Ollie taking every round of that one. But we're just going to have a look at the overalls. There we go, so Ollie Payne on pole from Max Mackler. Ollie Baltink will start third. Michael Bolt starts fourth. Sam Court makes the A final in fifth position. Nico Saarinen will start sixth. Then Niels de Gruyter, Bailey Graves, Adam Isay, James Hart, Adam Mackman with a 6 and an 8th is BQ. Just misses out. So James Hart's tied on points with him. In fact, what have we got? We've got 3 drivers on a 6 and... we've got, 3 drivers on a 6 and an 8. Bailey Graves made the A final as well. So Bailey Graves, great run from him with a 6 and a 7. Gets himself 8th overall. A bunch of drivers there. Looking else at standouts, we've got battle for the junior title between, I believe, Chase Mackman and Andrea Torrigiani will be taking place in the B final. Freddie Parker made it up into the C final, so great job from him. Dan Burks, DQ, not literally disqualified, but he qualified pole in the D final. Seeing if there's any other standouts down there that we can see. We know Mark Payne was bemoaning his day. Let's just scroll. It's a long scroll. It's a very long scroll down to 59th. But that is the qualifying for Spec done. And we are going into modified now. I'm going to hand you over to Frank briefly.
Looks good. We're going racing.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, so they are setting off once again. Q5 this time, last round of qualifying for this group of racers. Next time they'll be on track will be racing for real, Heads Up Racing. But we are following car number 2 of Arnaud Buffat. Someone's going to have to correct the spelling on that, or pronunciation on that, because I'm sure that's completely wrong. But Arnaud is off in that bright green, already lapping a couple. Ooh, he's got a body tuck on that back. And he's going to get it sorted. Massive shame. That's going to drop him way down. All right, so we'll stick with him, though, because we know he's quick. Who was he battling? Corvisto was who he was battling with the last time I was on the mic. Oh, that's some good air. But not what you want in this kind of racing. Maybe if it was stunt 12th. Alessandro Lonardi saying once again, go Mario Bond, agitato non muscolato. Go Italy team. He must mean Mario Nerdi. Because there is no Mario Bond, but there is a Mario. So we're with the unfortunate Arnaud from Switzerland. Let's give him a break, though. Let's the car 1, I think, is just about to go through the sweeper. The yellow and blue. Just about next car on the straight now. I believe that's the car 1. I'll confirm that. Yes. This is, that's the one. I hope. Those two cars are pretty close. But yeah, this is Koivisto, Janne Koivisto from Finland. As I was saying earlier, lots of Scandinavian racers here. And Norwegian chocolates that we're enjoying from the Fords of Norway. Oh, here's more Norwegian chocolates. I was just talking about these. Thank you very much. I'll try not to eat them all while I'm talking. But this here is Janne. So current leader, we're hoping that Arnaud can recover, but I'm sure Koivisto is hoping they can stay out in the lead because it's a pretty decent lead. Currently the only driver on a 40-lap pace, 40 and 8:04. Next closest is Michael Brandt, who's just popped up in the 48:11 pace. So we'll stick with Koivisto for a little while here. Actually, let's give Alessandro Lenardi some help here, and try to find Mario Nerdi, who's car 5, actually running second. Where's he come in? There's 3 Italians in this one, actually. So Mario Neri, Marcello Galli, and Riccardo Ferretti. Galli is just crossed over, or sorry, Neri is, I'm going to say, let's say the slate blue car on the straight, just ahead of Koivisto, who we were following. Now just coming underneath us. That blue one there in the middle. That's 7, okay. So we're looking for 5, who's just crossed. So it's, let's say the orangey one about to go on the straight, I think. Still in front of Koivisto. I can't see that number. I'm going to go with this being Neri. I hope this is Neri here, this orangey white car. Whew, my eyes are way too old for these size of numbers, I'm telling you. But hopefully, Alessandro, this is your mate Mario. One of, as I said, one of 3 Italians in this race. The national scene for 12 scale, not quite as big as it is in the UK, and that's a very kind way of saying it's small. But growing, apparently. I can see why. The cars are, easy to maintain. The tracks can be small. But yeah. Marcello Galli in the car 4, running 3rd. Mazzini as well now in 4th. So we have Italians first, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, but Brandt is just stumped up in there. Arnaud Buffat is making his way back up. In the green car, actually. So if we follow the green car, actually the next car back now, I believe that is Buffat. Dropped down to, I think, 8th in this run. Having a horrible time, but fighting forward, now in 4th. Getting past cars that he needs to. Going across that chicane, the very, very not straight chicane. Coming up on Koivisto. The next car ahead is Koivisto, so that's, I'm pretty sure anyway. Let's see what happens this lap around. Buffat up into 2nd, but quickly taken over by Neri, but that means he's on pace. So Buffat on pace for 39.803, Neri on pace for 39.804. Buffat now crossover at 39.802 pace, so rapidly improving. And if he can knock off, let's see, by the end of the race, there's a minute and a half almost remaining. I think Buffat can get into the 40-lap pace, which will be a vast improvement over the big air landings he was attempting coming out of this chicane right here. Buffat crossing the line again, see where he finishes, pops back up into second, but with a 39.803, so not improving on that one. So a little bit of a mistake somewhere along the last couple of laps, avoiding crashed car or recovering car. But now lots of open space ahead of him, and a fast car and a couple of slower cars ahead of him, but still catching them. Buffat catching, I think it's the Ferretti car, Riccardo Ferretti, car 7 just ahead, and I believe that is Neri just ahead now. Ooh, and Neri making mistakes, so it's, oh, that's unfortunate, getting hung up, beached on that turn. So second to last lap for Buffat, the green car, recovering and has finished, I think, and Koivisto is finished also. So cars are starting to finish. Koivisto finishing in first with a 40 laps 8:05, 1 lap back. It was Buffat was probably the best that he could possibly do out of that one after a series of unfortunate events, which is pretty much sums up my racing career. But there's your finishing order. So hopefully, Alessandro, you can message your friends and let them know that they were covered on RC Racing TV. So thank you for joining us. The sun has gone down, and we're still about an hour and a quarter or so before we are done with the day here. Qualifying round 5 finishing. 3 more heats to go. Here's the next group that is out on track. And then we're going to have the penultimate group with drivers like Mario Hudi, Hupo Honegel, and someone else who's quick. And then the top guys in heat number 15. So yes, timely reminder there from that guy that popped up on the screen. That was me from some time ago. But yeah, just reminding you, if you're enjoying the coverage, please subscribe, whether it's on EFRA or RC Racing TV. And if you really want to support us, hit join and find out all the perks about being an RCTV member. So here we go. Once again with Lip Talk, John, Stoosdal, Andreasen, and Morone. That's your top 5. There's 9 drivers in this one. Hopefully they all make it across. So starting off with Lip Talk. So lucky for us, 4 greenish-hued colors in this one. So you can expect lots and lots of confusion. At least they're not all 4 white bodies or 4 yellow bodies. And they're different shades of green, but they are basically all green. So this is Thomas Liptak, and we'll follow him for a few laps. Oh, avoiding that one. That was a good one. And rhythm has been broken there. That's when you have a close call on the motorway and you get the shakes about a minute later. That's what just happened there, maybe. Liptak still leading away. Andreasen taking advantage of that little whatever it was on the main straight issue. Liptak dropping way down, but then jumps up. 41 lap pace for Andreasen, Fjeld, and Liptak. 41 lap pace for the top 5. Let's hope that Stefan Lemperriere is able to finish this one. I don't think they were able to finish last time around. But here we are with Thomas Liptak from Slovakia. Fjeld jumping up in the top spot. I know we haven't followed Fjeld all that much, so I'm going to see if we can find the number 4 somewhere. It's just crossed. I want to say it's the bright yellow. It's just coming down the straight now and crossing the timing loop now. I think this is the number 4 of Oscar Fjeld from Norway. I should have guessed. I want to say that's a 4 on the side. So, excuse me. Yeah, so we haven't followed Oscar at all, as far as I'm aware, as far as I can remember. Who's this behind? That is Saarinen, who's in second place. So Oscar in third, Saarinen in second, chasing him down directly behind him on track. And the way the clocks and the IFMAR timing works. Oh, he's pulling away now, though, Fjeld. Because they start a second apart, if the car behind you is able to get within a second, they're actually ahead of you on timing. So it all makes sense, and it's all worked out by the computer, which is great. And now Oscar pulling away from Saarinen. So doing a good job, getting through the chicane there, coming down the main straight now, chasing down the off-centered orange and white car and the Tiffany green car. They're just ahead. I won't try to identify them. I will try to identify them. They are Stusdal and Andreasen. Andreasen I should have known. So Andreasen is the first car that Fjeld will be coming across. And obviously, as he's catching them, he's putting down better laps, so he's ahead of them in the timing. Everyone on their own individual clocks, as I'm sure those of you who are watching at almost 8:30 Central European time, 12 Skull Racing, I'm sure everyone knows that. But just in case you don't, and you're watching this on a Monday or Tuesday, there you go. Like I said, trust us, trust the computer. It all makes sense in the end. So Fjeld chasing Andreasen, who is also chasing Stusdal. Stusdal from Norway as well. So a couple of Norwegians sandwiching Andreasen from Sweden. So it's a trio of Scandinavian racers, and Andreasen moves aside. There are 2 referees on the rostrum, on the driving stand, telling the drivers through speakers that only they can hear, which is very handy. Oh, tight. So I'm reacting to action not shown on camera, I'm sure there. So, yeah, Fjeld coming down the street. So lots of space ahead of him. Who is he trying to catch next? Is the bluey white car. Morone is that green who's just flipped over. So he's just past Morone. And I think this is Lucas Larsson, who's in that blue car that is probably just out of camera. Coming down the straight is Fjeld, in the bright yellow. Next car, that one. So next car ahead in that blue, I believe, is Lucas Larsson. This is Lucas Larsson in the blue on screen, and the next car behind, who's chasing him, is Oscar Fjeld, who we've been following for quite a while. So the number 2. Okay, so if we just coming underneath us now is Liptak, who's basically in a region of his own, going through the chicane there. This is Thomas Liptak, I believe, is the car 2. So this is our leader, back to our leader, last 2 minutes of this run. Fjeld, who we were following for quite a while, has moved his way up to second on a 42.806 pace. Liptak on a 42.805. 42.807 for third place, Jari Saarinen. But Liptak here, we talk about him a lot, but that's because he's leading his qualifying race. So that's how you get attention on RCTV. Do something really funny or stupid or win a race. So last minute and a quarter in this one. So I just want to take the opportunity. Thank you everyone for joining us. RCTV. Don't forget to check out the latest episode of RCTV News on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. We are here in Zwevegem, Belgium, just on the border of France. Ooh, a little slidey slide there. Over rotation, maybe, but I don't know. Yes, so we're here in Zwevegem for the 2025 European Championships for 1/12 scale. Drivers from all over Europe, from the UK to Slovakia, from Finland to Italy, all here in Belgium to race under the EFRA rules. We are the EFRA official media partner. And this coverage, all the broadcasts, all the live broadcasting that you're seeing and all the great video and photo content is sponsored by, or title sponsor of, Hobbywing. So we want to thank Hobbywing, an amazing company. And also brought to you by our sponsor partners, Tony Sport, Awesomatics, Montec, Schumacher, RC Cars, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line. So if you're looking for an Awesomatics or Schumacher car or a Montec body shell, go to Tony Sport, Orlowski Racing Line, or Zen Racing and get them there. Let them know that you saw the coverage on EFRA and RC Racing TV. And there's your final results. Saarinen taking it in the end, just 0.4 of a second. So that is it for me. We have some more Norwegian chocolates. They just keep appearing. And yeah, so that is it for me for now. I'll just hand over back to James, and so he'll be the next voice that you hear.
Starting order, 1, 6, 7, 9 in the back. Up front, 1, 6, 7, 2. Behind them, 4, 3, 8.
So we are back. What have we got? The top two heats of modified. So we're looking to see who makes it into the main. Obviously we know Mark Reinhard and Ollie Payne are both already in, both with 2 TQs each. Mark Reinhard with the 45.805.172 as the quickest time at the moment. Ollie Payne's best time, a 45, his best counting time is a 45.807.779. So effectively it's going to come down to, on this last run, in order to take TQ, Ollie Payne needs to win this round. So although he's already got 2, he would need the 3rd round, and he would need to beat Mark Reinhard's time. So we know what the score is going to be. Martin Hoodie will lead this one away. Martin Huddy leading away from Tobias Schutrick. And he's got a big lead already In fact, Tobias starting off quite late down the order. Tobias up in second position at the moment. It's taken a while to update because he is like one car in front of Martin, having started out late. So they're starting to carve their way through traffic. Tobias actually looking like he might have got himself out in front. Let's see if we can pick him up. The white and pink coloured car. He's just going through the fast sweeps now. There we go. So only 2 cars off in front of, or one car between Tobias Sutrick and Martin Huddy, but he is at the, or was at the back of the field. There we go. He very, very briefly does pop to the top until Martin Huddy makes it onto the extra lap. So you can see that Tobias is starting to stretch away. In fact, it leads probably about 2 seconds. You'll see Tobias drop down the order. And then when he does cross the line, goes in, there we go, up in P1, just before Martin demotes him again as he crosses the line. At predicted times, Tobias is heading to go quicker, very, very briefly. Tobias currently 7th overall, so we'll be looking to cement a final place, if he possibly can. Still with lead car Tobias Sutrick. See Martin Huddy does pop up out in front and up in top. Tobias leading this one by around 3.3 seconds from Alex Anderson. So this one quite difficult because of how distended the grid was at the start. So appearing that Martin Huddy is leading, but he will drop down the order to like 3rd or 4th come the end when everything updates. Tobias Sutrick still running with, at the moment, still quite comfortable out in front. Gap of just over 3 seconds. Phoenix Cooper saying we need Chase Mackman. Unfortunately, Phoenix, he has already been out on track every time today. Done a good job though, made the B final. He is in, where did we pick him out? He was In stock, he is 17th. So making the B final for Chase Mackman. Some of these guys hoping to make the A. Tobias Sutrick doing everything he needs to at the moment, currently in 7th overall. But if he can take this, he should have enough, especially with the top heat struggling some. Top heat, looking forward to a fairly epic battle going on between Mark Reinhard and Ollie Payne. So bringing you that in the next 5 minutes or so. It should be a super close battle between those two. Really what we'll be interested in is firstly where Ollie Payne is, because he needs to be out in front. We've got out there a problem for the lead car of Sutrick. That has promoted Martin Huddy back to front. We're running with the car of Hupo at the moment. So let's run with Hupo, currently in 2nd position. Hupo Honegol, what is he? He is about 1/4 of a second off of the lead at the moment from Alexander Anderson. Alexander Anderson is the car immediately behind him. So sort of ebbing and flowing, really, between these two. We're running with the car of Hupo Honegol. Alex Anderson, you'll just see him, the pink car in the back of shot. Very occasionally, just flash through. There we go. That is the car or lead car of Alex Anderson. Let's stick with him. Last 30 seconds to go. Alex's car looks like it's picking up wheels, and he has just dropped off 3/1000ths of a second behind Hupo now. A little bobble there from Alex Anderson. Hold 2/10 off. Time has done. So Hupo Honegol just gets that at the end by 3/10 from Alex Anderson. Okay. Top heat we are set for. Tobias Sutrick retiring from that run, but I think he has possibly already done enough. Here we go then. Last qualifying run of the day. We then do have 2 finals as well that we'll be bringing you. The GT finals. But, so if you have been joining us for this coverage all day, thank you for watching. Join us for the finals again tomorrow. Also shout out to event sponsors Hobbywing, Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing and Orlowski Racing Line. Mark Reinhard going to lead it away from Ollie Payne. Remember, Ollie Payne needs to win this. He needs to win it with a time that beats a 45 8:05.172. Still white wheels on the car of Michael Orlovsky.
Record racing.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Car 3.
Mark Reinhard leads away back to his normal race paint. He did try a different shell, something a tiny bit lighter, but said he didn't feel any difference. Wanted to be running his race paint. Let's have a look. One lap in. Reinhard from Orlovsky from Payne. That's an issue for Alex Hagberg. Oh, a bit of an over-rotation for Ollie Payne. Just seen out of back of shot. So it's still Reinhard from Payne from Orlovsky. I suspect Orlovsky might pop up into second. Yes, he does. He is half a second down on Mark over 3 laps. Mark heading for a 44 flat. So no one heading for a 45. As things stand, Mark Reinhard would be on TQ. Basically, Ollie Payne needs to win this round, and he needs to win it with a time of 45 in 8:05. Mark still leading this one. 6/10 between him and Ollie Payne. Let's move back and pick up Ollie Payne. There we go, there is Ollie's car. Started out 1 second behind Mark. Crosses the line to update. Gap is still around 6/10 of a second. Mikhail Olowski looks like he is hanging on this time though. Length of the straight between Mark Reinhard and Ollie Payne. Predicted time, they're now on to 45 lap runs predicted, but it's an 8:08.9 for Mark. It's an 8:09 for Ollie. Mikołajowski on a 44 predicted and going out at the moment. Let's have a look at the gap between them. It is around 8/10 of a second. Come down that time. Gap is, it's about half a second now. So we have got half a second between them. They're predicting 45 in 8:09 though, so even if Ollie Payne can catch Mark, I don't think the time is going to be enough. Small little bobble from Mark there. That's going to let Ollie close in ever closer. Still Reinhard from Payne. Nothing between them now, less than a 10th. Pair of them closing in on the rear of Alex Hagberg. Still got Mark leading this one by a 10th from Ollie Payne. Ollie Payne now to the front. Bad lap from Mark. Ollie leading this one by a 10th. Ollie's predicted time and 8:07. Not enough from Ollie, so we could be in a position where Ollie has TQ'd 3 rounds. Mark TQing 2, but Mark having set the faster time. Lasky still in 3rd position. He's hanging on now. Ollie gets past Hagberg. Reinhard to the top. Ollie back to the top. Half a 10th between them. Let's have a look. Ollie still leading this one. Still 2 100ths between them. Mark now catching Marcus Mobers. Marcus will be looking at Mark in front of him. He'll be looking at Ollie behind him. They're just flicking it through the chicane from Ollie down the main straight. Oh, a little bobble there from Ollie. Does that promote Mark back to the top? It does. quarter of a second now between them. Quarter of a second difference between the front two. Predicted time for Mark Reinhardt of 45.809. We're showing a 44 in 800 dead. It wouldn't be enough for Ollie Payne. Running with Ollie Payne at the moment. He is the challenger. Mark Reinhardt is our potential TQ man. Let's move forward onto Mark Reinhardt. There we go. He is catching the car of, that's Adam Isay, he's just passed. So Mark just starting to extend very slightly. He's now got the gap up to 1.5 tenths. 10.7 for Mark, 10.8 for Ollie last time. Orlovsky kind of hanging on now. So he's been threatening. Orlovsky looks like he might have done or finally managed to pull the iron out of the fire right at the end of the day. He was already third. Looks like he's going to stay third. We are running with Mark Reinhardt at the moment. 2 minutes remaining. He's got his gap over Ollie Payne up to 3 tenths now. Still 3 tenths between Mark Reinhardt and Ollie Payne.
10.7 for Mark Reinhardt, 10.6 for Ollie Payne. Closing the gap to 2 tenths.
2 tenths now between Reinhardt and Payne. Running with Mark Reinhardt. The pair of them about to go through one more time. 4 tenths of a second the gap now between Mark and Ollie. Both predicting 45 lap runs again, but it is an 8.09, so not going to be enough. Ollie would need to jump Mark as well. We're running with Mark at the moment. Less than a tenth now between them. So Ollie on a charge. 10.7 from Ollie. It was a 10.9 from Mark. Ollie Payne now hits the front. Ollie Payne back to the front, predicting 45.809. This is going to come down to the last lap then. Ollie Payne now leading this one by about a tenth and a half from Mark Reinhardt. We're running with the car of Ollie Payne, the challenger. He's just trying to hunt down that car of Mark Reinhardt. Mark looked like he had got the gap, but Ollie has pulled it back. Coming up to traffic, and that is Marcus Mobers once more. Gets out of the way of Mark. We're into the final 20 seconds. Marcus dives out of the way, gets it a little bit crossed up. Bobble over the curb there for Ollie. Ollie's lead was about half a second. They're going to make it through onto the 45th lap. I don't think, though, it's going to be enough. It won't be enough. So Mark Reinhardt is going to cross the line, then Ollie Payne. Ollie Payne takes that one, but Mark Reinhardt has taken, I believe, the pole position. Let's just get a final ranking list for that one. So Ollie Payne taking that one. Let's just get a final qualifying list on that one. Weirdly, we're showing Mark Reinhardt as having taken that, but he didn't quite get there. Just have a look at this one. So we're showing Mark Reinhardt in pole position. That seems that we don't have updated result. Let's just check that again. Still not showing correctly. Okay, results still not showing correctly, but we'll just go over there and have a bit of a catch up with Ollie. Okay, so just catching up with Ollie, getting that right at the end of that run.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Mark still gets overall, but I need to check.
Yeah, I think he's done the faster time. So you've got 3, he's got 2, but Mark's got it on the. I think it was about 4 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy to do that. I mean, I missed out on the rocket round this morning, so it's what it is. But it shows the pace is there, and I got a good race car. So.
Okay, and looks like Michael's made a bit of a step forward as well. He wasn't. You weren't dropping him like you have been.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a bit closer. So if there is any drama, I'm sure he'll be there tomorrow.
Okay, and what about stock? Obviously, looks like that was a little bit closer that time. Max got a bit closer. Were you experimenting with anything in that run?
Yeah, I was trying a different wheel, a slightly softer wheel, which I thought would give me a little bit more drive forward, but it kind of hurt the car more than helped it, so I'll just go back for tomorrow.
Okay, so set for the practice finals tomorrow then. You're going to try anything in them or just try and drive away?
I'll try some stuff in the morning, for sure.
Okay, good. Well done, and yeah, hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
So with Mark Reinhard, overall TQ for Mod, just got it in the end there on, well, it was earlier in the day you did the damage.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie is really quick. Yeah, I went back to the tires I liked more, but I mean, the traction also changed from the morning to now. We go like 4 seconds slower than we did in the morning, so not sure if this is the right way to go, but I'm confident for tomorrow morning because we drive pretty early, I think, or like earlier than we drove now. Yeah, and I mean, TQ is always a nice board to drive, and then it's always hard to pass here. And in the end, it comes down to who avoids the cars the best, you know.
Absolutely. It looks like Michael's found some pace as well, like you predicted he would.
Yeah, I saw it. Like in the beginning, he was right there. So I don't know how much he dropped or if he made a mistake, but yeah, his pace got a lot better.
He dropped about 4 seconds over the course of the run, but he was the other side of the split from you guys. But yeah, he was there or thereabouts. He's probably got enough to challenge at the start, so potentially could get involved with Ollie a little bit and sort of hold him up a bit.
Yeah, final is always a different story, you know. So yeah, I try just to go and drive my race, and let's see what happens behind me. I know that Michael, they'll probably find some more pace overnight. There's more practice in the morning, and yeah, it's all open.
Okay, any changes you want to try for practice tomorrow morning, or just leave it as it is and try and drive?
I just think about which tires I'm going to use again. If I go back to what I normally started with, or if I stay what I use now, and then otherwise the basis of the car is fine, the balance is fine, so let's see.
Okay, well done, and speak to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Just wanting to cover a bit of an unseen feature, really, of 1/12 and foam tyre class racing, but that's the tyre truing. So just down here in the tyre truing area, next to the pits, going to have a quick chat with Mark Payne. Kindly agreed to have a bit of a chat with us. Mark, very experienced. So Mark, do you just want to explain what you're doing?
Yeah, so I'm truing. I've come away with tyres that are maybe a bit too big. So as the grip comes up, I mean, that's a 42 mil tyre. And as the grip comes up, probably I want to be running slightly smaller. So I'm going to true these down to 41.5 they've not been run yet, but I've come with tyres that are maybe a little bit too big for this grip level. So all I'm doing is I'm just skimming them down to the size I want. The rears will be 41.5 and the fronts will be 40.5. So that's a 1 mil stagger. So there's 1 millimetre between the size of the rear and the size of the front. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm going to do 4 sets of tyres, which is all I need for today. I might then use them again tomorrow and re-skim them. A lot of drivers don't, but I'm a bit cheap with tyres, so I like to try and reuse them. So, but I don't like to use them straight off the track. I like to just give them a skim. They'll go even smaller, so probably maybe 41-40, but that's as small as I'll run. So really at this kind of level, it's 2 runs out the tyres, I would say. If I'm in the UK, I'm probably going to get maybe 3 or even 4 runs out the tyres. Maybe 3 runs at national level, and then they'll just be club tyres after that. So 3 or 4 runs. Here, it's 2 runs and done.
Okay, so, I mean, you mentioned, obviously, the tyres not necessarily wearing evenly. That's because, well, I guess in this case, with an anti-clockwise circuit, you're wearing the right-hand side tyres more than you are the left.
You are, and on the fronts especially that happens. And again, at club level, all I'd do is, second run, I'd just swap the 2 fronts over and run the slightly larger one on the outside, so that by the time you've done that, it'll have evened out. But here it's not so good. And also the rears end up not only being slightly different sizes, but actually they end up being slightly conical depending on the wear of the track. So again, you need to take that out because these cars don't have diffs, they have solid rear axle spools, and that's really sensitive to differences in tyre dimensions. So you really need to know that you're starting, with true tyres. Some of the, like the GT class, some of the drivers have come to me with cars and said, well, can you help, whatever. They're running tyres that have done 10 runs, and they're no longer what they should be, and so you've got to be really careful with these tyres. You can get maybe 3-4 runs, but then really you should consider that you're done with that tyre because they just get softer and softer and squidgy and they lose their integrity. So.
Well, that's another thing. The additive that we're running this weekend, the control additive, it's quite oily, isn't it? So it soaks into the tyre a bit more?
It does, and I quite like this additive though, because I think that the idea of our Spider Grip additives that we use in the UK, which are a bit cleaner, less oily, the idea that they preserve the tyres for longer, I actually think is false, because what they'd make the tyre much more sensitive to diameter, and so you've still got drivers that are using them for 2 runs and then binning them. Some of the top drivers here will do 1 run on a set of tyres and then never use them again. I mean, and for me, that's almost a sin, that I feel uncomfortable with that. So it is true that the Spider type additives are kinder to the rubber, but if you're only doing 2 runs on the tyres in a meeting, and it's all a bit pointless, they're going in the bin anyway. So I would rather have the kinder grip of an oily additive. I think the cars are nicer to drive on the track using the Speed Tech oil-based additives, but that's just my personal opinion.
Here we go. Start of the B final for GT. 4 drivers out there. Philippe Glorio leads away for this B final from Philip Huddy, Carl Shook and Dennis Marshalow. In fact, Dennis Marshalow not out there. Battle for the lead going on off the end of the main straight. Fabien Glorio, or Philip Glorio, leading this one from Philip Huddy. Battle for the lead going on off the end of the main straight. Really close battle, actually, out in front of this one. Still lead battle going on as they go through the fast sweep into the chicane at the top of the track, and Philip Huddy tries to cut back underneath Philip Glorio. To also let Carl Shook in. Still this lead battle going on between these three cars out in front. What do we got? 7/10 of a second between the lead three. Philip Glorio leading from Philip Huddy, leading from Carl Shook. They've been running in this order off the grid, so no real passing moves attempted, but still very, very close out in front. Good battle going on down the main straight. 17.5 powered cars. 2 minutes in already. Oh, mistake there from Philip Glorio. Lets Philip Huddy into the lead. Philip Huddy still leading this one. Off the end of main straight, a little bit of a bounce over the curb. Gets away with it. Hearing some news as well of a possible change to the results in the Spec class. We thought James Hart had made it into the A final in 10th, but just hearing Adam Mackman may well have been promoted up into 10th on the countback rules by dint of having set a faster time on one of his counting scores. Still running with Philip Huddy out in front on this one. He passes the car of Henry Guinitus. Philip Huddy still leading this one. He's got a 1.8 second gap now. Battle for second place going on between Philip Glorio and Carl Shook. So A little bit of a cheeky move there from Carl Schuck. Philip Huddy still leading this one. 2.5 minutes left. 1.8 seconds in the lead. Philip Huddy now 3.3 seconds in front. .40 seconds left. Philip Huddy leading this one by 3.3 seconds. Philip Huddy now 4-second lead over Philip Glorio. We're running with him as he heads for home. He is going to make the split onto the extra lap. So it will be a victory lap for Philip Huddy from Philip Glorio. Philip Glorio has finished. This is the victory lap then for Philip Huddy. Philip Huddy takes the win in leg one of the B final. Good win there for Philip Huddy. Last race of the day. So Lewis Mobers will be leading away from Lauren Sips and Mika Mobers out in front of this one.
This looks like a race. 10 cars. A main GG class. What are we going to be? A lot of young guys and a lot of old guys like me. So, who will have to pick this one? The young ones or the smart ones?
Marcel's on the middle of the track. Marcel's on the middle of the track. Can you hear me?
Marcel, number 3 and 4. Can you go on the other side?
Can you go to the other side of the ring?
Ready for 8 minutes of action. Lewis Mobers going to lead off from Laurence Sips and Mika Mobers. And they are away. Lewis Mobers leads from Laurence Sips. Mika Mobers looks like he is already wanting past Laurent. Lewis Mobers leads down the main straight though for the first time. Front three already going away from the car of Chris Grenz. Lewis Mobers just starting to stretch a bit of a gap over Laurence Sips. Laurence has seemingly got that gap held at about 7/10 of a second at the moment. It's up to 8/10 with Mika Mobers dropping off of the back of him. Still the lead two cars we are running with. Lewis Mobers and Laurence Sips. 6/10 of a second now between the two leaders. Gap between the lead two now, 1/4 of a second. Laurence Sips applying pressure to Lewis Mobers. 3/10 of a second now. The end of Main Straight. Super close racing between these two. Laurence Sips taking one of the rounds of qualifying earlier. Lewis Mobers. Oh, there's a mistake there from Laurence. And is that a broken car for Laurence Sips? So we now have a Mobers 1-2. Marcus won't know which one of the two to watch out in front. There's a proud dad. So we've got Lewis Mobers leading this one from Mika Mobers. Lewis and Mika running 1 and 2. This is the car of Mika just crossing the line. Lewis, his brother, 1.8 seconds down the road. There we go. We are running with the lead car now of Lewis Mobers from Mika Mobers. Unfortunate breakage for Laurence Sips after a bit of a barrier tap. So this is a Mobers family affair out in front. 2-second gap for Lewis over Mika. Just coming in to 5 minutes remaining. And a mistake there for, that was Lewis. Sorry, that was Mika Mobers dropping down the field. So we still have Lewis leading. It's now from Chris Grenz. So Lewis Mobers leading this one by 4 seconds now from Chris Grenz. Everybody else fairly evenly spaced. Battle going on is between, let's have a look, just off the end of the main straight. It's just coming past us now. This is the battle for 4th and 5th. This is Olivier Pierrat versus Mika Mobers, who made the earlier mistake. This the battle going on. Mika Mobers trying to make his way back forward, back to the front of the field. Lewis leading this one by 5 seconds currently. So Mika off the end of the main straight. Still trying to find his way past Olivier Pierrat. Oh, change for position there. So Mika Mobers up into 4th position. Esteban Fontaine is 2.5 seconds down the road. Let's run with Mika for a little bit, see if he can close that gap. Still running with Mika Mobers as he tries to close down the gap to Esteban Fontaine. Gap is 2.5 seconds. Oh, mistake there from Mika. Launched it over the curb. The battle for 2nd looks like it is hotting up, which is Chris Grenz versus Esteban Fontaine off the end of the main straight. They're just sweeping past us. This the battle for 2nd place, 1/4 of a second between them. Lewis Mobers 7 seconds down the road from this, looking very, very comfortable. Chris Grenz, the green-coloured car. Esteban Fontaine, the white and green-coloured car. Little bobble over the curb there for Chris Grenz. Fontaine just holding on at the moment. Dropping back very slightly. The gap was 0.6 of a second. It looks like more than that now that Chris Grenz has got. 7.5 seconds off of Lewis Mobers. So we have got like 0.6 of a second between these two cars at the moment. Some good racing going on in this class. Gap is still 0.6 of a second between these two. Lewis Mobers leading this one still by over 8 seconds now. Into the final minute of track action for the day. Final 30 seconds now. Gap is over 1 second, so that battle has dropped off. We've now picked up the leader with less than 30 seconds to go. This is Lewis Mobers, car number 1, TQ man. And if he can just keep this one moving, he will get leg number 1 wrapped up and out the way. Final 10 seconds, so we're going to get Lewis Mobers make the split. He gets a victory lap. He has won this because no one else is going to make the additional lap. There we go, Chris Grenz has finished. Lewis Mobers takes the win in leg number 1 from Chris Grenz, Esteban Fontaine and Mika Mobers. That is a win there for Lewis Mobers then in the end, with a decent turn of pace after an early retirement for Lauren Sips. And that is the track action for today. So thank you to the event sponsors, Hobbywing, and also Tony Sport, Automatics, Montec, Schumacher, Zen Racing, and Orlowski Racing Line for helping us to bring you this coverage. We will be back tomorrow for finals day.